Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Reincarnated Issei Took Revenge? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a pleasant sunny day when Issei Hideout was finally discharged from the hospital, excited to return to school. It had been a long time since he had seen his friends, and today would mark the first reunion since the end of the Evil Dragon War. Issei thought to himself, oh boy, I am pretty pumped up for no reason today. Maybe because I can finally see Rias and the other girls for the first time in forever. Anyway, let's get back to school, it's been a long time. As he walked through the rustic yet contemporary streets of Kuo, Issei felt a sense of joy and anticipation for the future. He believed that peace had returned, and he was eager to propose to the girls in his harem. The wind blew gently, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. A perfect day to start his first day out of the hospital. Approaching the front gate of Kuo Academy, Issei noticed many students making their way into the school, heading to their classes. He felt upbeat and jovial, but before meeting up with his pals from the Occult Research Club, he decided to catch up with his human friends first. With that thought in mind, Issei entered Kuo Academy and headed to his class. As he walked in, Issei noticed that all of his classmates had turned their eyes towards him with shocked expressions. Motohama exclaimed, "Oh my god! Issei, it's been like what? Forever since we last saw you, what happened, my man?" He was excited to see Issei again after he had suddenly stopped coming to class. Motohama walked up to Issei and wrapped his arm around his shoulder as a sign of welcome and brotherhood. "Yeah man, we've really missed you. It was getting really lonely not having you with us." Matsuda added, joining in with excitement and joy. Keitase interjected, "Hey, shut your mouth. Don't even think of trying to get close to the changing room." Murayama chimed in, what she said. Although it was just the two of you causing trouble, it was still getting pretty annoying. And that goes for you too, Hideout. Don't you dare try to peek on us. The two girls, leaders of the Kendo Club, were not keen on having Issei back to reunite with his friends and start their antics again. "Okay, alright you guys. I have really missed you too. As for what I was doing when I was gone, well, I kinda went on a little trip overseas for some personal business," Issei explained. Matsuda responded, "Oh, is that so? Alright. And look at you. Your body has changed a lot. What kind of workouts did you do to get this buff?" Kiryu, the class tease, approached Issei with a playful smile. Well, if it isn't the infamous Issei Hideout and his fellow friends. It seems you three are really enjoying your reunion. Tell me, Hideout, what did you do to get this hot? Issei had grown slightly taller, and his uniform was fitting him differently, showing off his new physique. Motohama quickly defended Issei. "Hey, that's none of your business. This is serious man business, so keep your hands off our fellow brother. And besides, look who's talking." Matsuda added, "Yeah, I can tell by that cheeky expression that you're interested in our champ here. Get lost." Kiryu laughed. "Oh come on, I was just teasing you like I always do. I bet you're just jealous because Issei now has a higher chance of becoming a better chick magnet." Matsuda retorted, "Wts. This ain't none of your business, so get out of here." Motohama chimed in, "That's right. You don't have a guy now, do you? Maybe if you changed your hairstyle, you could have a chance." Murayama then commented, "Oh yeah, come to think of it, your appearance has certainly changed. Different." She blushed as she took a look at Issei's new body. Keitase added, "I have to agree, you really look handsome right now." She also blushed, glancing at Issei. Kiryu teased, "See what I mean? You'd better hurry if you want to stop Issei from getting all the attention." As his friends began playfully teasing one another, Issei thought to himself, "Heh, I guess some people never change, right Draig?" Draig replied, "Yeah, your friends seem to be the same as before." "Oh that's right. You wanted to meet with your girlfriends, right?" Issei suddenly remembered, "Oh, I completely forgot. I wanted to meet Asia, Zenobia, or Irena. I missed them a lot." This question caused the classroom to go quiet, and his classmates exchanged confused or worried expressions. Motohama finally broke the silence. Well, about that. We don't have a clue where they are. In fact, just like you, the members of the ORC had suddenly vanished with no explanation. You're actually the first one we've seen. Issei's heart sank. What do you mean? You guys don't know what happened to them. Matsuda added, yeah man, sorry we couldn't be of much help. We really don't know anything. Issei sighed, I see. I guess I'll try and look for them myself during break or after school. Thanks, guys. He thought to himself, this is strange. The girls weren't at home, I didn't feel their presence, and neither did Drake. What is going on? Drake reassured him, partner, they are telling the truth. Those humans genuinely don't know what happened to your friends. But what's even stranger is that I can't seem to detect their presence at school either. Issei exclaimed, you mean they're not in school as well? Drake replied, I'm afraid so, partner. Throughout our entire journey from home to school, I did not sense a single supernatural presence like the girls. Where could they be? If they are pulling a prank on you, it's a sick and twisted one. When you woke up, nobody was there to see you. Wait, that seems oddly suspicious. They told you they love you so many times, yet they weren't even present when you were bedridden. Issei defended them, I'm pretty sure it was important business for them. Maybe Ajuka had called for them? Maybe, Drake said, but I have a very bad feeling about this. Oh please, it can't be that bad, right? I'm sure they aren't doing something behind my back. Issei tried to remain hopeful. He really didn't think of Rias and the others as a bunch of backstabbing traitors who would hurt his feelings. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. Everyone took their seats, and Issei followed suit, though he couldn't shake the thought of the girls from his mind throughout the lessons. He did his best to focus and catch up on what he missed during the Evil Dragon War. Scene break. At 11 a.m., it was time for recess. Issei had an hour to find his friends before lessons resumed. As soon as his teacher dismissed him, he jumped out of his chair and made his way through the halls, down the escalators, and into the cafeteria. He scanned the room and felt a wave of relief when he spotted someone familiar. Maybe he knew what happened. Issei quickly approached Saji's table, where he saw Saji sitting with two other girls he recognized from the student council, Ruruko and Momo. I guess Saji is a lucky man today. I sure hope I get to see my own harem of girls again, Issei joked as he got closer. Saji noticed him and greeted him with enthusiasm. Well hey, look who it is. The one and only Red Dragon Emperor. You've finally been discharged from the hospital, huh? I hope you've been feeling well since you woke up. How are you today? Also, where's your harem of girls? They've been so worried ever since you collapsed. Rias told Sona she'd be skipping school every day to be with you. Issei was taken aback. Wait, what? They were supposed to be by my side? When I woke up, I was all alone in the room. There were flowers and chocolates, but no one was there. Saji looked perplexed. What? You mean they weren't there at all? That's strange. Every day, I received excuse letters from Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Kaneko, Irena, and Ravel saying they wouldn't come to school because they wanted to see you. Just today, I got another letter from those 6 girls with the same reason. Issei was shocked. The student council had been informed that the ORC girls were visiting him, but he didn't remember any of them being around. What do you mean they came to see me? Nobody ever came. What time did you receive that letter? Because I woke up 6 days ago. I wanted to surprise them, but it seems like they never showed up at school at all. Saji and the girls exchanged worried glances. Every day, Rias and the others had handed excuse letters to the student council, expressing their longing to see Issei wake up from his coma. Sona and the rest of the council had sympathized with them, understanding their feelings for Issei, so Sona often excused their absences. This is getting really weird, Saji said. The girls specifically said they would visit you every day until you woke up, including today. But you woke up 3 days ago. Yet, they still sent letters saying they would visit you in the hospital. Oh no. Don't tell me. Saji's concern grew, and he decided to take action. Alright Issei, after school, you Ruruko Momo, and I will search Kuo Town for Rias and the others. I bet something is going on. Remember, 3 p.m. outside the student council room. Okay, got it. I'll meet you all later. Issei replied, walking off to continue his break while the 3 student council members watched him leave. Ruruko turned to Saji. Do you feel like something really bad will happen? I mean, Rias wouldn't do anything drastic, right? Saji reassured her, don't worry, Ruruko. We all know Rias and the girls. They always try to make moves on Issei and give him their love. I don't think they are the type to do that, Saji reassured his girlfriend with a soft and calming tone, though he couldn't shake his own doubts. It was 3 p.m. when Issei walked towards the student council room as agreed. He saw Saji and the others waiting for him at the entrance. Issei quickly ran to them to start the search. Hey Saji. I'm here. Issei called out. Oh good, you've arrived. Sona and the rest of the peerage are busy with something in the underworld, so it's just the 4 of us. You ready? Saji replied. I don't see any reason for delay, let's go, Issei said. Excellent, here's the plan. I'll take the northern suburbs of Kuro, Ruruko will take the eastern industrial areas, Momo will take the western suburbs, and you'll take the southern residential areas. After 2 hours, if we find nothing, we'll head to the central commercial district. This plan ensures that all of Kuo is searched, and we haven't missed anything. Let's move out. The 4 devils went to their respective locations to start searching. In the residential areas of Kuo, Issei noticed the streets were empty and quiet. It was a weekday, after all, adults were at work, and students were at club activities at school. Issei tried to detect the girls' presences throughout the area, but to no avail. Partner, I can't detect anything here. Not a single sign of the supernatural. Just a few human presences in the houses, Drake informed him. No, I can't just give up. I promised to be with the girls until death do us part. I'll search for them even until midnight. Issei declared. If you say so, partner. Let's think optimistically, maybe those 3 have found something? Drake suggested. Even after 2 hours, Issei still turned up empty-handed. He was very worried. Where could they be? Then, Saji contacted Issei on his cell phone. Hey Issei, any luck? Saji asked. No, nothing, Issei replied, exhaustion creeping into his voice. I see. Ruruko and Momo also reported the same. I guess we should move on to the next phase. Let's go, Saji said. Issei hung up and quickly sped towards Kuo Town's central commercial district. He looked everywhere, trying to find a hint of the girls, but still found nothing. His only hope now was to check the bustling streets filled with workers and students heading home. It was 5:20 p.m. when Issei arrived in the city center during rush hour. Among the indifferent crowd, he frantically searched for his beloved girlfriends. But why is this happening? He thought as he dashed about the streets. Despite his best efforts, his search yielded no results. He stood in the town square, panting from all the running. Soon, Saji and the girls met up with him after their own fruitless search. Let me guess, nothing? It's the same for the 3 of us, Saji said. I don't get it. How could they just vanish into thin air like that? Issei exclaimed. Issei, take a deep breath. Have you tried calling them? Saji suggested. No, not yet, Issei admitted. Well, why didn't you try that first? It doesn't matter now, call them. Saji urged. Issei whipped out his cell phone and dialed his girlfriend's numbers, but each time, he received an automated message. I'm sorry, but this number is no longer in use. With each failed call, the 4 devils grew increasingly worried that something bad had happened. After several unsuccessful attempts, Saji said, Okay, that's enough. We'll try again tomorrow morning. But Issei insisted, I appreciate your help, Saji, but I'd prefer to search for them on my own. They are the girls I've dedicated my heart and future to. If something bad happens, I should be the one to save them. Please, you should be doing student council work, not wasting your time helping me. You sure? Saji asked. Yes, I insist, Issei replied firmly. Okay, have it your way. But if you're in trouble, contact us, please. Saji said. Okay, I will, Issei promised. The 4 of them dispersed and made their way back to their homes. Issei felt exhausted and hoped that some dinner and sleep would help him calm down until he had enough energy to search again. It was 7 p.m. when Issei walked into an empty house with its lights turned off. He had taken a while to get home from the crowded city center, arriving just as the sun set. His parents were on a holiday trip in Europe, excited about the opportunity to travel, and wouldn't be back for some time. He threw his bag by the wall and changed into his civilian attire before entering the kitchen to make dinner. Feeling hungry for spaghetti, he took out some pasta and started cooking. Hopefully, this hot dish and some cold drinks will help me calm down, he thought. Rias, I'm really worried about you right now. Please tell me what happened. Issei sat down, munching on his pasta, feeling hungry after searching the city for Rias. After finishing his meal, he washed up and did his homework, but his mind kept drifting back to the girls. Exhausted from his thoughts, he decided to go to bed early, determined to search for them again the next day. I won't give up so easily. Issei was fast asleep in his bed, covered from neck to toe with his blanket, cuddling a pillow in a fetal position. Before drifting off, he steeled his resolve to find out what happened to the girls he loved. As he lay there, memories flooded back to when he had passed out during the battle with the Trihexa and ended up in a coma for weeks, waking to find no one around. Those memories made him sad, but he was determined to move forward. Flashback. 7 days ago, in the hospital, Issei awoke, confused. Where am I? What happened to me? He looked around, noticing the monitors and machines. I'm in a hospital. Right? I collapsed during the battle with the Trihexa. How long has it been? I feel so stiff. I really want to stretch. Eager to get up, he tried to pull himself up, but pain shot through him, forcing him back down. I can't get up. What a bummer. Hey partner, you're finally awake, came a voice. Drake, don't scare me like that. Issei exclaimed. Sorry, I was worried you'd forgotten about me. Just wanted to remind you that there's a dragon living inside you, Drake replied. How long has it been? What happened? Where's Rias and the others? You collapsed from exhaustion during the battle. You used a powerful move that your body couldn't handle, and you've been in a coma for 2 months. The leaders of the underworld and other mythologies sealed themselves along with the Trihexa to weaken it over time. You're in a special hospital set up by the Gremory clan for your recovery. Then we're at peace for now, right? Indeed. Focus on getting better. I'll help speed up your recovery. Thanks, partner. I want to call a nurse, but I can't reach the button. Leave it to me. Ahem. Mediathitic. Oh, that actually hurts to hear. Issei winced. Immediately, a team of doctors and nurses rushed into his room, shocked to see the Red Dragon Emperor awake after 2 long months. The medical staff, all devils, cheered in joy, celebrating his return. The noise made Issei's head hurt, and he tried to get them to quiet down, but it only intensified his pain. Eventually, he breathed deeply to soothe himself as the staff calmed down and began checking his condition. How are you feeling, Sekirei-sama? One nurse asked. Aside from the headache you all gave me, I'm fine. Just having trouble moving, Issei replied. I apologize for our excitement. We have updates from the supernatural world that I'm sure will interest you, the nurse continued. Please tell me. I want to know how everyone has been doing in my absence. Well, first of all, the Hakuryuku was also hospitalized here, but he was discharged a few days ago. As for the new leaders of the 3 factions, Ajuka Beelzebub has taken over as the new leader of the devils. Shemhazai is now the new Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, and the Seraph Gabriel is now the leader of the angels and heaven. That's all we have for you so far. Perhaps you could get more information from them when you have the chance. The state of the underworld and heaven are still intact, but it will take quite a while to recover. Issei, so Valley was here too, huh? I hope he didn't try to pull any tricks while I was unconscious. Drake, not to worry, partner. Albion has honor and pride. I bet he and Valley would never try to do something so dishonorable. Issei, you sure? I mean, I trust that Albion would never do something so preposterous, but you can never read Valley. That little gremlin could be scheming something ridiculous. But since I am alive and well and I still have communication with you, Then perhaps Valley really did not try any cheap tricks. Issei reassured himself that nothing happened while he was in a coma. There was absolutely no way that Valley, a battle maniac, would attempt any underhanded methods against his enemies when he preferred to fight them head-on with all his might until the last man standing. Issei, anyway, thank you all for helping me heal from the battle. When can I get discharged? I want to surprise my loved ones when I get back. Doctor, well, according to your body's condition and its rate of healing, I'd say 5 days minimum for basic mobility, but your powers will be limited. For a complete recovery, it will take an estimated 2 weeks. Issei, I'll take the 5 days stay. We're at peace now, there's no need to fully recuperate for what? Evil Dragon War 2. The medical personnel and Issei laughed at his humorous remark, and they agreed to let Issei stay in the hospital for another 3 days, where they would help him through rehabilitation. Throughout Issei's stay, the doctors were puzzled by how quickly he was able to move regularly again. They'd question him about it, but Issei simply replied that he found rehabilitation easy. In reality, it was Drake who was speeding up his recovery process tenfold. As a result, the hospital stay was shortened to 3 days, as the doctors felt it was no longer necessary to keep him any longer. Los Angeles, USA. Tuesday, 7 a.m. Issei, Kiba, and Saji walked into the hotel. The hotel's exterior was covered in pure ivory. From the ground floor, it appeared to have at least 40 floors with a penthouse on top. The first floor, which included the main entrance, had a wide base with a designated red path leading to the entrance, a drive-in road for drop-offs and pickups, and many hotel staff in uniforms carrying luggage and assisting guests. It was exactly what one would expect from a luxury hotel. As the trio entered the lobby, they saw a massive room with a long reception desk at the front. The floor and walls were made of marble and sparkled clean. Several lounges lined the sides, featuring vinyl chairs and coffee tables. The ceiling was adorned with chandeliers, illuminating the entire interior. Saji, wow. What a sight. This is so much better than the hotel in Kyoto. Issei, no kidding. But the important question is, where are Rias and the girls? And who was that man? Kiba, phew. Luckily Issei didn't see those other 6 lookalikes of him with the girls. I thought he would freak out and cause a scene. But now that Vritra and Drake have told us that he is a walking time bomb, we need to prevent the explosion from happening. Vritra, Saji, don't forget to watch out for any warning signs that may trigger Issei's volatile reaction, which could lead to chaos. Saji, got it. Vritra, boys. They're over there at the reception desk. Get to that lounge and we'll watch them. Issei, huh? You mean over there? Gasped Thana. No way. Issei looked over to the reception desk to see 5 other men, in addition to the man he saw at LA International, cuddling with the girls. He felt offended when he saw that these unknown men looked like him, but taller and more handsome. Then, Kaneko was about to turn towards the boys, prompting Kiba and Saji to pull Issei behind a pillar to hide. Ravel, huh? What's wrong, Kaneko? Kaneko, that I could have sworn someone was watching us. I should use my ability to detect them, but I don't want to reveal my cat ears in front of these oblivious humans. Ravel, wait. Someone watching us. You don't think? Rias, don't worry girls. Saji is too nice to suspect us. Kiba is far away. Gasper is staying with Valerie, and Rosweiss is visiting her grandmother. Sona returned to the underworld and is completely unaware of anything we're doing. But most importantly, Issei is still in a coma, so he is none the wiser. And hey, even if Issei finds out, I'm sure he'll understand that we have our own needs and standards for men. He'll probably be upset for a few days before moving on. Behind the pillar, Issei thought, Rias, after everything I've done. Where did I go wrong? What did I do to deserve this? I sacrificed so much for you. Issei was furious, his blood boiling as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, causing his hands to bleed. Kiba and Saji tried to console their friend, who had just discovered a terrible truth. The tension within Issei became increasingly unstable. He only calmed down when Kiba used a quick strike to his neck, causing him to pass out. This drew curious glances from bystanders, prompting Kiba and Saji to think of an excuse. Kiba spoke up, "My apologies, everyone. My friend here is from Japan. He's really tired from the flight and fell asleep standing. We're sorry for the inconvenience." They forced awkward smiles, hoping to ease the situation. "Oh, okay," one onlooker replied. "I guess that makes sense," another added. Saji whispered to Kiba, "You gotta be kidding me, they believe that?" "Well, I guess we're pretty lucky then," Kiba chuckled. Once the crowd dispersed, Kiba and Saji turned back to see the girls entering the elevator. They carried Issei to a side lounge to wait. After the elevator doors closed, they noticed it stopped at several floors, 6, 18, and 38. To wake Issei, they held a cup of coffee they had gotten for free at the hotel buffet to his nose. Issei stirred. Coffee? For me," Kiba replied. "Sure. But we needed this to wake you up." Issei suddenly realized, "Wait, where's that tomato?" Saji explained. She went up to her room, along with those men. It could be level 6, level 18, or level 38. "Here's the plan. I'll take the highest, Kiba, you'll take the middle, and Issei, you take the lowest." Issei agreed, "Fine by me. I want to find them and get some answers." He got up and headed toward the stairs, followed by Kiba and Saji. Kiba said, "Saji, you sent him to level 6 because that's the least likely place for Rias, right?" "Yeah, we're trying to prevent a disaster. Knowing Rias and her friends, they'd probably be at the highest floor. But I want to tell you something else, Kiba. I know you won't find anything on your floor, so follow me instead. Our chances are better if we stick together and keep Issei from seeing anything worse." Kiba nodded, and they entered the stairwell, noticing Issei enter the door to the 6th floor. Once he was out of sight, they dashed up to level 38. Upon arriving, they found themselves in a posh corridor. Vritra urged, "To the right, boys. The girls are in that room." Kiba and Saji quietly approached the door and listened in. They were shocked by the sounds coming from inside. This was something that would surely provoke Issei's rage. For 20 minutes, they endured noises they could hardly bear, imagining the worst. When the sound stopped, a voice from inside spoke up. "Alrighty, I'm going to wash up now. We better prepare for the event in the conference hall. I'll shower first, followed by Alexander, Nikolaus, Gustav, Moritz, Severino, and finally Werner. Girls, while we're gone, have some cash and treat yourselves to some food at the restaurant." "Thank you, darling. We'll leave after you do. We want to enjoy this room a little longer," Rias replied. "Hey, why do I go last?" one of the men protested. "Because you take too long to shower," came the response. The banter continued, and Kiba and Saji exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't take it anymore. Saji proposed a plan. "Okay, Kiba, go down to Issei and tell him we found nothing, then meet us at the restaurant where the girls are supposed to be. We'll say we're doing a last-minute check to see if the girls are heading down." Kiba asked, "Wait, supposed?" Saji explained, "The girls won't make it to the restaurant. We'll get them before they leave. I'm feeling very angry right now, and we're going to burst in there and confront them." Kiba agreed, "I see, I fully support this plan. But what will Issei do if he doesn't see the girls?" Saji replied, "I'll handle that after we deal with the situation in the room. Then the three of us will follow them to whatever event they are attending and beat the living shit out of them." Kiba, "Saji, is this what happens when you use your brain? Because I fucking love it. But what will we do when Issei asks about the girls?" Saji, "That's when the magic happens. Asia is in that room, right? She'll heal everybody and they will most likely be very pissed at us. After we trash the girls' room, we'll leave a message, saying that their boyfriends are next and that we will tell the leaders of the 3 factions of their adultery and affairs. They will panic and chase us down to the place where their boyfriends will be. But by then, the guys will be already beaten by us. But the best part is that Ajuka Beelzebub will be waiting, along with Shemhazai and Gabriel. Then we leave the rest to the faction leaders. What do you think? It's foolproof." Kiba, "You, sir, are worthy of receiving the title of Certified Badass. What are we waiting for? Let's do this shit." Saji and Kiba ran to another part of the corridor and hid in the storage closet. Inside, Saji opened up a magic communication circle to Itsuka. The magic circle took a while to respond, but someone finally answered. "Hello, this Itsuka Beelzebub's secretary, how may I help you?" It was a woman's voice. Saji, "Hello, this is Genshuru Saji of Sona Citri's peerage. I'm calling you to inform Lord Beelzebub that the heiress of the Gremory household along with her female peerage members have committed adultery against Issei Hideout, their lover, the current Red Dragon Emperor, and the pillar of the three factions. Currently, I'm with Yudo Kiba, Rias Gremory's knight. It was the both of us who discovered the affair. That I see. Could you tell me the names of those men the girls are playing with right now?" Kiba, "We don't have any last names, but we know Florian, Alexander, Nikolaus, Gustav, Moritz, Werner, and Severino. Their appearances are all the same, brown hair and yellow eyes, budget versions of Issei. Also, contact Gabriel and Shemhazai, they must be informed too. And meet us at the basement of this hotel in Los Angeles, we'll explain everything else later." 1. I understand. I will relay your message to Lord Beelzebub immediately. The magic circle disappeared. Saji, "Okay, we know for a fact that the girls will leave after the guys. So, here's my suggestion, look behind you." Kiba turned around to see a bunch of hotel staff uniforms hanging on a rack. Kiba asked, "You want to get a disguise?" Saji, "Heck yeah. We'll strike once the guys leave, got it?" Kiba smiled with malice and laughed menacingly. He nodded to Saji's suggestion, and they dressed into the hotel staff uniforms. The duo saw through a small opening through the storage closet door that the guys were leaving and entered the elevator. Kiba activated a communication magic circle, saying, "Issei? How's your luck finding them?" Issei replied, "Nothing. There's no trace of them on level 6. How about the two of you?" Kiba, "Saji found them of level 38. They were leaving their room and we heard them saying that they will eat at the restaurant at the lobby. Meet us at the ground floor lounge now. We'll check if it's really them." Issei, "It's about bloody time. I'll see you guys there." The communication circle closed. Kiba and Zay headed out to the room. They knocked on the door, yelling, "Front desk." They heard footsteps approaching and reached the door. Saji was using his finger to cover the viewing hole to prevent themselves from being identified. "Rias, is something wrong?" Saji, "Well ma'am, we got some complaints from the floor below that you're being way too loud. We are here to investigate. Could you open doors so we can talk?" The boys heard the door being unlocked. They nodded at each other, preparing to attack. Then the door opened. Rias, "Greetings sir, how may I?" Saji, "Say hello to my little friend." Kiba, "What's up, fuckers?" San took out a spray of bleach from his pocket and sprayed it directly into Rias's eyes. I can't see. I can't see." Rias screamed in pain as bleach was hurting her eyes. "Vritra, give those bitches hell." One Saji immediately swung open the door completely and went in. Kiba followed closely behind. As Rias was still recoiling from the surprise attack, Saji lunged at her and landed an uppercut on her. Then he ripped off the wall lamp and smashed it against her head. Smash! There were glass shards everywhere. The rest of the girls had been caught off guard and froze in fear. But Zenobia stood up and screamed, "Who the fuck are you two? Why are you wait? I know you, Kiba. Less talking, more smashing." Kiba jumped over Saji and whipped out his sword, then he slashed horizontally, releasing a powerfully slash towards Zenobia. She tried to take out Durandal to block it, but she was too slow, and the slash knocked her out of the window and fell all the way down to the ground floor. Saji, "Ha! Now that's a lot of damage." One of the girls had fallen onto the floor as a result from Kiba's sword. Kaneko got up and tried to land a flying side kick on Kiba, but Saji came in front and grabbed her leg. He then swung her around and slammed her onto the ground, wall, and the furniture. Saji picked up Kaneko's bruised and battered body with his left hand and punched her face with his right fist. Finally, after punching out several teeth and rupturing some eardrums, Saji flung her out of the window with full force. "Asia, hey, it's a bunch of brutes. Hide." Asia screamed and cried. She hid behind the curtain while the two boys were advancing further into the room. Kiba leaped at Irena and created a clean cut on her body with his sword. Then, Kiba dragged her to the bathroom. He ripped out the wall mirror and smashed it against her face. Irena was struggling in pain and tried to get up, but Kiba grabbed her head and stuffed it into the toilet bowl. He pressed flush to suffocate her with it and kicked her stomach repeatedly. He stopped when Irena had stopped moving and was coughing uncontrollably. But Kiba decided to finish her off with one last body slam to the spine. Kiba got out of the bathroom to find Akino and Ravel facing Saji. Ravel, you little issei. How dare you interrupt our vacation? I'll tell my smash. Kiba had ripped out the sink and threw it at Ravel, knocking her back at the wall unconscious. Akino, era if it isn't Kiba-kun and Saji-kun? What kind of intrusion is this? It's rude to Kiba and Saji. Shut up, Yuri. Saji charged at Akino and tackled her against the wall. She tried to use magic against them, but Kiba came at her at lightning speed and gave her a right hook to the face. He knocked out some teeth and some blood came out too. Akino lumped against the wall with a bruised cheek, then the two boys punched and kicked her, landing many blows to her face and body. Akino couldn't get up. Her body was in constant pain as the two boys furiously beat her to avenge their friend. Saji, this is for Issei, you crow. Kiba, take this, you backstabber. Akino was lying motionless on the floor. Her body was covered in blood, cuts, and bruises. Her eyes, mouth, and cheeks were swelling while several of her teeth were missing. The boys breathed heavily as they stood by her body with their shoes stained with blood. They turned to hear an EP sound coming from the corner of the room. They slowly walked there menacingly. Kiba looked down and saw a shadow on the floor. He yanked the curtain to find Asia crouching in fear, crying a river of tears, and sobbing uncontrollably. She looked up and recoiled in fear. Asia, please spare me. I didn't do anything. Kiba, I'd shut the fuck up if I was you. Asia, wait. Kiba. Saji. Saji, who the fuck else? Saji picked her up by her shirt and carried her to the edge of the floor with the open window. He placed her down and asked, okay, you want to know why this is happening, you little issei? Asia couldn't respond. She was trembling in horror and looking down at the floor. Kiba, hey, you could at least look at us. That made Asia turn her head towards them. Saji and Kiba were gritting their teeth and clenching their fists tightly. They breathed in and out heavily and were growling in anger. Their angry expressions were similar to those of monsters. They emitted an energy of strictness and brutality. She looked at them and stammered, Kiba-kun, why are you doing this? Kiba, will you fucking tell me, Goldilocks? I assume you have been playing behind Issei's back this whole time with those pathetic suckers who just left you, am I right? No response. Kiba, answer the fucking question, goddammit. Asia, oh of course not. Issei is the only one for me. I love him with all my heart. Bullshit. Who the fuck are Florian and his army of schmucks? Asia, well that you see. Sugi, I ain't playing games here, bitch. It doesn't matter if you lie or tell us the truth. I know that you have been lying to me that you've been visiting Issei in hospital when you have been really seeing those bootleg Isseis. Kiba, and we plan to tell not only Issei, but the three factions too. Say your prayers because I'm pretty sure the punishment is going to be harsh. Also, I personally don't think we've beat you enough, but we'll definitely beat the shit out of those boyfriends of yours. Maybe Lord Beelzebub will grant you one final look at him before you and your community of whores have to face the music. Consider this a fucking warning. Kiba, and just before we leave, I want you to think about how Issei would feel if he discovered your bullshit. For fuck's sake, he was so grateful that you came back after Rainier killed you. He saved you from Diodora. He helped you be able to pray again. Issei has gone so far for you and you pay him back like this? Sudi, shame on you, bitch. Asia was speechless. She couldn't say a single word and she trembled in fear. If the leaders of the underworld are notified of their shenanigans, it will be game over for them. The boys turned around and left. After leaving the room, the boys shut the room doors. changed back into their school uniforms, and sped down to the first floor. Scene break: Los Angeles, USA. Tuesday, 7:45 a.m. On the first floor, Issei was waiting for the girls to arrive at the lobby restaurant. He stared at it for a while, cracking his knuckles and stretching his arms. While Issei was waiting, Drake decided to come clean and tell Issei the truth. Drake, partner, I'd have something to tell you. Issei, I know, it's about that time in the living room, right? I guessed as much that it was real. When I saw those guys with Rias and the rest, I acknowledged reality. But I want to ask, why didn't you say anything? Drake, on that night, your aura was acting very dangerously. The negative emotions you were feeling almost made you enter Juggernaut Drive. But I managed to stabilize your condition and save you from literally blowing up. But when you woke up, you dismissed it as a dream. I had a dilemma on what to do then. If I hadn't said anything, you would sooner or later find out the truth and go berserk. But if I had said something, would you have taken it badly? I was racking my head the whole time. In the end though, you were going to realize it anyway. It was about getting the least bad ending. I'm sorry, partner. Should have been more honest with you. Issei replied, I see, thanks Drake. There's no need to apologize. I understand you were just trying to keep me safe. Now that I know the truth and have not lost my mind, we can deal with the girls in a more civil manner that doesn't involve chaos. Also, what do you mean by least bad ending? You mean things could have gone south pretty quickly if things were different. Drake explained, remember that dream on the plane to America? It wasn't a dream. It was a vision of what could have happened if you had gone berserk. In that scenario, you entered the Juggernaut Drive and caused great destruction. And by the way, all three of you had that same dream, just from your own perspectives. Issei gasped, my god, you mean I actually would have harmed Kiba and Saji? Oh no, what do I do? Drake reassured him, right now, those two and Vritra are aware that you could cause a lot of damage if you reacted negatively. So far, they are doing a great job at avoiding disaster. Issei sighed, so, I just need to stay calm whenever I get worked up and we'll all be fine? Yes, Drake confirmed. But the question is whether you're able to handle things well. Issei lamented, how could this get any worse? Not only have I learned that all the girls have left me, but they've been doing it since I was in a coma. I wouldn't even be surprised if they were close with those guys. He was deep in thought, so absorbed that he didn't notice a blue-haired girl and a white-haired girl crash to the ground floor, causing broken glass and panic among the crowd. He was lost in his thoughts until someone called his name. Kiba, we're here. Sorry we're late. Things have changed. Kiba shouted as he and Saji ran toward him. Issei stood up. Finally, I thought you guys were caught or something. What's up this time? Saji explained, we were wrong. Those weren't the girls we saw. It's those guys at the reception desk. Issei's expression hardened. So it was the boyfriends? That's still all right. I'm going to confront them for messing with my girls. Where are they? Kiba replied, in the basement, in a conference hall. Let's go. The trio headed to the stairwell, descending the many flights of stairs that led to the basement. The numerous stairs suggested that the conference hall was quite large. They found a double door at the end of the stairs and opened it to reveal a hallway lined with several other double doors, indicating multiple massive conference halls. Saji asked, so which one is it? Drake guided them, the one at the very end. They rushed down the hallway and found a red double door slightly ajar. From inside, they could hear loud conversations. Issei motioned for silence and slowly pushed the door open. They crept inside and closed the door behind them. The hall resembled a cinema, but instead of a screen, there was a stage. The floor was covered with red carpet, and rows of cushioned seats filled the space. The pillars had unique Roman designs, adorned with banners featuring a golden serpent emblem. At the front, round tables with food and drinks were set up, and the atmosphere suggested the event had not yet started. As they admired the hall's design, Issei noticed several banners on the stage displaying the Gremory clan symbol with a red X over them. What? Aren't those guys in love with the girls or something? I'm going to take a look. Partner, stop, Drake cautioned. The participants of this event are all devils, and they are quite powerful. Approach with caution. Saji added, as much as I want to confront those guys, I think we should wait and see what this event is about. The Gremory symbol with an X is confusing. Kiba agreed, there might be something more to those guys. There could be a dark secret behind them. Issei nodded. All right, let's blend in with the crowd and listen to what the speaker is going to say. They found 3 empty seats at the back of the hall and sat down, trying not to attract attention. Fortunately, the devils around them were too engrossed in their conversations to notice the trio. Issei decided to listen in on the conversations of the 2 devils sitting in front of him. Devil 1. So Rasmus, do you think Lord Andromalius has something important planned? The fact that he called us here for the first time in 30 years without any progress in our plan says a lot. Perhaps he made a breakthrough? Devil 2. Well, Ostberg, this plan has been far-fetched from the start. But now that Surzex Lucifer and most of his peerage and allies are out of the picture, I bet we are finally going to get some good news. I think victory is in sight. The underworld is ours. Issei thought. Are we in the middle of a meeting of underworld dissidents who despise the 3 factions? He turned to Kiba and Saji to see if they heard that, but his friends looked at him with shocked and terrified expressions, silently conveying, I think we're in deep trouble, and let's get out of here. Before any of them could move, the hall went dark and the participants fell silent. Only the stage lighting remained bright. It was time for the event to start. From stage left came the Master of Ceremonies, dressed in a dark blue diplomatic uniform with golden embroidery. He walked to the stage center where the podium was and began speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay. We had some issues at the back, but we're all good to go. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Now, for our first speaker, please welcome the head of the Andromalius clan and future Devil King, Florian Andromalius. The audience stood up, clapping and cheering loudly. From stage left, the man whom the trio had seen at the airport and reception desk walked out, waving proudly at the audience. When he reached the podium, he shook hands with the Master of Ceremonies and looked at the crowd. Florian, welcome, my beloved followers. Today is a great and important day for the underworld. I know many of you know this, but let me remind you that Surzex Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus, Azazel, and Michael are gone. They foolishly sealed themselves with the Trihexa and left weak figures in their place. The crowd cheered in celebration, with some chanting against Surzex. The undercover trio now understood that this particular group of devils despised Surzex and were likely trying to overthrow Ajuka to take control of the underworld. Florian continued, that damned Surzex Lucifer. He is the reason we are in this predicament. If only he had lost to my father during the raiding game, we wouldn't have been degraded and betrayed by those we trusted. That Surzex Lucifer, you will pay for this. He slammed his fist on the podium, breathing heavily with anger. The audience booed every time Surzex was mentioned. Kiba thought, did Surzex do something to him? Why do they hate him so much? The boys continued listening to Florian, trying to gather as much information as possible about this strange meeting. Florian, enough about that. Now that Surzex is gone, we can proceed with our plan to take over the underworld. I know what you are all thinking. I've promised good news many times before, but this time is different. We have made significant progress. We have devised a meticulous plan to bring down the current underworld government. To showcase what we have done, bring out the visualizer. The Master of Ceremonies brought in a massive white screen and a visualizer. He switched it on, displaying several pictures of Florian and his allies. With members of Rias's peerage, Florian returned to the podium to explain. Florian, when the Red Dragon Emperor entered a coma after the battle with the Trihexa, my brothers and I took advantage of his harem's mental state and manipulated them. We made them think we are better than that Dragon Emperor. Our plan is simple. We will mentally and emotionally incapacitate the Red Dragon Emperor by flaunting his former lovers who are now with us. When he breaks down, we will steal the power of the boosted gear and use it to accomplish our goal. The audience was in awe of Florian's plan, staring at him with admiration. Meanwhile, The trio was paralyzed with fear as they discovered the hidden truth behind Florian and his brothers. They felt as if they were watching a horror movie unfold. Then one devil from the upper decks asked, "Lord Andromalius, do you and your brothers intend to keep the Red Dragon Emperor's girls to yourselves after killing him?" Florian responded, "Oh no, we never loved any of them anyway. I was just going to eliminate them. We dragged them into this mess to get close to the underworld's leaders and gather information through them. This is major development, isn't it?" Issei felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was horrified at the thought that his girlfriends had betrayed him, yet there was a part of him that found satisfaction in seeing them manipulated as he had been. Kiba and Saji, however, were focused on the pressing danger around them, a large army of rebels plotting something sinister. Suddenly, a voice broke through their thoughts. "Pissed. Over here, boys." A woman with dark purple hair, styled to reach her lower back in heavy makeup, caught their attention. She wore a white diplomatic uniform adorned with black and golden embroidery. The boys exchanged confused glances. "Who is she?" Saji cautiously approached her. "Excuse me, who are you?" The woman introduced herself. "I'm Priscilla, Lord Beelzebub's secretary. I listened to the speech and brought some backup. Come with me to another hall so we can discuss things." The boys felt a surge of hope as they followed her to an empty basement hall, finally away from the chaos. Once they were alone, Priscilla wasted no time. "Tell me what you heard. I need to confirm this information for my superiors. And about the affair involving Rias Gremory." Kiba spoke up. "We learned that Florian Andromalius and his brothers are plotting to overthrow the underworld using Rias and her peerage to incapacitate Issei and steal the boosted gear. They have an informant inside the government. We must act now." Priscilla nodded, deep in thought. "Give me a moment to analyze this." Issei interrupted. "Miss Priscilla? Are you okay? There's a coup happening right now." Priscilla's expression shifted. "Boys, I'm afraid you've seen too much." In an instant, she unleashed a powerful blast that sent Issei crashing through the wall. Kiba and Saji stood frozen in shock, staring at the destruction. Saji shouted, What was that for? What are you?" But before he could finish, a man with dark brown hair and yellow eyes punched through Saji's body. He wore a brown sweater vest over a white dress shirt and black trousers. "Great, now I have to clean my clothes again," the man grumbled, looking at Saji with disdain. Kiba, horrified, stumbled back but quickly regained his composure, drawing his sword. "You're going down." But before he could act, another man with a bowl cut and a green suit slashed at him from behind. Kiba gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell. "Did you really think you could escape?" the man taunted, holding a bloodied long sword. Just then Issei emerged from the rubble, furious. "What's the meaning of this?" Priscilla revealed. "I haven't been honest with you. The informant working for the Andromalius clan? That was me. I'm Priscilla Andromalius, the eldest daughter of the Andromalius clan." Issei and Draig exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Priscilla continued, "I got close to the 4 great Satans as Beelzebub's secretary, but I underestimated how seriously they guard classified information." "Enough. I'm ending this," Issei shouted, but before he could act, a voice called out, "Erdemacht, gifts peer." Green spikes erupted from the ground, impaling Issei. He struggled to stay conscious as blood pooled around him. A figure approached, a brown-haired man with yellow eyes, his appearance shifting to dark green hair and navy blue eyes. "Finally, I can drop the disguise. What do you think of my poison stalagmites? In a few minutes, you'll be completely immobilized." The man turned away. "Let's move on to the next phase of the plan. I'll deal with those 2 later." The spikes retracted, leaving Issei weakened and bleeding. Another man approached, his blonde quiff and light blue eyes signaling the end was near. He wore smart casual clothing, a simple blue button-down shirt over a white shirt, and denim blue jeans. In his right hand, he held a spear adorned with intricate designs, its diamond-tipped head razor-sharp. Nikolaus declared, "I'm afraid this is the end for you, Red Dragon Emperor," as he raised his spear high and swung it downwards. But before he could strike, A powerful force erupted. Dragon Booster Boom Nikolaus and his siblings were sent flying back, crashing against a wall before collapsing onto the floor. Priscilla struggled to rise, witnessing the overwhelming aura radiating from Issei. A red gauntlet on his arm was the source of the energy that had repelled them. That son of a bitch. It's the boosted gear. This is our chance to get it. Alexander shouted, leaping forward with all his might, only to be struck down mid-charge. Take this. Kiba shouted as he managed to get up and impaled Alexander in the chest with his sword of betrayer. Alexander coughed up blood, falling to the ground in agony as Kiba's sword cut through his organs, the holy energy amplifying his suffering. Struggling to pull the sword from his body, Alexander eventually succumbed to his injuries, motionless on the floor, a pool of blood forming around him. You bastard! You'll pay for killing my brother! Severino yelled, dashing at Kiba with lightning speed, swinging his longsword. Kiba countered with sword burst, materializing a sword to block the attack. The hell? How are you so fast? I came at you at blinding speeds. Severino exclaimed. Skill issue. You and your siblings hid underground plotting your coup while I was out there fighting a beast of the apocalypse. Don't you dare say that you're better than me. Kiba retorted, knocking Severino back against the wall. However, Kiba's wound worsened from the effort, causing him to fall to his knees and cough up blood. Priscilla saw an opening and summoned a lightning bolt to immobilize Kiba. Enough of this. Blitzmot, Blitzchag. Boom. Kiba was struck by her attack, but then Issei stood up, his behavior unsettling. His head hung low, hands dangling as if controlled by strings. Drake's voice boomed, You lay one finger on my partner, and I will disintegrate your atoms out of existence. Boost. Issei's head snapped up, his expression lifeless as he leaped at Priscilla, firing a green laser beam. Ugh! Blitzmot, Donnerschild. Priscilla barely blocked the beam with an electric shield, sustaining burns from the impact. Nay-san, let us help. Werner called out. No. Stay back. This beast is too powerful for you boys to handle. I'll take this on. Stand back and let me finish him off. Priscilla ordered. She and Issei charged at each other, vanishing and reappearing in front of one another. Take this. Drake commanded as Issei threw a punch at Priscilla. Verboten Blitzmicht, Plasmafaust. Priscilla countered with a punch infused with lightning. Bang! Their punches collided, sending them both flying back. Priscilla crashed to the ground, creating a crater, while Issei stood unharmed. What? No, that's not possible. That was one of my more powerful moves. Priscilla exclaimed in disbelief. Did you forget about me already? Saji revealed, having secretly remained conscious. He used Delete Field to nullify her attack, leaving Issei unscathed. Priscilla's face paled as she felt strings latch onto her leg, draining her power. While you were busy with Kiba and Issei, I weakened you tremendously. Didn't see that coming, huh? Saji taunted. Furious, she leaped at him, but Issei intervened, punching her lower back and sending her crashing into the wall. No! The Andromalius brothers cried out in disbelief as their sister fell, defeated by two high school boys, one with a serious injury and the other unconscious, controlled by a dragon. Suddenly, blades erupted from the ground, impaling Severino, Werner, and Nikolaus. They gasped for breath, blood spilling from their wounds. Clothes. Who did this? Werner struggled to speak. Kiba, having recovered faster than expected thanks to Saji's intervention, declared, Sword birth. He then staggered forward and pulled the sword of betrayer out of Alexander's lifeless body. The three boys approached each other and stood side by side, looking at the battered and desecrated bodies of the Andromalius brothers. Saji, heh. Ha ha ha. Take that. You thought you won, but we came out on top. What are you going to do about it? Kill us? I'd like to see you try. Kiba, phew. What a day. Well done, guys. We saved the day. Let's get out of here and hide for a while before making a move. Drake, I agree. Issei still hasn't regained consciousness. We must rest first before deciding our next course of action. We'll do so once he gets up. I'll take control of his body for now. I know a cave in the Rockies where I once lived. We'll use it as a hideout. Kiba and Saji nodded at Draeg's suggestion and left the empty conference hall. They walked out, with Saji holding on to Kiba for support. But the fight wasn't over just yet. Los Angeles, USA. Tuesday, 8:15 a.m. In the conference hall packed with devils cheering for the Andromalius clan, Florian stood on the stage, raising the spirits and enthusiasm of his followers. To everyone in the hall, he seemed happy, but deep down, Florian was very worried. He thought to himself, what's taking so long? Didn't Priscilla and my brothers take out the spies in the hall? It's been almost 20 minutes. I can't sit back much longer. Florian turned to the side and whispered to the master of ceremonies. Florian, Uncle Geldheim, could you, Moritz, and Gustav go find out what happened to Priscilla and the others? I think something's wrong and they need help. Geldheim, as you wish, Lord Andromalius. He gestured for Moritz and Gustav, who had been standing next to Florian, to follow him. They left the hall, leaving Florian to continue his speech. As they entered the corridor, they panicked when they noticed a trail of blood coming from a door at the end of the hallway. Geldheim, oh my! What could have happened here? Moritz, there's no time to speculate. Let's hurry. Our family could be in trouble. They rushed over to the ominous-looking door, where they found the conference hall completely trashed. Gustav looked around and screamed in fear upon seeing the horrific conditions of his siblings' bodies. Gustav, what is that? Alex. Severino. He ran to his siblings, shedding tears of grief. Moritz and Geldheim were appalled by the gory sight in the corner of the hall. They followed Gustav to check on their family members. Gustav kneeled by Alexander's lifeless body and cried. Moritz and Geldheim rushed past him to reach their other siblings, who were impaled by swords. Moritz, Uncle Geldheim. What do we do? Geldheim, stand back. I'll handle this. Stallmacht, Eisenzerstörer. Geldheim punched through the swords with metallic fists and pulled each sword from his brothers. Geldheim, Moritz. Use your healing ability on your brothers before it's too late. Moritz rushed over to Geldheim and began his healing technique. Wassermatt, Highland region. A rain cloud formed above their bodies, showering them with healing water. The wounds began to seal up and their bodies soon healed, but they remained unconscious. The two men breathed heavily, worried about the outcome of the healing process. Eventually, Severino and Werner woke up, but Nikolaus stayed unconscious. Moritz and Geldheim hugged their recovered relatives with relief, thinking they had lost them. Moritz, I thought you guys were dead. Severino looked around, noticing he was healed. He turned to his left and saw that Werner had also recovered, but he noticed Nikolaus was still motionless. Severino, I'm alive. Geldheim, yes, my nephew. You are alive. I thought you were gone for a moment. Werner, that's a relief. But what about my clothes? They are all torn. Werner turned to Nikolaus and shook him, shouting, Hey Nick! You all right there? He continued to shake Nikolaus for any sign of life, but suddenly, something felt wrong. Werner, wait a second. He placed his palms over Nikolaus's chest, hoping to detect a pulse. The others watched with suspense as Werner tried to resuscitate his brother. When he eventually stopped, he let go and slumped back, beginning to sob. Werner, Nick, is gone. The rest of the family broke down in tears. Not only had they lost Alexander, but Nikolaus too. Moritz clenched his fists in anger and demanded answers. Moritz, Severino. Who did this? I want revenge on the one who harmed my brothers. Severino, according to the tip-off from Naysan, it was a pawn of Sona Citri's peerage named Gentru Saji, and a knight of Rias Gremri's peerage named Yuto Kiba. We never expected the Red Dragon Emperor to show up. Even though we caught them by surprise, they still defeated us. Not even Naysan could stand up to them. The one who killed Alex and Nick was Yuto Kiba, the knight of Rias Gremri. He used his holy and demonic sword to kill Alex and summoned several sharp blades to kill Nick. Moritz, Yuto Kiba. I'll find you and make you pay. Severino. Who defeated Nei-san? I refuse to believe this. Severino. It was Genshuru Saji. He drained her power, and she stood no chance against the Red Dragon Emperor. Speaking of whom, where is she? The Andromalius family began searching for Priscilla. They soon spotted her emerging from a hole in the wall, her joints twisted and her body covered in bruises and cuts. Geldheim, Priscilla. There you are. I'm glad you're safe. Moritz, just stay there. I'll heal you in a second. Priscilla. Where are those schoolboys? Cough. She collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion and pain. Moritz rushed to her side and healed her injuries. Once she was on her feet, Priscilla asked Geldheim impatiently, Uncle, where are those boys who attacked us? What happened here? Geldheim, my niece, please calm down. Let me explain. Firstly, the boys you fought defeated you and escaped. Secondly, we came to check on you because Florian said you were taking too long. Priscilla, huff I see. Where's Alex and Nick? The men fell silent, looking down solemnly. Moritz pointed to Gustav, who was still mourning his two deceased brothers. Priscilla's heart sank. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and sparks of electricity crackled around her. Then she snapped. Fuck! After all I've done to protect them, they died just like that. Not only have we lost father, mother, and our youngest brother Albright, but now Alex and Nick too. Damn it all. When our family came under attack and was betrayed by everyone we trusted, I swore to protect all of you. But now look at this mess. I don't know how much longer I can hold it in. Surzek's Lucifer will pay for this. If he hadn't killed father, we wouldn't be in this situation. Let's go see Florian. Things have drastically changed. We need to find the Red Dragon Emperor and get the boosted gear soon, or our power will be truly limited and we can't get our vengeance. Priscilla stood up and walked toward the exit. The men watched her leave, staring into empty space before they too departed, carrying Nick and Alex's bodies with them. Cheyenne, Wyoming, USA. Tuesday, 11 a.m. Kiba and Saji were enjoying brunch at a diner. After escaping from Florian's family and the girls, they decided to lay low for a while. Drake had healed Saji and Kiba's injuries, allowing them to move freely again. Saji, it feels great to have brunch like this. It feels rewarding since we prevented Issei from entering Juggernaut Drive and causing destruction. It feels like we've changed our fates for the better. Kiba, after all that fighting, it certainly feels nice to enjoy a warm meal without worries. Drake, is Issei still unconscious? Drake, unfortunately yes. But let's give him a little time. In the meantime, let me brief you on our next steps. You know Yellowstone? Kiba and Saji, yes. Drake, I once had a massive abode in a cave in the mountains that are now part of Yellowstone National Park. It connects to a series of grottos and leads to a large chamber at the deepest section. That's where we'll rest and plan our strategy. Kiba, okay, let's finish our food and move quickly. Drake, thanks. When you're done, go out first to check if it's clear, then I'll follow. The duo finished their meal and stepped outside to ensure Florian hadn't followed them. As they walked down the street, they noticed a civilian pointing to the sky. Passerby 1, hey Keith, look up there. A flock of falcons. Passerby 2, falcons don't fly together, Tom. Besides, it could be something. Wait a minute. Why do those falcons look like women? Kiba, what? Falcons that look like women? How does that even? Holy Essie. Rias. Saji, W.S. Rias. Where? Kiba, up there. And she's with the other girls. Rias, there he is. Get them girls. Kiba and Saji started running in the opposite direction back to the diner. Kiba, D-to-I-G. It's Rias. She found us. Drake, what? It must be the evil pieces she used to track you down. Hurry, let's leave immediately. Saji, But wouldn't that mean she will find us no matter where we go? Kiba, Saudi will hold them off and let Drake get to the cave on his own before we meet up with him. Ria still doesn't know that Issei is here. Drake can wait in the cave until Issei wakes up. Until then, we must make sure Rias and the girls don't reach him. Saji, at this point, I think that's our best option. We still need to worry about Florian and his family. If Issei is slain, then the underworld will stand no chance against Florian's takeover. We need Issei to stay alive to maintain stability. Drake, wait. Are you sure you boys can handle such a large group? I know you beat them at the hotel, but that was a surprise attack. Now that the Gremory girl is enraged, are you sure this is the path you want to take? Kiba, Priscilla was an informant, we can't trust anyone else. We need you to keep Issei alive, or Florian wins. Saji, leave it to us. We'll hold them off for as long as we can. Drake, if Issei were awake, he would choose to fight alongside you. But since we need him to survive, I'm entrusting you to cover me until he wakes up. All right. Kiba and Saji, thanks, Drake. We'll be leaving now on a hunting trip. Off to face our challenges. The duo rushed out of the diner to confront Rias and her peerage. Meanwhile, Drake had slipped out the back door and headed towards Yellowstone. Kiba said, "What a pleasant afternoon for a fight, right, Saji?" Saji replied, "You bet. Don't you agree, Rias?" Rias shouted back, "Shut up, you rascal. You sprayed bleach in my eyes." Saji retorted, "Well, I got hurt by one of your boyfriends, so what's the deal with you?" Rias growled, "Girls, get them." Somewhere in Teton County, Wyoming, USA. Tuesday, 12:15 p.m. Drake said, "Come on. We're almost there." There it is. From the azure skies above the Rockies, Issei, whose body was being controlled by Drake, landed somewhere in the wilderness of Yellowstone National Park. He looked around and found himself on a park trail. Drake noted, "It seems like the smell is coming from that direction. I know it all too well." Issei strolled along the path until it intersected with a creek. He left the trail and followed the creek into the untouched wilderness. Following the creek, he reached a river that led him to a massive lake. Drake remarked, "Yellowstone Lake. It's been a while. Just a bit more and we're at the entrance. I can control his movements to make him walk. Let's see if I can make him swim." He jumped into the lake, swimming deeper. Issei navigated through rocky crags and tiny crevasses underwater, eventually stopping in front of a small opening big enough for a human to swim through. Drake said, "Here we are, my cave." They swam into the cave and entered a downward tunnel. After several turns in a maze-like structure, the tunnel led to a massive chamber filled with water. Green crystals glowed on the rocky surfaces, and seaweed grew in the chamber. On the ceiling, another tunnel headed upwards, with bubbles rising, indicating they were nearing the end of the underwater passage. Drake encouraged, "Come on, partner, just one last stretch." With all his strength, Issei swam up the vertical tunnel, finally reaching the surface in a massive cavern. He climbed out of the water and stood up, facing the majestic walls. Drake sighed. "This really takes me back. It's been so long since I last set foot here. The stalactites and stalagmites haven't changed at all. But most importantly," Issei ran forward and climbed up a slope to a wide stretch of flat rock. "That my bed is still all right." He lay down on the flat rock formation, placing his hands behind his head for comfort. Drake assured, "All right, I'll maintain stability in Issei's body. His injuries are healed, it won't take long for him to wake up now. I just hope those two can handle the Gremory girl and her friends." Issei closed his eyes, resting on the warm surface of the underground plateau. Unfortunately, neither Issei nor Drake were aware that his body was not in a stable condition. The poison spikes from Nikolaus had devastating properties, and although Drake healed the wounds, there was another dangerous change in Issei's body that was life-threatening. 1 hour and 15 minutes earlier. Cheyenne, Wyoming, USA. A fierce standoff occurred on the street. Kiba and Saji prepared to defend themselves and buy Drake some time against Rias Gremory and her peerage. including Ravel and Irena. The girls were furious, seeking payback for the boys trashing their hotel room in LA and attacking them unexpectedly. Several civilians watched the scuffle, wondering what was happening. Ria shouted, "Kiba! You traitor! You dare attack your master? I'll tell my brother and parents on you. And you too, Sai. What will Sona think about this?" Sai shot back. "Sona would say forget you and move on. And your brother isn't here to save you this time." Rias exclaimed, "What did you just say to me? I'll show you what happens when you make me mad." She created 2 spheres of energy and hurled them at Saji, who quickly jumped aside, causing the spheres to hit several buildings behind him. Sadi taunted, "Throwing a temper tantrum? That was nothing. I bet Gasper would have a better chance of scaring me." Rias growled in anger and frustration, releasing a powerful aura around her. "Kiba, looks like she's angry. Time to fight, I guess." Blade Blacksmith, Glory Drag Trooper. Kiba knew he was outnumbered, so he decided to use his sacred gear to summon more sword wielders to balance the odds. Standing beside him were 4 knights wielding demon swords. Saji, "Great! Now we're even. It's my turn." Black-colored armor formed around Saji's forearms and shins. From his armored gauntlets, several streaks of purple flames erupted. He assumed a fighting stance and charged at the girls. Kiba and his squad of dragon knights also charged forward to confront their opponents head-on. Zenobia saw them coming and made her move, Gur. Durandal. She drew Durandal and charged at Kiba and his dragon knights. She slashed at Kiba, but 2 of his dragon knights blocked her attack with Not Hung and Bamung. The impact created a massive blast of wind that knocked back several civilians, damaged buildings, and cracked the road. Kiba stood behind the 2 dragon knights and said, "Too slow. Now it's time for me to strike, Graham." He summoned the demonic sword Graham, leaped high into the air, and struck downwards, releasing a destructive slash. The girls jumped aside, scattering as the road beneath them turned into a massive sinkhole. Civilians were already fleeing in fear as the supernatural battle unfolded. Akino took to the skies, switching into her shrine maiden outfit. She flew above and faced Saji, who was also airborne. "Akino, you've been a very bad boy, see? Trust me, I'm going to be much worse than Sona now, Fufu." "Saji, please, you can't compare to Sona." He didn't seem intimidated and flew straight at her. Akino summoned several bolts of lightning aimed at Saji, but he skillfully dodged them and closed in on her. Absorption line. A long blue line shot from Saji's gauntlet and latched onto Akino's ankle, starting to drain her power. Akino smiled at him when the line attached. "Akino, oh my, it seems that I've been hit. But how are you going to hit me when you can't move? Take this." She summoned ice that froze the latched area of the line, and the ice quickly traveled up the absorption line toward Saji. "Saji, no way." Black blaze flare. In retaliation, he sent a path of scorching purple flames up the absorption line. The ice and flames collided, creating a massive explosion that sent a shockwave through the area. Saji was pushed back onto a rooftop but sustained only light wounds. As the smoke cleared, he saw Akino had protected herself with a defensive magic circle. "Saji, I thought I got her." "Vritra, Saji, you're up against the queen of the Gremory Girls' peerage. You can't use promotion without your king here to declare this territory an enemy. We need to fight more seriously. The queen is our biggest obstacle." Saji felt flustered, realizing he was at a disadvantage in aerial combat. He glanced at Akino, who was flying above him with a confident smile. "Saji, crap, I'm at a disadvantage here, but I have an idea." He ran to the edge of the roof and jumped into the air again, leaving Akino confused. "Akino, huh? Why would you do that? You just lowered your chances of making it out alive." She was stunned by Saji's decision to re-enter the air after being blown back, but her confidence led her to create another defensive magic circle. Saji ignored her and executed his attack, Absorption Line. He sent another line toward her. Akino remained calm, expecting the counterattack to fail. However, the line missed her and attached to a vertical pipe on the building. Saji shortened the line, propelling himself upward at high speeds and zipping past Akino, who was shocked. Before Saji hit the wall, he retracted the line, turned toward Akino, and performed another move mid-air. Delete field. A new set of lines shot toward Akino, and she couldn't react in time, resulting in the lines wrapping around her torso. Saji was falling but remained suspended as the lines held him up. Saji, now. Blaze black flare. Large streaks of purple flame surged along the lines. Akino couldn't break free from Saji's delete field. Eventually, the flames reached her, causing pain and forcing her to lose control of her flight, plummeting to the ground. Crash. Akino crashed onto the ground, creating several cracks that spread from her impact point. Even when she was still on the ground, Akino was engulfed by the excruciating flames created by Saji. Stop! It burns! Make it stop, she called out in panic, desperate for help. Instead of aiding her, Saji approached and delivered a roundhouse kick to her belly, sending her crashing into another building. He looked at the wreckage where she landed and began to gloat. Good in the air? That may be true, but I shot you down. Enjoy the flames, they'll roast you in no time. He laughed before turning to face Kaneko. Now what do we have here? A little kitty wants to fight, huh? Saji taunted. Keep your mouth shut. If you intend to challenge me, I'll make sure you meet your parents early in the afterlife, Kaneko replied defiantly. Whoa, that's pretty feisty of you. Let's see if you have what it takes to defeat me. The two charged at each other, ready for combat. Meanwhile, Kiba was engaged in a fierce battle against Zenovia and Irena. Their fight had created a massive fissure in the ground that split through the city, and they clashed inside a library where the floor was also torn apart. Kiba stood on the second floor, wielding Graham, flanked by his 4 dragon knights, while Zenovia and Irena faced him, armed with Durandal and Hautaclear. After a series of intense clashes, both sides bore cuts and bruises. This is getting really annoying, Zenovia said, frustrated. Kiba is too fortified with those dragon knights. It won't be easy to land a hit on him. I know. You could use Durandal, right? Irena suggested. It will be catastrophic, but we have no choice, Zenovia replied, beginning to charge Durandal. Kiba noticed and sent his dragon knights to intercept her, but she was faster. As she swung Durandal downwards, a tremendous energy erupted, engulfing the library in chaos. The dragon knights were wiped out, and Kiba barely managed to escape the devastation. He crawled through the rubble, seeing the massive fissure Durandal had created stretching for miles outside the city. Damn, is that girl nuts? People live here. But time to fight seriously now. Sword birth, balance breaker. Sword of betrayer. Kiba activated his balance breaker and summoned the sword of betrayer. He spotted Zenovia and Irena on the roof of the undamaged side of the library, shocked that he had survived. What a miracle! For you, Kiba. I don't know how you managed to survive, but we're taking you down this time. Irena exclaimed. Quit it, Irena. This is no time to be positive. Kiba has activated his balance breaker. We must take him seriously. Zenovia warned. The two girls increased their speed and appeared before Kiba, who reacted just in time to unleash a powerful slash that they had to block. While they were occupied, Kiba dashed away and jumped into the chasm. Running now, huh? I'll hunt you down, Zenovia declared, taking off after him. Hey, wait for me, Irena shouted, trying to keep up. When Zenovia landed at the bottom, she looked around with Durandal in hand, searching for Kiba. Suddenly, she heard a crack behind her and saw movement near a pile of rocks. She dashed over and slashed the formation in half, but only found a small blade protruding from the ground. This is getting really tiring, Kiba. Are you really trying to escape me? She called out. Suddenly, Kiba appeared from above, ready to strike. You really don't think things through, do you? Take this, he shouted. Zenovia barely managed to block his attack, but as she recoiled, Kiba took the opportunity to land a deep cut to her abdomen, bringing her down to her knees. She coughed, her vision blurring. Kiba lunged to finish her off, but Irena intervened just in time, their blades clashing as Sword of Betrayer absorbed the holy aura of Hauteclear. That's not fair. You caught Zenobia by surprise. Irena protested, struggling against Kiba's strength. It's a miracle I'm still holding you off. I hope this necklace from Nick helps me push through. Her eyes shone with determination as she fought back, but Kiba smirked darkly, leaving Irena confused. Kiba, Nick? You mean Nikolaus? About that, guess what? I killed him. Irena's heart skipped a beat, and she felt her strength leave her as Kiba knocked her back against the rocky surface of the chasm wall. The last expression Kiba saw on Irena's face was a mix of horror and disbelief. He slowly walked up to her, passing Zenobia, who was still struggling to stand. As he approached, he began to chuckle. Kiba, ha! Oh, this is too good. Look at you, placing your faith in Nikolaus when you're an angel and he's a devil. Irena could only stare at Kiba, still processing his words. Her breath trembled and she felt weak. She curled up against the wall, struggling to speak. Finally, with tears in her eyes, she looked up at Kiba. Nick is not dead? No. You're lying. Nick is strong. There's no way you defeated him so easily. Kiba simply laughed. Oh, but I did. And Alexander and Severino and Werner too. Those boyfriends of yours were no match for us. I killed Alex with the sword I'm holding right now and took down the others using sword burst. Irena, stop. Why are you doing this to me? Kiba. Because you cheated on your childhood friend You fought alongside him so many times and you leave him for someone else. Irena was speechless, intimidated by Kiba's harsh words. She wanted to run but couldn't muster the strength. Instead, she broke down and cried. Kiba withdrew the sword of betrayer and approached her with a deadpan expression. When he stopped in front of her, he glared down. Then he struck her face, causing her to bleed and leaving her in shock. Irena sat motionless, her breath trembling. Kiba landed several kicks before delivering a powerful blow to her side. She screamed in pain and curled into a fetal position. Kiba looked down at her without remorse and said, I hope you think about how Issei would feel about what you've done. You've gone really low this time. May God forgive you because I won't. He turned away and walked off. As Irena watched him leave, guilt washed over her as she recalled his words. She questioned her choices. Was what I did honestly so despicable? Kiba left Irena behind and went to find Zenobia, who was struggling to stand. However, to his dismay, she was nowhere to be found, only a small pool of blood remained where he had struck her. Kiba panicked, looking around anxiously. Suddenly, Zenobia dashed at him and sliced his back. Kiba fell to the ground, dropping his sword. He tried to push himself up, but Zenobia severed his right arm, causing him to scream in agony. Turning over, Kiba saw Zenobia wielding Exdurandal, with Asia using Twilight Healing to help her recover. Kiba, Asia? When did you dash? Zenobia, Asia was here the whole time. I made her invisible to you. Asia spoke solemnly. Kiba, although we've fought alongside each other in many battles, I'm reluctant to end everything like this. But before we eliminate you, I want to thank you for all the great times we had together. Kiba noticed she was crying and scoffed. Kiba, really? Well, I am grateful then. Good luck on your new life without me, because you'll definitely enjoy it with Alex, right? Asia hesitated but nodded gravely. Kiba, well, I guess that's that. But I don't know how you're going to be happy when Alex is gone. Asia was shaken, losing strength and falling to her knees. Zenobia, Asia, don't be fooled. Kiba is just deceiving you. Alex and the others are strong. Believe in them. As Asia processed Kiba's words, Zenobia continued to urge her to snap out of it. After a moment, Asia took a deep breath. Asia, that you're right, Zenobia. There's no way Alex is dead. Kiba is just playing tricks on me and, Wait, where's Kiba? The two girls noticed Kiba was gone, only seeing a blood puddle with a trail leading elsewhere. Zenobia grunted in frustration and gestured for Asia to follow her. The two followed the blood trail, hoping to permanently immobilize Kiba once and for all. On their way, They spotted Irena by the chasm wall, behaving erratically. She was in a fetal position, sobbing and shivering uncontrollably. Zenobia and Asia rushed over to her, concerned. Asia asked, "Irena, what happened? Did Kiba do something to you?" Irena turned to them, grabbing onto Zenovia's clothes, crying nonstop. She spoke incoherently, making unintelligible sounds. Zenovia urged, "Irena, pull it together. Tell us what happened. We've limited Kiba's ability to fight. He lost one of his arms." But Irena couldn't respond and continued to cry. Asia tried to console her, hugging her and patting her back. Meanwhile, Kiba was struggling to climb out of the chasm, using Dainsleaf to create an ice staircase. He fought to stop the blood loss from his arm by tearing off a piece of his uniform and wrapping it around the wound. Seeing Zenobia and Asia occupied with Irena, Kiba thought, "They seem distracted. But I can't fight at my best. I need to get out of here fast and find Saji. I hope he's doing fine." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Kiba was struck by lightning from the sky. He fell down the icy steps and tumbled back to the bottom of the chasm, groaning in pain and suffering a concussion. As he lost consciousness, Akino floated above, having struck him with the lightning. She had been waiting for Kiba to climb out of the chasm to attack him. Earlier, during the confrontation with the girls, Rias had devised a plan. When Kiba used Graham to disperse them, Rias noticed the sword users and Asia were on one side of the chasm, while she was on the other with Kaneko and Ravel. Seeing Akino prepare to fight Saji in the air, Rias instructed her peerage members to lure Kiba away from Saji. Once Kiba was distracted, Rias, Kaneko, and Ravel would secretly observe Akino's battle. Rias was shocked to see Akino defeated by Saji, prompting her to send Kaneko to engage Saji, not to defeat him, but to keep him busy and lure him toward the building where Akino had crashed. Ravel had a phoenix tear, allowing Rias and Ravel to sneak in and heal Akino without Saji noticing. When Kaneko had bought enough time, Rias would swap places with her and surprise Saji. Rias appeared right before Saji with full power, shooting several bullets infused with the power of destruction to immobilize him. As Saji fell to his knees, he was close enough to the building where he had kicked Akino, putting him in range of the explosion caused by the Phoenix Tear's healing power. Rias's strategy worked, and Saji was incapacitated. Once he was defeated, they would rush to Zenovia's position to surround Kiba and knock him out of battle. The boys thought they were winning, but they had been dancing in the palm of Rias's hand the whole time. Back in the present, Zenobia and Asia decided to carry Irena somewhere she could rest. When they saw Kiba's body lying motionless, they rushed toward him. Zenobia remarked, "I guess Kiba couldn't escape. But why does he have burns? I didn't use any flame magic against him." Akino descended to meet them, explaining, "Don't worry, I took care of it. Saji too. Kaneko is carrying his body over there." She pointed to Kaneko dragging Saji's body across the ground. Asia exclaimed, "Hey, that means we won." She jumped in joy. Rias added, "Indeed, but I'm not done with these two just yet. I want to toy with them for a while." Her expression was unsettling, frightening Asia and Zenobia, while Akino smiled at her remark. Suddenly, they noticed helicopters and fighter jets approaching at high speeds. Soldiers in armored vehicles were coming from all directions. Rias and the girls decided to pretend to be victims to catch the soldiers' attention. Rias changed her expression, calling out to the soldiers in despair. "Please, help me and my friends. Look at these two. They got hurt during that disaster." She shed fake tears, and the soldiers agreed to help. Soldier 2, "Don't worry, ma'am. The army is here to help. Let the medics tend to your friends and get yourself checked for injuries." The soldier pointed to the medical tent set up near a massive pile of debris. Rias and the girls followed the soldiers, watching as medics rushed to assist Kiba and Saji. Rias felt a surge of frustration toward the two boys, wanting to confront them emotionally rather than physically. Inside the tent, medics assessed the situation. Medic 1, "Sir, the girls are stable. They just need some bandages for their scratches and wounds. The orange-haired girl looks pretty bad. Get her to the treatment room." The two blonde boys are in serious condition and require immediate surgery. It's a miracle they survived this long. Medic 2, all right, thank you. Get the orange-haired girl to the treatment room. The rest of you, focus on stabilizing the boys. Rias asked, will we be able to see them once they recover? Medic 2 reassured her, don't worry, young lady. You'll see them again once we save them. Until then, stay calm and have some food and water. We have more important things to do. Scene break. Drake's Cavern in Wyoming, 2:30 p.m. After a few hours, Issei finally regained consciousness. He opened his eyes to find himself in a cave, sitting on a warm plateau. Puzzled, he decided to ask Drake. Issei, Drake? Where are we? Drake, Yonha? Oh, partner. You're finally awake. Issei, no, you are finally awake. I woke up first. Anyway, where are we? What happened when I was asleep? Where's Kiba and Saji? Drake explained, when you were knocked unconscious, I took control and fought the Andromalia siblings. We defeated many of them and escaped to a cave in the Rockies to plan our next move. The two boys decided to hold off the Gremory girl when she found us. She doesn't know you've been out of the hospital for a while. We're waiting for them to return. Issei, how long have I been unconscious? Drake, about 7 hours. Issei, what? 7 hours? A lot must have happened. How long have we been waiting for Kiba and Saji? Drake, it's been 3.5 hours since we last saw them. I'm worried they could be in trouble. Fearful of what might have happened to Kiba and Saji, Issei exclaimed, we should go back for them. They could be in big trouble. Drake cautioned, no, partner. The Gremory girl could be there. If she spots you, our plan will be foiled. I understand you want to save your friends, but you need to know that. Issei interrupted, transforming into his scale mail armor and flying upwards, breaking through layers of rock. He soared into the sky, heading toward his friends. In the distance, he spotted an area engulfed in flames and dark smoke rising. As he approached, he realized it was a city, with aircraft flying overhead. He increased his speed, breaking the sound barrier, and landed between two ruined buildings, deactivating his armor. Stepping out of the alley, he was met with a tragic sight. The city lay in ruins, devoid of life. Issei, what happened here? Everything has been destroyed. Wait. I can feel Kiba and Saji's aura nearby. Let's go. He raced toward their positions, hoping he had arrived in time. Navigating through the debris, he emerged into a city square filled with soldiers. One soldier spotted him and approached. Soldier, hey kid. You alright? Issei, crap. I've been spotted. I better blend in. Issei, well, I barely escaped so. Soldier, don't worry kid. We're here to help. Get to the medical tent for any injuries you might have. Issei, okay. Got it, sir. He followed the soldier to the tent, where medics and soldiers were busy with medical equipment and supplies. Spotting Kiba and Saji in the same tent, he felt relieved they were safe and receiving care. A medic approached him, gesturing for him to follow. Issei was taken aback by her beauty. She had long gray hair styled in a ponytail and wore glasses. She had beautiful ivory skin and striking blue eyes, accented by dark circles beneath them. Her lab coat, like those of the other medics, was unbuttoned, revealing a pink shirt underneath, with a small purple teddy bear peeking from one of her breast pockets, an unusual sight for a medic. She wore a miniskirt and black sheer tights that complemented her black heels. Issei couldn't help but think, wow, a medic like her? I thought only characters like that existed in anime. He was momentarily captivated by her features. As she approached him, she glanced over and spoke in a calm, steady voice. You seem perfectly fine. But I would like to make sure. Please, follow me to that room over there. She pointed to a room on her left and gestured for Issei to follow. Once inside, the medic began examining him for injuries. You seem perfectly fine. No injuries at all. How did you manage to escape unscathed? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Issei replied awkwardly, well, I hid in a basement. Ah, lucky you. You're the 10th survivor we found. Take a look at this list, she said, handing him a list of names and pictures. Issei hesitated, then said, No ma'am, I don't live here. I'm from another state. I don't know anyone here. But I would like to see the list of survivors. I think I need someone to talk to. The medic nodded and provided him with a shorter list, containing only 9 names and pictures. To his shock, he recognized Kiba and Saji's faces, marred by severe burns and cuts. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What terrified him more was that the pictures of the girls showed them completely unharmed. He trembled as he struggled to breathe. Are you all right? Please take deep breaths. Everything will be fine, the medic urged, leaning closer and placing her hands on his shoulders to reassure him. Issei focused on her words and eventually calmed down. Yeah, I'm fine. The pictures are just a bit disturbing. I think I want to rest here for a while. Is that all right? Of course, stay as long as you need. Would you like some refreshments while you rest? Thanks, I'll have some, he replied. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in. Dr. Murasame, we need your help outside. We found many citizens on the outskirts who need medical attention. Most seem traumatized. I understand. I'm coming now, she said, preparing to leave. She turned back to Issei and asked, What's your name, kid? Issei Hayudu, he replied. Nice to meet you, Issei. I am Rain Murasame, a combat medic of the army. I have to go now, but I'll see you later. She waved and followed the soldier out of the room. Issei sat on the bed, waiting for her to leave so he could look for Kiba and Saji. After a few minutes, he quietly slipped out of the room, drawn closer to their presence. But Drake quickly intervened, urging him to hide. Partner, the Gremory girl is in there. Hide. W8. Rias is in there. Yes, along with 6 others. I assume they are the other girls. Right now, I am masking your aura so they can't detect you. Just stay hidden for now. But I want to know what's happening in there. Kiba and Sugi could be in trouble. Ignoring Drake's warning, Issei leaned against the wall and eavesdropped on the conversation inside. Now, Kiba, you and your friend attacked us while we were on vacation. It's really rude to upset a girl, especially when she's grieving, Rias said. Grieving? Don't make me laugh. Saji and I know about you and Florian. Consider the attack on your hotel room as payback for Issei. How could you do this to him? He has done so much for her. Oh, shut up, Kiba. You know nothing about my relationship with Issei. You only claim to know him well because he helped you with that holy sword thing. What did you just say? Calm down, Kiba. If the roles were reversed and we were the ones in comas, I bet he would have done the same. Besides, he's in a coma, so he'll never find out. On a personal note, doesn't it feel great to have an affair? Gur.yu. Listen up, I'm letting you live, Kiba. But there's a catch. Kiba asked, and what's that? Rias replied, you'll continue to serve me as my knight, accompany me at all times, and keep quiet about this. Kiba was taken aback. Is this a joke? Akino interjected, if you refuse, then your precious Tsubaki will get a little visit from us. And by us, I mean our boyfriends too. Rias added, as for what will happen to her, do you know what Griffith did to Guts? Kiba's eyes widened in horror. What are you talking about? You can't do this to me. I like her too. She has nothing to do with this. Leave her alone. Kiba fiercely objected to Rias's threats. He had wanted to confess to Tsubaki for a while but couldn't, as she was in the underworld with Sona and a few other members of her peerage. Rias had set up a mission to keep Kiba away from the truth of their dealings. Rias snapped, shut up, Predaboy. That will only happen if you can't keep your mouth shut and report us to the higher-ups. Now, moving to Saji. If you want to live, just keep quiet and don't tell Sona or anyone else, got it? Otherwise, those 2 girlfriends of yours will face the same fate. Sudi froze at her words, his anger rising. Leave them alone. They have nothing to do with this. Zenobia warned, I'd keep quiet if I were you, Mr. Student Council fool. Kaneko added, what she said? If you say anything, expect a whole series of consequences. You better comply, or we'll be preparing for your own funeral. Ravel laughed, Look at you too. How far you've fallen while we've risen. You will do as we say, and we won't accept any objections, got it? Kiba and Saji exchanged glances, speechless. Rias continued, oh, and one more thing. When Issei wakes up, make sure not to say anything. I need him in my peerage so I, the great and magnificent Rias Gremory, can be the rating game champion. Kiba questioned, I thought you said you never liked Issei. What happened to when he confessed his love to you? Rias leaned closer to Kiba and whispered, did you know that Issei's death by Rainier was all staged? I wanted him in my peerage to get me out of my marriage with Riser. If I married Riser, I could never achieve my dream of becoming the rating game champion. So, I let Rainier kill him first, then I would appear from a summoning circle before Rainier could finish him. Once I saved him, he would pledge his allegiance without hesitation. Isn't that ingenious? The plan is foolproof. And honestly, I actually loved Issei. The moment he said my name and confessed, I was head over heels. Kiba clenched his fists, overwhelmed with anger. You what? I just can't. He struggled to process Rias's revelation, his emotions boiling inside him. Rias continued, too bad he was so weak that he fell into a coma and is still unconscious. I won't marry weak men who only lust after me and ignore my feelings. That's why Florian is the only one for me. He loves me unlike Issei. Meanwhile, in Kuo Town, Japan, when Issei Haida died, the school bell rang, signaling lunch break at Kuo Academy. Among the students were Momo Hanakai and Ruruko Nimura, members of Sona Citri's peerage. It had been a day since they heard from Saji, who had mentioned he had business to attend to and would skip classes. His absence worried them. They had tried contacting him multiple times and even searched Kuo Town, but found nothing. Today, Momo and Ruruko were still anxious about Saji's sudden disappearance. Ruruko asked, Senpai, don't you think we should call Sona? Saji has been missing since yesterday. I want to see him safe. Momo tried to reassure her. Ruruko, please calm down. I understand your worry about Saji. I feel the same way too. But please don't think of the worst possible scenario. We are at peace now. The trihexa has been sealed, and we can all go on with our lives. Maybe Saji had to deal with a family situation? He is the one in charge of making sure his family makes ends meet. Ruruko replied, but we went to Saji's house yesterday, and nobody was there. His siblings even called me later that night to ask where Saji is. I had to tell them he was at my place and would come home tomorrow. This is getting really exhausting, you know. Despite their efforts to cheer themselves up, the two girls couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to Saji. When they reached the cafeteria, they were greeted by someone familiar. Surprise! Guess who's back? Tsubasa exclaimed. Momo and Ruruko were thrilled to see their fellow student council member Tsubasa Yura, along with Sona's knight, Tomo Meguri, her bishop, Rei Kusaka, and her queen and vice president, Tsubaki Shinra. You all are back. But it's been almost a month since we last saw you. What happened? Momo asked excitedly. Tsubaki explained, well, since Seraphal Leviathan is now sealed within the isolation field barrier to weaken the trihexa, Sona has taken on a lot of responsibility. We didn't want her to feel alone, so we all came to support her. Ruruko added, So, Sona has a lot of responsibilities now that her sister's gone. Speaking of her, where's Sona? And by the way, have any of you seen Saji? Rhea replied, Sona is currently in the bathroom. As for Saji, I thought he was with you? He didn't come to school today? Ruruko shook her head. No, Saji didn't come to school yesterday or today at all. This was the last message he sent me. She showed her friends her phone, displaying the last message sent at 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday. Hi Ruruko, I have some personal and important business to attend to outside of school. I won't be coming to school today as a result. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll come tomorrow. I love you, Saji. Momo chimed in, yeah. He sent me the exact same thing. We decided to contact him after school when he would most likely be finished with what he was doing. But he never picked up or responded. Tsubaki frowned. That's pretty weird. What could Saji possibly be doing? Just then Sona appeared. Well, if it isn't my lovely student council back together again. Nice to see you again, Momo and Ruruko. Momo exclaimed, Sona, it's great to see you again, but I really need your help. Sona raised an eyebrow. With what exactly? Ruruko quickly explained, Saji has been missing since yesterday, and we haven't been able to contact him or find him at all. Can you help us find him? Sona looked concerned. Saji? Missing? What are you talking about? I just detected Saji's presence within the school. Tsubaki was taken aback. Wait, what? Sona pointed. Look over there. He's going to walk through that hall in a few seconds. The rest of the student council was baffled. Saji had suddenly disappeared from school for 2 days, and now he was finally showing up at lunch without any explanation? They watched closely as students moved in and out of the cafeteria. Just as Sona had predicted, Saji walked in, but something was different. He looked disappointed and defeated. Momo rushed over. Saji, where have you been? I was so worried yesterday. Ruruko added, Yeah, you idiot. Why didn't you at least call or text us? Saji noticed them and recoiled slightly, taking a few small steps back as he tried to compose himself. The girls noticed his unusual behavior and decided to ask if he was all right. Tsubasa asked gently, Saji, you all right? You're looking pretty pale there. Did something happen? Saji struggled to respond, wheezing and having difficulty breathing. He recalled what Rias had said to him and Kiba back in Wyoming and felt unsure how to face his friends after Rias had threatened them if he spoke up. A few seconds passed, and the girls grew increasingly suspicious. Sona approached Saji with a serious tone. Saji, what happened? Before he could respond, Rias and her peerage arrived, cheerfully greeting Sona and diverting the student council's attention. Hey there, Sona. Sorry for Saji's behavior. I needed him to help me eliminate some strays lurking in the suburbs. The strays were pretty powerful, and Saji hasn't slept all night. Sorry for the inconvenience. Rias explained. Sona looked surprised. Rias. I thought you were skipping classes again to visit Issei. Rias smiled. Oh, don't worry. There's a time and place for everything. I believe it's important to deal with threats like those strays that could harm my beloved Issei. Besides, Issei isn't going anywhere, so I think it would be fine to leave him for a while before coming back. You agree with me, right? Sona nodded, still concerned but willing to hear more. I see, I've misunderstood the situation. Sorry, Saji. You want to take the day off as well? Now that I look closer, you look like you've been through a tough fight recently. Saji stayed quiet for a few moments before he finally replied, Well, yes. I was in a fight and almost got beaten. Think I can come to school today. It's just that. I'm a little tired. Momo exclaimed, Wait, so that's what you were doing yesterday? You were hunting a bunch of strays and almost got beaten? Why didn't you call for me? She was upset that Saji had nearly been defeated and hadn't considered asking for her help. Ruruko shared her feelings and started scolding Saji as well. But Saji just stood there quietly, staring at the floor. The two girls who cared for him were unaware that he was being manipulated by Rias and the ORC, leaving him feeling powerless. Meanwhile, Sona was discussing the upcoming graduation ceremony with Rias and Aquino. So, in a few weeks we will graduate. Isn't that great? She asked. Aquino replied, Indeed. I'm actually looking forward to college. But I'm sure everyone will miss me, right? Zenobia chimed in. Yup. You got that right. I'll definitely miss you here. Asia added, Agreed. I'm pretty scared to see you go. Aquino smiled and turned to Kiba. How about you, Kiba-kun? Will you miss me? Her cheerful demeanor shifted to a teasing smirk. Kiba hesitated but then sheepishly nodded, prompting Aquino's smile to return. Kiba thought to himself, This is pathetic. Here I am, constantly bending to their will while unable to do what's right. I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to leave you alone in the dark. But wherever you are now, please don't come looking for us. Get stronger and save us all once more. The school bell rang, signaling the end of their conversation as students began returning to class. The devils were surprised at how much time had passed. Sona said, "Oh? Already? That's a shame. Rias, let's talk after class. There are many important things I must tell you." Rias asked, "About what exactly?" Sona explained, "When I went to the underworld, Ajuka Beelzebub briefed me on many changes coming after the Evil Dragon War. One of those changes personally affects us devils living in Kuo Town. Can we meet in the ORC room after school?" Rias agreed, "Of course. See you all there. Should I call Gasper and Rosswise too?" Sona replied, "Yes, everyone. If Issei wakes up, let him know about the changes. I'm not sure he'll like this new development. You'll all find out later." The student council and the ORC waved at each other before heading to their classes. Kiba turned to leave, but Ravel grabbed his hand, stopping him. She had a sly expression. "You're lucky, you know? I wasn't considering using the Phoenix Tear to recover your lost arm. So, watch your back and keep quiet. Otherwise, you'll lose more than just your arm," she warned, gesturing towards Tsubaki. Ravel walked off, leaving Kiba standing there in silence before he headed to class. Meanwhile, at Andromalius Manor in the underworld, Florian Andromalius sat in an armchair, staring at a family photo. It depicted 12 people, 3 adults and 9 children. The woman held a small child while the others surrounded her. Florian's grip on the picture tightened as he focused on the man sitting down in the photo, his anger growing. Eventually, he managed to calm himself. "Surzex Lucifer, you did this to me. You shall pay for what you did to my family. I was going to usurp the throne and rule the underworld, but now your brother-in-law and his allies have killed 2 more of my brothers. Since you're not here anymore, I'll make sure your family suffers." Florian stood up and punched the wall, creating a massive hole. His older sister, Priscilla, rushed in, concerned. "Florian, is everything all right?" Florian replied, "No, I don't think so." Priscilla tried to comfort him. "I understand you are still mad about losing Nick and Alex. We all are." "No, you don't get it." Florian interrupted, causing Priscilla to recoil. He approached her, continuing, "We were this close to achieving progress. But then the Red Dragon Emperor suddenly showed up out of nowhere and thwarted their plans. Wasn't he supposed to be in a coma? They hadn't predicted that he would wake up so soon. But that didn't matter anymore. What was important now was how they were supposed to regain their power now that Nick and Alex were gone." He glared at Priscilla, breathing heavily as he waited for an answer. Priscilla looked at him, astonished and dumbfounded. Then Florian started to cry. He fell to his knees and covered his face with his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Priscilla, concerned, decided to go over to Florian and give him a hug. He calmed down a little and wiped his tears before looking at his older sister. "Little brother, we'll figure something out. Right now, yes, our power has severely decreased, and we will need to find a way to regain what we've lost. But for now, out of respect for Alex and Nick, we will lay low for a while. Is that okay with you?" She spoke softly to console him. "It's okay. But I want to fill you in on some important details," Florian replied. "All right, I'm listening," Priscilla said. "I contacted the sister of Surzex Lucifer earlier. I didn't tell her that the Red Dragon Emperor has woken up. Instead, I said that her knight and her best friend's pawn attacked us at the hotel, and we were looking for them. To my surprise, she actually beat us to it and defeated them. However, this raises a question. Where was the Red Dragon Emperor when she was fighting those two? Did he escape and hide? Did he die? This is all so confusing. He couldn't have called Ajuka Beelzebub to notify him about us. It's been several hours and no one has come to capture us. The government would take a plan like ours very seriously and would certainly try to neutralize any threats to their power. Personally, I think the scenario where he died is the most likely," Priscilla said. "Why do you say so?" Florian asked. "I remember Nick impaled the Red Dragon Emperor with his poison spikes. Those toxins would have killed him even if he healed his body." Priscilla explained. "If that's the case, then the boosted gear must have found a new host, making it even more challenging for us to steal it," Florian said. "Florian, I've always wondered, why is the boosted gear the only sacred gear we must steal? Aren't there others?" Priscilla questioned. True. But don't you remember the Red Dragon Emperor's feats? If he accomplished all of those things in just 2 years, then the boosted gear is the only thing that will give us enough power to defeat the forces of the underworld. Stealing multiple sacred gears will be very difficult and could expose us to the enemy. No matter how many sacred gears we collect, we will lose, Florian explained. Surely it isn't as necessary as you think? Priscilla replied. Oh, it is essential for us to have it if we want a chance at winning. With Nick and Alex gone, that Longinus will be the only thing that can give us a slim chance of victory, Florian insisted. I see. So what now? Priscilla asked. Since the Gremory group doesn't know that the Red Dragon Emperor is out of the hospital, we'll tell them exactly that, but we'll spin the narrative. Since everyone thinks you are the loyal secretary of Ajuka Beelzebub, we will use that to our advantage. We'll tell the girls that you visited the hospital to see the Red Dragon Emperor, but when you arrived, you learned that he had been discharged a week ago. Also, please actually visit the hospital to find out how long he has been out. Then, Rias would get worried and track him down using the evil pieces. How does that sound? Florian proposed. Awesome. We'll track him down immediately. But how are we supposed to take the boosted gear without them noticing? Priscilla asked. When they're busy talking with him, we'll betray them and take them out. And when the Red Dragon Emperor is all alone, we take him out and steal his Longinus. I know the last time we tried, Alex and Nick died, but that was only because the knight was there. This time, we'll catch them by surprise, Florian said. Sounds like a plan. This is why we all follow and trust you. I'll call the rest of the family, and we'll get down to business. Priscilla exclaimed as she walked out of the room and dashed down the stairs. Meanwhile, in Kuo Town, Rias and her peerage were gathered in the ORC, except for Issei. Rias sat at her president's desk with Akino standing beside her. The church trio stood in a row, while Kiba and Gasper were by the window. Rosweiss, Ravel, and Kaneko sat at a side table drinking tea. It feels great to be back. I was really looking forward to coming back to this place. My grandmother was constantly bugging me about wanting to meet Issei again. That's right. Rias, what exactly is this meeting with the student council supposed to be about? Rosweiss asked. Well, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and find out, Rias replied. I'm guessing it must be important. If only Issei were here. Don't you miss him too, girls? Rosweiss said. The girls hesitated for a moment, but Rias spoke up awkwardly, Yes. Oh, how my heart beats so passionately for my beloved Issei. Rias forced a smile, trying to sound convincing. The other girls nodded shyly in agreement. Meanwhile, Kiba looked out the window, rolling his eyes at their enthusiasm. Wait, that's right. I completely forgot that Issei was still in the hospital. Why don't we all go visit him after the meeting with the student council? Gasper suggested, noticing the girls' doubtful expressions. He was about to ask why they seemed hesitant when Rosweiss spoke up. Of course. Let's all go visit Issei after this meeting, is that all right? Akino hesitated. Well, I am a little busy after. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Sona chimed in, unexpectedly entering with the student council. The sudden intrusion startled everyone, especially Rias and Akino. They were particularly concerned that Sona would join them in visiting Issei. Oh, Sona. I didn't expect you to show up this early. Hee. Rias tried to act natural. Am I not on time? The clock says 4 p.m., and we agreed to 4 p.m., right? Sona replied. Rias stammered, No, it's not that. The thing is, you want to visit Issei with us. Yes, I do. Is there a problem? Sona asked. No, not at all. Rias quickly responded. Then I guess it's settled. I'm pretty sure you want to see him again, right? After all, you told me many times in private about all the... Keep quiet now. Rias interrupted, causing the girls and Gasper to giggle. Kiba and Saji exchanged glances, knowing that visiting Issei, who had been discharged a week ago, would lead to confusion. Meanwhile, Rias hoped Sona wouldn't discover her secret, as Sona was the type to report her to the higher-ups if she found out. Anyway, what did you want to talk about, Sona? Please, Start with the change that will affect us personally, Akino prompted. Yes. First, it's about some new people moving into Kuo Town and someone new enrolling in the academy, Sona explained. Someone new? Who? Irena asked. Sona turned to the door and said, "Come in." To everyone's shock, Valley Lucifer entered with his team, including Arthur Pendragon, Lefay Pendragon, Biko, and Kuroka. Kaneko was particularly surprised to see her older sister. What? Kaneko exclaimed. Kuroka grinned. Oh? Wife it. Isn't my cute little Chiron? How have you been? Busy trying to get one over me with the Red Dragon Emperor? Well, guess what? She pulled out a piece of paper. Kaneko frowned. A piece of paper? For what? Wait a minute. A wedding certificate? That's gross, big sis. How did you even manage to convince him to sign this? Kuroka chuckled. Well, when he was in a coma, I kinda placed a pen in his hand and made him sign it. It counts as a valid signature, does it not? Kaneko rolled her eyes, growling at Kuroka, who laughed. Think of it however you want. This is a promise I made to him. I will marry him and restore the Nikomata race. Kuroka declared proudly. Biko raised an eyebrow. But what if he says no? Kuroka pouted. Then I'll make sure that he will do it one way or another. Valley clapped his hands. All right, everyone. That's enough talk. Let's get down to important business. Right, glasses lady? Sona sighed. Please stop calling me that. But yes, time to move on with the important details. Ajuka Beelzebub has decided to reward Team Valley by allowing them to settle down in Kuo Town for their contributions during the Evil Dragon War. As for the new student enrolling, it will be Lefay Pendragon. She will be joining us as a first-year student starting next semester. Lu Fei smiled cheerfully. Thank you everyone. I am looking forward to joining all of you. Tsubaki welcomed her. It is our pleasure. I'm sure you'll enjoy your life in Kuo Academy. Zenobia nodded. I see. So, we have a new student. Sona continued. Also, there is one more person who is moving in. Please, come in. To everyone's shock, Ophis entered, now appearing as a mature woman. The room reacted with mixed emotions. Some were surprised, some confused. Hello, devils of Kuo Town. You all already know me, so there's no need for formal introductions. I will be staying in Issei Hayadu's residence from now on. I'll be in your care, she said, bowing her head. Valley remarked. Ophis is coming to stay? Well, I'd be damned. Rias demanded. Wait, why is she here? She needed to know why someone so powerful would choose to live among them. Sona, calm down. I was just as shocked as you in the beginning. But Ajuka managed to convince me that she's harmless and just wants to live a regular life. Do you understand? I mean, think about it. She saved Issei's life. Doesn't that mean something to you? When she said that, all the girls were at a loss for words. They reflected on the events surrounding Issei before the Evil Dragon War started. The girls felt a twinge of guilt about their actions while he was in a coma, but they quickly brushed it aside. Rias decided to respond with a half-truth. Rias, Weiss. I guess the least we could do for Ophis is that she can stay with us for the time being. So, anyway, do you have anything else for us? Sona, well, no really. Most of the things Ajuka told me only concern the underworld itself and not us. So, I guess that's it. Now, let's all pay Issei a visit, shall we? The rest of the student council, except for Saji, nodded in agreement. He exchanged an uncomfortable glance with Kiba, who also looked nervous. Both knew the truth but were too scared to speak up. They hoped Issei was doing all right and trying his best to save the underworld from collapsing. Meanwhile, the ORC girls, except Rosweiss, hesitated. Rias finally spoke up. Rias, well, Sona, when I see Issei, I just can't bear to see him asleep. It just hurts me inside, you know. Sona, oh come on. Don't lie to me. I know that's not true. I mean, you sent Irena to hand another excuse letter just yesterday, right? The letter said that all of you girls except Rosweiss were going to spend the whole day watching Issei. Rias. Sure. Fine, we'll come along. She reluctantly agreed to visit Issei, and the other girls had no choice but to comply as well. Suddenly, a magic communication portal appeared. A purple-haired woman in a white diplomatic uniform contacted the devils of Kuro. Everyone was unsure who she was, except Kiba and Saji, who recoiled in fear as they recognized her. Priscilla, good evening, Miss Gremory. I am Priscilla Focaler, Secretary of Ajuka Beelzebub. I am calling you today because I urgently need to know if the Red Dragon Emperor is with you. Rias felt nervous, fearing that if Priscilla discovered her secret, her dream of becoming the rating game champion would be crushed. So, she decided to lie. Rias, oh, you're Ajuka's secretary? We were about to visit him in the hospital. He's still in a coma and we are very worried about him. Priscilla narrowed her eyes at Rias and asked again, this time with suspicion, oh, really? He's in the hospital? I just visited and found out he was discharged a week ago. Where is he? Everyone in the room was shocked. They hadn't known Issei had been out of the hospital for a week, and the girls struggled to respond. Rias was sweating and speechless. Sona and her peerage were in disbelief, realizing Rias had been sending excuse letters while Issei was no longer hospitalized. Kiba and Saji remained silent. Vale felt exhilarated, happy that his rival was out of the hospital and looking forward to their next battle. Priscilla, you know what? Never mind. Miss Gremory, can you please use the evil pieces to track him down? Rias, Weiss. I'll do it right away. She activated a small magic circle, and a hologram of a map appeared. The others crowded around to find his location. Finally, Rias found Issei's evil pieces. Rias, huh? Why is Issei-kun all the way on the other side of the world? Where is that? Vale, It seems like he's somewhere in the U.S. state of Colorado, in a forested mountain range. But why is that? Everyone was confused about how Issei managed to get from Japan to America without anyone noticing. Rias was sweating more and becoming increasingly anxious, thinking of various scenarios that might have led to Issei's departure. Rias frantically thought to herself, no. No. My precious pawn. How could you leave without me knowing? Are you leaving me? How am I supposed to be the rating game champion if you're not here? But Priscilla interrupted her thoughts, firmly ordering, enough. Miss Gremory, you and all the individuals with you right now are to meet me at a location near this point where we will search for him together. We must make haste. With that, her hologram vanished. Lu Fei then urged, you all heard her. Let's go now. Valley added, all right then, I'm coming. But I wonder what Issei Hayudu could be doing there. Perhaps he is training? Anyway, let's go. Scene break. Somewhere in La Plata County, Colorado, USA. Wednesday American time, 12:30 a.m. It was dark at night. The area was deserted, and all the animals were asleep. The only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the gentle flow of the creeks. Suddenly, a large red magic circle appeared, and out came Rias, Sona, and Vala's team. They all sprawled out in different directions but stayed close to one another. Kaneko and Kuroka used their powers to search for any trace of Issei's aura, but they found nothing. Everyone was searching hard, but all encountered dead ends. Valley asked, Albion, can you find Draig's soul? Albion replied, I did. But I detected nothing. Valley exclaimed, what? That's impossible. You can detect Draig's soul from anywhere. Albion explained, I know it's hard to believe, but that's the truth, and it's a scary one. If Draig has really gone off the radar, it can only mean one thing. Valley pressed, what? Albion continued, Draig's soul is unique. If I can't sense it anymore, it means his aura has changed to the point where I can't identify it. This could mean his aura mixed with another powerful being's aura and merged into a new soul. Vala's eyes widened. So, you're saying Draig's soul has changed due to outside forces? Yes, and if Draig's soul has changed, then Issei Hayudu has definitely met this other powerful being as well, Albion confirmed. Vala's excitement grew. Another powerful being? I like the sound of that. Hopefully we can find it, then I can battle it. Suddenly, a voice called out, everyone, It's Priscilla Focola. I have arrived and I'm ready to track down the Red Dragon Emperor with you all. She emerged from the darkness and met up with Rias. Rias pointed to a massive mountain with a snowy peak and rocky slopes. You're here. The evil pieces are up that mountain peak over there. Priscilla nodded. All right, we'll fly up there. Let's go. She spread her wings and flew towards the peak, prompting everyone to follow her into the air. Unbeknownst to them, a group of brothers was trailing behind. Florian instructed, "Okay boys, you know the plan. When you see the Red Dragon Emperor, we isolate him and then go in for the kill. Got it?" Severino replied nervously, "I don't know, bro. The White Dragon Emperor is here too. Isn't that a concern?" Florian pondered for a moment before saying, "We'll observe them first. Don't do anything until I say so." His brothers nodded and continued to follow Rias and Valley closely. At the top of the mountain, the teams of Rias, Sona, and Valley looked in all directions for Issei. Albion was trying to detect his presence but was shocked to find nothing. What? This doesn't make any sense. Gremory, you said he's up here, but I can't detect anything. Are you sure we're at the right place? Rias checked the map. Well, it says the evil pieces are here. Let's zoom in. Okay, we're here. They are up ahead. As soon as she said that, everyone ran in that direction, following a rocky and snowy path that led to an unexpected discovery. They found a huge crater with a foul smell emanating from it. Everyone was on high alert as they slowly approached the center of the crater. Gasper sniffed the air. Wait, I know this smell. It's Issei-senpai's blood. The scent is everywhere. He quickly moved to a corner and found dried blood on the rocks, scaring him. Blood? He exclaimed, terrified by the sight. Rossweiss approached him, trying to comfort him. Hey now, calm down, Gasper. It's all right, we're here. She cuddled him, offering reassurance. Everyone looked at Gasper in fear as he revealed the bloodstains. Kiba and Saji were worried about the possibility that Issei was in serious danger. They braced themselves for the worst, hoping their fears were unfounded. Thank you, Rossweiss-sensei. The strongest scent is coming from the center of this crater, Gasper pointed out. Rias shivered in fear. That's where the evil pieces are. Losing Issei would be detrimental to her progress in becoming the greatest raiding game champion of the underworld. Sona rushed toward the object lying on the ground. At first glance, she didn't recognize it, but then gasped in shock. It was a dead body, arms and legs missing, malnourished, with a face unrecognizable and pitch-black eyes. Everyone else reached the body and gasped in dismay at the sight of the lifeless form on the cold ground. Priscilla stepped forward for a closer look, observing the body before turning to the rest and preparing to give an answer. Priscilla, I don't want to believe it yet, but can you sense the evil pieces inside this carcass, Miss Gremory? Rias shivered in fear and could only nod. At that moment, everyone broke down. Valley stood by the body, clenching his fists in rage. The student council cried, and Team Valley was speechless at the sight of Issei's body. Ophis looked at Issei with a tense and serious expression. The ORC had mixed reactions. Rossweiss and Gasper embraced each other, crying, while the other girls were conflicted, unsure how to process this sudden tragedy. Rias, Issei-kun. You. She struggled to think straight. As she continued to stare at the body, memories of Issei replayed in her mind. After a moment, a single tear fell as her breath trembled. Rias stood motionless, her eyes fixated on the lifeless form. Sona, mourning Issei, noticed Rias and the other girls of the ORC were still, their eyes devoid of emotion. She thought they might need time to process what had happened before turning away to continue grieving. Kiba and Saji were deeply affected. Their hope of saving the underworld was gone, and they felt the weight of impending change. Kiba, no. How could this happen? My best friend is dead. And I didn't save him. Issei, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. He broke down, crying as if his heart would shatter. Saji wrapped an arm around him in support, and together they mourned their friend's death. Priscilla stood nearby with an expressionless face. She turned and saw Florian and his brothers watching the scene. She shook her head, signaling them to stay put. Florian understood and turned to his brothers. The Red Dragon Emperor is dead. This means that the boosted gear has moved on to a new host. Let's go home now, I'll brief you on the new plan. His brothers nodded, and they left the scene. After some time, everyone was still shaken by Issei's death but had calmed down a bit. Priscilla gathered everyone's attention to announce the next course of action. Priscilla, okay everyone. I've decided what to do now. I'll report back to my superiors about this tragedy. We'll also organize the Red Dragon Emperor's funeral and invite major figures from different mythologies to attend. For now, everyone should head back home and rest. It's been a long day. Miss Gremory, you and your peerage are to follow me into the underworld where we will inform Lord Beelzebub about this. Also, leave the body here, we'll come back later. Everyone looked at one another before turning back to Priscilla, agreeing to her plan. Team Sona and Team Valet left via magic circle back to Kuo Town. Priscilla opened her own magic circle and teleported herself and Rias's peerage to the underworld. Scene break. Lilith, capital city of the underworld. Even months after the end of the Evil Dragon War, its profound effects were still felt by everyone. Soldiers were stationed everywhere to maintain stability. Devils and fallen angels alike were still shaken by the war's impact on the underworld. The government struggled to exert its authority due to a significant loss of life. Inside the government district, officers and secretaries rushed about, carrying stacks of paperwork. Senior officials shouted orders, keeping everyone busy. The district housed 3 main buildings, each filled with workers scurrying around with paperwork. However, one man oversaw all operations. Ajuka Beelzebub, the leader of the underworld, who had taken on many responsibilities of his fellow mouse. Ajuka sat in his office, sifting through stacks of paperwork. Anyone else might have gone insane, but Ajuka was intelligent and absorbed information quickly. Ajuka, sigh, alright, that's the 743rd stack of paperwork done. Just a few hundred more to go. After completing another stack, he leaned back in his chair, reflecting on everything that had happened, including memories of his fellow Maos, now sealed. With the trihexa. Ajuka, it's been only 2 months since I last saw you, Surzex. But it feels like an eternity. How are you holding up? You know, Grafia is still super mad at you for just leaving her behind. But I understand you wanted Milikas to grow up happily with his mother. Ajuka sighed, feeling the weight of his heavy workload since Rias and her peerage had left to confront Serafal and Falbium. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a magic circle appearing in the center of his office. Leaning forward, he watched as Priscilla, Rias, and her peerage emerged. Confusion washed over him as he noticed the troubled expressions on their faces, particularly the grief-stricken looks of Rosweiss, Kiba, and Gasper. Something was clearly wrong. Priscilla, what's wrong? Why did Rias follow you here? And Rias, what happened? Ajuka asked, concern creeping into his voice. Lord Beelzebub, this is a serious matter. I am here to deliver an unfortunate piece of news, Priscilla replied solemnly. What's it about? Ajuka inquired, his curiosity piqued. Just now, at 12:40 a.m. in America, we discovered the deceased body of Issei Hayu. Ajuka's cup of coffee slipped from his hands, shattering on the floor as he stood frozen in shock. He struggled to process the information, hoping it was a cruel joke. But the grim faces of the ORC made it clear that this was no trick. HHH? What? You're kidding me, right? His mind raced. It had only been 2 months since the war, and now Issei was gone. Gathering his thoughts, he pressed on. How was he when you found him? The ORC flinched at his question. Priscilla looked down, her expression darkening as she spoke. His arms and legs were all gone. He looked very malnourished. You could see his bones. His eyes were pitch black, and his corpse was rotting. There was blood everywhere when we found him. Ajuka stumbled back, unable to fathom the gruesome details. He collected himself and asked, Where's the body? Please follow me. Priscilla opened a magic circle, gesturing for Ajuka to follow. He dashed to her side, and they teleported to Colorado, where Issei's body had been discovered. Upon arrival, Itsuka sprang into action, searching for Issei. Lord Beelzebub! Over here! Priscilla called and he rushed toward her. As he approached, the sight of the body nearly made him sick. He struggled to breathe, fighting back nausea as he took in the horrific scene. After a moment, he turned to Rias and the others, his expression a mix of shock and determination. Out of respect for Issei Hideout, all work and school shall be suspended for 3 weeks in the underworld and the human world. I will inform the other factions about this and make the necessary arrangements. He closed his eyes, still grappling with the reality of the situation. Priscilla leaned closer, whispering, Lord Beelzebub, now that Issei Hideout is dead, shall we search for the boosted gear? It could be dangerous if it falls into the wrong hands. If evil individuals hear about Issei's death, they will race to find his Longinus to gain power. Our numbers have greatly decreased. We are vulnerable. I suppose that would be a good idea. I will contact Heaven and Governor Shemhazai for reinforcements to help us search for the boosted gear, Itsuka replied. All right, Priscilla said, nodding in agreement. Now, everyone, please head home. I know this is stressful, so I'm giving you all a long break to recuperate. Goodbye, I'll be heading back. He summoned a magic circle and stepped into it, disappearing from sight. Priscilla thought to herself, frustrated. Damn it. I forgot we're at peace. The other factions will hinder our hunt for the boosted gear. Never mind, I'm sure Florian will figure something out. She turned to the ORC, determined. Everyone will make sure to find whoever is responsible for this. I swear on my life that justice will be served. Kiba, however, was skeptical. He knew Priscilla's true intentions and felt a mix of fear and frustration. You remember that time we thought Issei died from Samuel's blood? Why aren't you expressing anything? You look conflicted. Have you all fallen out of love with him? He did so much for you, and staying emotionless now feels wrong. With that, Kiba walked away slowly, leaving Rias and the others in silence. Rias wanted to call him back, but as memories of Issei flooded her mind, she realized he was so much more than just a pervert. For the first time since she had made a mistake, Rias felt a twinge of regret. The other girls were concerned about her and were about to ask, but Rias turned to them and said, Forget about him, let's just go home. She walked off into the distance and activated a magic circle, teleporting away. The others were left speechless, exchanging awkward glances before they too teleported home. Scene break. Andromalius Manor, Underworld. Priscilla returned home to find Florian and his brothers sitting on the sofas. They turned to her, eager to know what had happened. Florian asked, So, did you convince him to let us find the boosted gear? Priscilla replied, Yes, but there's a problem. Heaven and the fallen angels will be sending forces along with you to search for it. Florian shrugged. That's it? No problem. We can handle that. However, now that we've been reduced to a weakened state, the plan will be postponed indefinitely until we find that Longinus or become strong enough to carry out the plan with our current numbers. When we search for the boosted gear, we must do our best to track it down. But if the search proves fruitless, we will train hard to become stronger. Does anyone have a problem with that plan? Nobody objected, and all nodded in agreement. Florian sighed, I know you're all disappointed and still grieving our fallen brothers. But for now, let's take a break before we start searching for the boosted gear. Scene break. 5 days later, Milan, Italy. Monday, 10 p.m. After a few days in the hospital, Rain decided to fulfill her promise and give Draig his new body. While in the hospital, she had communicated telepathically with Draig's soul, who asked her to alter his soul's attributes to hide from his rival. To do this, she mixed some of her energy with his soul, making him stronger and undetectable by Albion. Rain teleported to her secret lab in Italy, where she conducted experiments. Among them were several artificial bodies suspended in sleep deprivation tanks. She had previously attempted to create other entities with special powers but had failed. As she walked past the tanks, she stopped at one containing a man with long red hair. Taking out the jar with Draig's soul, she directed it toward the body. At first, there was no movement, but eventually, the man's eyes opened. Draig exclaimed, Huh? Why am I suspended in water? Wait, Did Murasame keep her promise? Now I can protect Issei wherever he goes. Delighted at the thought of having his own body again, Drake looked through the glass and saw Rain looking back at him. He swam forward and knocked on the glass. Rain, seeing that Drake was alive, drained the water from the tank. As the water level went down, Drake prepared for his new life. Rain opened the glass tank, and Drake fell to the floor, breathing heavily and soaked. Drake? Are you there? Rain asked. Oh, it feels very strange to be breathing again. Murasame. Yes, I'm so glad to be back in a body. Drake looked at his new form, noticing he was tall and slim. He thought, I need to build some muscle. I should thank Murasame for this awesome body. Rain handed him a towel and his clothes. Drake dried himself and put on his clothes, inhaling deeply. Fresh air. After so long trapped in a sacred gear, it feels wonderful. He walked around, reveling in his newfound freedom. Then he remembered something important. Oh wait, Murasame wears Issei. In that crib over there. She pointed to a small blue crib with a baby inside. Drake approached the crib and saw Issei sleeping peacefully. How cute. Why do I feel this way? Do I finally have the ability to feel emotions again? Oh yeah. He jumped for joy, but in doing so, he accidentally woke the baby. The baby opened its eyes and began to cry. Drake felt a surge of panic, unsure of how to comfort a baby. He stood awkwardly as the cries grew louder. Rain quickly came over, cradling the baby in her arms and trying to soothe it. Maybe he's hungry, she suggested, attempting to calm the baby. Drake watched, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. Drake, wait? Why do I feel embarrassed when seeing those things? For the entire time I was in the boosted gear, I still remember all the times when Issei was surrounded by women, so why do I feel embarrassed when I see them? Rain, Drake, I can read your mind, you know? Drake, what? No wait. Murasame, I didn't mean it like that dash. Rain, it's fine. Don't worry. Stop shouting. Otherwise, the baby is going to cry. Anyway, maybe the reason you feel embarrassed when you look at is because you don't have any experience with women. I mean, you could have probably seen other women through Issei as if you're watching TV. But when you see the real thing in person, you freak out. So maybe the reason why you act so scared is that you simply have no experience. Drake, me? No experience with women? He was left speechless. Drake wanted to say something but couldn't form a single coherent sentence. He just looked at Rain, who was still focused on feeding the baby. Drake, wait a minute. How can you read my mind? Rain, simple. You have a bit of my aura within you, so we are telepathically connected. This means we can communicate with each other through our minds from any location. This also means our son can communicate with us through his mind. Drake, that's pretty creepy yet nifty. Wait, our son? Rain, yes. After all, he has both of our energies. So, technically he is your son. Drake, I'm a dad? I can't believe it. I don't know how to raise a child. What do I dash? Rain, calm down, we'll figure it out. But first, we have to find a place to live and raise him. And I have just the place. I remember this city in Japan from some of my earliest memories on this planet. It's pretty pleasant, and I think it's the best place to raise our child. Drake, okay. What's it called? Rain, Tengu City. Drake, I see. I guess we could stay there. Besides, I think staying in Japan would be quite convenient for me personally. Remember I told you that I was going to show Issei his memories when he turns 18? About the reason for that, you see, Issei and I were once battle partners. We had known each other since he was born, and we overcame many challenges together. He fell in love with a girl and she loved him back, or so we thought. More girls soon joined his group, and they seemed pretty close. But one battle, he fell into a coma due to exhaustion. During his hospital stay, the girls who supposedly loved him cheated on him behind his back. Issei found out and discovered them on vacation with their boyfriends in America. Rain, I see, so you want to get revenge on them for cheating on our son? Drake, it's a little more complicated than that. We discovered those boys were actually plotting against the government and planned to take complete control. Basically, I want to show Issei his memories so that he remembers we must defeat a group of rebels planning to stage a coup. Rain, so that's the case. Why don't we stop them now? Drake, no, the three of us do not have enough power. Even if we did, I think it's better to spend a couple of decades training and becoming strong enough to fight those guys. I think we have that amount of time because we dealt with a bunch of them, and I know for a fact that they wanted that boosted gear to gain sufficient power to overthrow the government. But they are probably spending all their time trying to find it, not realizing that there is no more boosted gear. They need this sacred gear, otherwise, their plan won't work. Rain, your story sounds really rushed. But don't worry, I understand. You want to stop a group of rebels from overthrowing the government. Got it. Drake, it is rushed, and it is an oversimplified version of our story. If we have the time, I will tell you all about it. But for now, let's focus on settling down peacefully. Rain, agreed. Let's go. But before that, why don't we name our son? We'll decide on what we should name him. Think about it for some time before we tell each other our answers. And also, please call me Rain. Drake, all right. I'll think about it, Rain. After a minute or so, Drake and Rain came back to say their suggestions. Rain, we'll say them on 3.2.1. Rain, Shido. Drake the second. Rain, what? Drake, don't judge me. I've never had a child before. I don't know what to name him. Rain, why don't we go with mine then? Drake, works for me. And so, I was named Shido on that day. Issei Hideout was now truly gone, but it was also a new beginning of something great. 17 years later. Tengu City, Japan. Monday, 7:30 a.m. Son, breakfast is ready. Hurry up or you'll be late for school. That was my mom calling downstairs to eat breakfast and go to school. I woke up and saw the first rays of light entering my eyes. I opened my eyes and saw the alarm clock. It read 7:30. It seems like I woke up on time. I stretched myself and got out of bed. I slowly made my way towards the kitchen, my head still feeling very heavy. Ugh, I hate Mondays. POV, Shido. Hello everyone, my name is Shido. Shido Murasame. I am currently 17 years old this year, and I am a second-year student at Raisin High School in Tengu City. I am just an ordinary boy who doesn't care much about the things that are happening around me. I just want to live a quiet and peaceful life far away from human civilization. Dealing with people can be challenging. I went to the bathroom to shower and changed into my uniform. There are no more exams left this semester. I hope I did well though. Anyway, time to relax for a bit. I don't really have any major goals in life. I just want to get a good job, start a family, and simply be happy. I prefer not to stand out because I dislike attention. I walked out of the bathroom and went down the stairs to the dining room where my parents were sitting and eating breakfast. I saw poached eggs, sausages, and toast laid out. I sat down at the table to greet them. Good morning, Mo. Good morning, Odette, I said. Good morning, Shido. Breakfast is ready, eat up so you don't go hungry at school. I've also prepared a bento box for you for lunch, my mom, Rain Murasame, replied. She works as a teacher at my high school, and I try to keep that a secret from my classmates because some of them might try to approach me to get her number or something similar. When I asked her why she decided to teach at the same school, she said it was to keep an eye on me and ensure I don't misbehave. That's why I prefer my classmates to call me Shido instead of Murasame. So far, nobody has noticed that my mom works where I study. I guess she does this because I got into a lot of trouble in middle school, and the teachers would often call my parents. It wasn't entirely my fault, I was still pretty immature back then. Since she's a teacher, she keeps track of my grades and makes sure I perform well. There was a time when I downgraded from an A+ to an A in math, and she was quite concerned. She made me study with her as my private tutor every day until I passed math on the next test. Mom is always busy and often sleep-deprived. She drinks a lot of coffee to stay awake, which sometimes leads to friction between my parents. My dad complains about the expense, But when mom doesn't get her coffee, she can become quite intense. Eventually, dad gives in and lets her have it. Despite being strict about my education, mom is very caring and supportive. She says that all she wants is for me to be able to support myself in the future. In her free time, she goes out with dad and keeps it a secret from me. I suspect they're on dates. They may argue at home, but I know they love each other deeply. "Good morning, son," my dad, David Murasame, greeted me. He originally came from Cardiff, Wales, and met my mom on a business trip to Japan. He told me it was love at first sight. After marrying her, he settled down in Japan, and they had me. Now, he's a stay-at-home dad who takes care of the chores. He adopted my mom's surname because he became fascinated with Japanese culture. Dad loves to wear flashy outfits, which I find puzzling. He doesn't talk much and rarely smiles, but when he does, it's usually serious. I remember when I got into trouble in middle school, he would always have that, "I'm not angry, I'm just upset," look, which made me nervous. When we got home, he would enforce strict punishments. Just thinking about those methods is intimidating, but I know he's just concerned for my well-being. He often reminds me to be cautious when I go out with friends. "All right, Shido, if you are ready, let's drive to school now. And darling, do you know where that cup of coffee I prepared for myself is?" Mom asked. "Ray-chan, that cup of coffee will be the 10th cup today. You know, caffeine isn't good for you," Dad replied. Suddenly, Mom grabbed Dad by his shirt and pinned him against the wall, holding him firmly. "Rain, where? Coffee?" "David, oblivious. All right. It's over there on that counter." He pointed to a kitchen counter where a thermal flask sat, steam rising from it. "Shido, Mom, it's just coffee, you know?" "Rain, son, you know how I am always sleepy? I need to pull many all-nighters. I need that coffee or I will literally fall asleep during work." Shido awkwardly backed off and let his mother grab her coffee. He thought to himself, how could I forget that Mom is very serious about her coffee? She can drink so much and still be sleepy. How is that possible? Then he walked outside and waited by the car for his mother to come out. Rain eventually came out and unlocked the car doors. They both got in and drove off. David waved at them and reminded his son to be extra careful and not stay out too late. Once they left, he went back inside and started watching TV. On the way to school, Rain was driving with her son. For Shido, this was a daily routine since elementary school. He sat in thought, pondering what the future held for him, as he was still undecided on his path. His train of thought was interrupted when Rain asked him a question. "Rain, son, what do you want to be when you grow up?" "Shido, I just want to be a regular salaryman and have a loving family. That's all." "Why do you ask?" This wasn't entirely true. Throughout most of his life, Shido preferred solitude, resulting in few friends and spending most of his time alone. His real goal was to isolate himself from society and live quietly. Rain stayed silent for a moment, deep in thought. Shido, confused by her reaction, tried to get her attention. "Shido, Mom? You there?" "Rain, huh? Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering what you planned on doing after high school." Shido, "Oh, so that's the case. Don't worry, Mom. As long as I study hard and get good grades, I can get any job I want." Rain, "Well, that's great to hear. But Shido, what if things don't go your way?" Shido was puzzled by this question. "Shido, what do you mean?" Rain, "What I mean is, what would you do if your future didn't turn out as you expected?" Shido was still confused and asked. "I don't know how to answer that. Why are you asking me this, Mom? You're acting pretty strange today." Rain, "You know what? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." She avoided the question and focused on driving. Shido remained perplexed by his mother's unusual questions. He thought to himself, why is Mom asking me this? Did I do something wrong? I think she's just concerned about me like Dad. Anyway, if something did happen, how bad could things get? It's not like I'm going to find out that I'm destined to face a monster like a hero in those mangas. As their conversation ended, they reached school. Shido left first and made his way to class, still contemplating his mother's words. Ray's in high school. 8:15 a.m. Shido entered his class and noticed he was early, seeing only a few students. Among them was his childhood friend, Hiroto Tanamachi. Tanamachi noticed Shido and got out of his seat to greet him. Tanamachi, "Hey, Shido. How are you doing today?" Shido, "Oh, I'm fine." Tanamachi, "Hey, check this out. I got a girlfriend." He pulled out his phone and showed a picture of an anime character from a dating simulator game. Shido, "Seriously, man? That's your girlfriend? You need to talk to some real girls." Tanamachi, "Hey now, it's just my preference. Besides, it's not like you're interested in girls either, are you? Even if you were, I bet you can't get one to like you." Shido, "L preferences plus ratio plus downvote plus dislike plus nobody asked." Tanamachi, "Whoa. That's harsh. Anyway, I heard the examination results are out." Shido, "Oh, so fast?" Tanamachi, "Yeah, apparently the marking was super quick because a teacher drank a lot of coffee to stay awake and mark almost 5 classes worth of exams in just 2 hours." Shido, "Definitely, Mom. So, what do you plan to do now that our second year is coming to an end?" Tanamachi, "Not sure, man. There's still 1 year left. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden?" Shido, "Well, my mom asked me a question, and then she followed it up with a bunch of strange ones about what I would do if things went wrong." Tanamachi, "I guess she just wants you to adapt to changes quickly so you don't sit around hoping things will change for the better on their own." Shido, "Adapting to change, you say? Well, if my life took a drastic change, I wonder what it'll be like?" Unbeknownst to the 2 boys, a group of 3 girls was in the corner gossiping about them. They were Ai Yamabuki, Mai Hazakura, and Mi Fujibakama watching the boys' conversation. Ai said, "Hey, don't you think those 2 are a little too close to each other?" Mai replied, "I think one of them has a crush on the other, but I'm still trying to figure out who's the one trying to confess." Mi chimed in, "That is so lame." The 3 girls had been observing Shido for a long time, wondering why he seemed so uninterested in girls. Mai asked, "Do you think he is even capable of liking anybody at all?" Ai responded, "Hold on, I got this. Just play along." She got up from her seat and walked towards Shido, with her friends following her. Shido and Tanamachi noticed the trio approaching and turned towards them. Ai then asked Shido something unexpected. "So, Shido, we've known each other for 2 years in the same class, and I think you're a pretty nice guy. How would you feel if I asked you out on a date?" She blushed as she tried to appear embarrassed. Mai and Tanamachi exclaimed, "Say what?" Mi added, "That is so lame." Shido processed Ai's words and immediately rejected her without hesitation. "Sorry, Ai. You're not my type. I'm just trying to live a plain and peaceful life. I'd rather be alone than spend time hanging out when all you do is talk about girly things. Besides, I'm not interested in relationships." Tanamachi was shocked and demanded to know why Shido flatly rejected a girl. Oh my god. Shido, did you just reject a girl? And you rejected her so quickly. Why? Ai was taken aback and felt a surge of anger. Huh? I was rejected so quickly. I don't care if it was a fake confession, how was I rejected so bluntly? Am I not cute enough? Shido Murasame. You'll pay for this. She clenched her fists, visibly upset. Mai and Mi tried to calm her down. Shido asked, "Huh? Why are you guys acting like that? Didn't I just say the reason? That I'm not interested in girls or relationships and just want to live a quiet life." Tanamachi replied, "No, man. It seemed like you quickly rejected her without even thinking about it. Don't you want a girlfriend?" Shido shrugged. "Not really. For some reason, I'm just not that into relationships and dates." As class time approached, students began to arrive in larger numbers. Shido took his seat and waited for class to start. When everyone was settled, their teacher, Miss Taimi Okamine, walked in. "Good morning, class. How are you all feeling today? I'm sure you're excited to know your test results. And guess what? They are right here. I will post the class ranking on the blackboard." The students chatted about their feelings regarding the exam, a swirl of excitement and nerves filling the room. Ms. Okamine placed the class ranking on the board, and all the students gathered around to see it. 13th place, huh? I'll take it, one student said. 17th place. This is bad. My parents are going to be upset, another lamented. 4th place. Great. Let's see who got the top. What? Shido Murasame? He got 1st place. The entire class was shocked, having never expected Shido to top the class. Even Shido was surprised. An unexpected surprise, but a welcome one, he said. Tanamachi exclaimed, "Holy cow, Shido. You got 1st place? I've never even seen you study and you beat us all. You even beat Origami Tabichi, the student who always topped the school." The realization that the number 1 star student had been overtaken by someone who seemed so ordinary left the class even more astonished. "Shido, teach me your ways," one student pleaded. "Yeah. How did you go from 7th place to 1st in just one semester?" another asked. Surrounded by classmates eager to learn his secret, Shido simply made up a story, mixing in a bit of truth. "Well, my mom is a teacher at a high school, so I studied with her all the time." Hee hee. Your mom is a teacher? No wonder. I bet she just gave you past year exam questions. As Shido was bombarded with comments, a certain white-haired girl watched him with great interest. After a few minutes, the students returned to their seats as Ms. Okamine began class, and everyone paid attention, except for Shido, who was lost in thought about what his mom had asked him earlier that morning. He pondered things that could greatly impact his life but struggled to come up with any. Then he noticed one of his female classmates staring right at him. "Hello everyone, let me introduce you to one of my classmates. This is Origami Tabichi. She was the top student in not only my class and cohort but the entire school until I overtook her and became the highest scoring student. I've never even talked to her before. Even though she is quite popular among my classmates and peers, I often forget that she even exists, probably because I am too engrossed in my own personal business. But the reason I'm telling you about her is that I want to share my personal opinion. To me, Tabichi is just another student in my class. I don't see her in any special way, and I'm pretty sure she doesn't even notice me. That being said, why is she now constantly looking at me? Is she upset that I surpassed her in the overall score ranking? If that's the case, then it's really petty. I hope she doesn't have any hidden agendas, like trying to find something to use against me. That would be unsettling. Unbeknownst to me, Origami has been watching me since our first year. Anyway, back to the story. I looked back at Origami and felt nervous about why she was staring intently at me. As each second passed, her eyes remained fixated on me, and all I could do was endure it until lunch break when I could leave class and be alone. Why is she staring at me? Did I do something wrong? I can't figure it out. Is she mad that I took 1st place? Whatever the reason, I hope she doesn't do anything drastic. After a few moments, Origami eventually turned back, but not before giving me one final glance. I felt relieved now that she had turned away and went back to being absorbed in my thoughts. But my train of thought was interrupted as Ms. Okamine made a surprising announcement. "Anyway, class, we have a transfer student. Come in." The class was surprised. Not only had the plainest guy in the class taken 1st place, but there was also a transfer student. They were excited and waited for the student to enter. The door opened, and in walked a girl who was rather short with long purple hair that grew past her waist. She tied some of her hair back into a ponytail using a red ribbon. The boys were immediately infatuated with the new student, busy ogling her and cheering in celebration, believing that now someone might get lucky and score a date. The girls were judging her, observing her behavior and mannerisms, wondering whether she would fit in with them. Meanwhile, I didn't care. I looked at her and felt nothing. I noticed an empty seat next to me and presumed that was where the transfer student would sit. The new student, although cute, had a serious and calm look on her face. She observed the class and seemed unimpressed by the boys' behavior. But her eyes landed on me, and she stared at me in a serious manner for a few seconds before turning away to wait for her time to introduce herself. I noticed her looking at me but didn't dwell on it. I just focused on getting through the day. "Alright class. I know all of you are pretty happy, but let's give our new student a moment to introduce herself." Yatagami-san, please introduce yourself. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Toka Yatagami, and I will be joining you all in this class until graduation. Pleased to meet you. She bowed her head and introduced herself respectfully. Thank you, Yatagami-san. Please take a seat over there in the back. Toka walked towards the back of the class, seemingly unfazed by the many pairs of eyes on her. She reached her desk and sat down next to me. We looked at each other for a brief moment before turning away to face the front. I decided I wanted to talk to Toka since she was new and might need assistance getting around the class. I didn't feel obliged, it just seemed like the right thing to do. Besides, I recalled what Tanamachi had said about my lack of skills in getting along with girls, so I thought this might be a good opportunity to gain some experience. Time skipped 12 p.m. The first half of the day was finally over. The students moved their tables to sit together for lunch. I felt that now was the right time to communicate with Toka and get to know her. I turned to her and introduced myself. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is. Before I could finish, Toka turned to me with a serious look. Her sharp gaze made me freeze. After a few moments, she turned back to the front. I felt awkward and decided to turn away and eat first before talking to her later. When I opened my bento, I saw rice with furicake toppings, eggs, and fried chicken for lunch. He began to munch down on his food, enjoying every bite. Mom's cooking is the best, Shido exclaimed, feeling at peace. Rain always prepared hearty and delectable meals for her son during lunch. As he ate, Shido pondered how to properly introduce himself to Toka without making her uncomfortable. He turned to see her staring intently at his bento box, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tried to hide her smile. Noticing her interest, Shido decided to offer her a bite. Hey, if you want a bite, you can have some, you know? Toka was surprised he had noticed her eyeing his food. Huh? Really? She replied, her smile growing as she eagerly accepted his offer. Shido was taken aback by her enthusiasm. Realizing she might have overreacted, Toka quickly added, I guess. Just a bite though, as I'm not really hungry. Okay, why don't we join our tables together so it's easier? Shido suggested. Without hesitation, Toka moved her table next to his and leaned in for a bite. Shido scooped up some rice and fed her. Toka chewed, her eyes sparkling with joy. That tastes good. Can I have another bite? Oh, sure. Shido replied, scooping up more food for her. She reacted joyfully again, and Shido found her reaction kind of cute, though it contrasted with his first impression of her as serious and studious. Unbeknownst to them, the rest of the class was watching. Some boys were jealous, cursing Shido for getting too friendly with Toka on the first day. They felt he had stolen her away from them. Meanwhile, some girls were interested in their conversation and began shipping them as a couple, giggling each time Shido fed Toka. Tanamachi felt proud of his friend but was internally frustrated that Shido was with a real girl while he was stuck with a digital one. The female trio in class was shocked that Shido was conversing with a girl, especially after he had rejected AI's earlier confession. Origami gritted her teeth, fuming with jealousy as she struggled to contain her emotions. Shido, oblivious to the attention, felt it was the right time to have a proper conversation with Toka. Well, nice to meet you, Yatagami. My name is Shido Murasame, but I prefer if you just call me Shido. Likewise, my name is Toka Yatagami, but I prefer if you just called me Toka, she replied, and they properly introduced themselves. So, which school were you originally from? Why did you come to Raisin High School? Shido asked. Toka's expression turned serious as she answered, well, some things happened at my old high school that forced me to switch. I'd rather not talk about it. Okay. Well, let's switch to a happier topic. What kind of food do you like? Shido suggested. Toka's mood shifted instantly, her face lighting up. What do I like? I eat anything delicious. Any type of meat, any type of soup, anything. But what I love most is kinako bread. It's the best thing in the world. Later that evening, Shido called home. Mom? Can you cook rice with tamago eggs, salmon teriyaki, seaweed, tofu, and miso soup for my bento tomorrow? Oh, and please make 6 bentos. Let me guess, it's for your girlfriend, Rain teased. I saw the pictures of you and her at that restaurant buffet. I know she can eat a lot. Mom. She's not my girlfriend. Toka is just a friend. Shido protested. Why are you calling her by her first name? Isn't that too casual for a friend you just made? Rain asked. That's how she wants me to call her. It's not about how close we are. Shido replied. Then why did you two go on a date at a restaurant? Rain pressed. We were just hanging out. She wanted to eat there because she was hungry. Shido explained. Then why did you walk so closely together at the park and make a promise to run away together? That sounds like you want to start a new life away from us. Hearing that still makes me sad, you know? Oh, that's... Shido started, but Rain interrupted. See, I knew it. You love that girl more than your parents. Come here. Mommy wants to cuddle you. I'm not letting you go anywhere. Huh. Wait, no, Shido stammered, while David watched from the side, enjoying the playful squabble that unfolded due to his wife's misunderstanding of their relationship. He thought about the time he gained his new body and his first few days taking care of Shido when he was still a baby. David chuckled to himself, reflecting on how amusing it was to see Ray-chan get so attached to Shido. Oh, how time flies. I still remember when I first met my wife, and we were practically strangers back then. Flashback 17 years ago. Drake took some time to adjust to his new body while staying in Rain's secret lab in Milan. During this time, he enjoyed human food for the first time. Rain would venture into Milan to buy food for both of them, and her ability to traverse long distances undetected allowed her to explore other cities. She brought back pasta with pesto from Genoa, gnocchi from Verona, various pasta dishes from Bologna, Neapolitan pizza from Naples, and couscous from Sicily. Drake developed a strong liking for Italian cuisine. After spending 3 days in Milan, Drake suggested they head to Tengu City to start their new life. Rain agreed, and she teleported herself, Shido, and Drake to the city. They purchased a plot of land and built a house on a hill slope on the outskirts, away from the bustling urban center. Drake appreciated the peaceful surroundings and the beautiful view of nature from their windows. Several months passed, and they blended into human society. Rain often carried Shido with her, and Drake took pride in his new body. He experimented with different clothing styles and favored flashy outfits that made him feel cool. One day, while looking out the window at the city, Drake considered all the possibilities his human form offered. He asked Rain if she wanted to take Shido out for lunch in the city, and she agreed, eager to explore. They traveled from their home to a shopping mall with various dining options and chose a family diner that served Italian food, reminiscing about their recent trip to Italy. They settled at a table by a glass window, and Drake ordered 3 risottos while Rain opted for pasta and brought a bottle of milk for Shido. As they waited for their food, Drake initiated a conversation. So, Rain Murasame, tell me more about yourself. I want to know you better since I'll be living with you while taking care of my son. Rain gazed out the window, contemplating her response. To be honest, I never knew where I was from or who my parents were. My earliest memory is waking up in the middle of nowhere, knowing I had powers but not how to use them. I wandered until I reached a city, where I encountered humans for the first time. They were frightened by my long, untamed hair, and I must have looked like a ghost to them. Wow, what a beginning! Did you ever find out where you ended up? Drake asked. Yes, although it was over 30 years ago, I remember that city. It was right here, Tengu City, Rain replied. I see. How did you transform from someone who looked like a ghost to the dignified woman you are today? Drake inquired. I observed humans and their clothing styles. I noticed women tying their hair up, particularly one with a side ponytail that I admired. That's how I chose my hairstyle. As for my clothes, there's a story behind that. I wasn't always an army medic. I worked various professions around the world over 3 decades. My first job was tailoring. One cold winter evening, I was discovered by a family of tailors who took me in. They named me Rain, and I learned to make clothes for all genders and ages. I can make some for you if you'd like. Okay, now that's a story to remember. So when did you transition from tailoring to something else? Drake asked. I began working for another tailor in Tokyo and made a good income from it. My boss had given me an extended vacation period, so I went back to Tengu City. I ate at a local restaurant with impressive food. I asked the chef if he could teach me, but he told me that I could only learn to cook like him if I worked in his restaurant. So, I quit my job at the tailor and started working at the restaurant. I worked there for 7 years and picked up cooking skills. I can still cook proficiently, you know. I think Shido will enjoy my food when he grows up. Drake replied, Wow. You have quite the story. I'm very impressed. Thanks. After that, I traveled all over the world and worked many jobs over the course of 3 decades. I've seen everything and am simply in awe of what I experienced. As for how I learned I had powers, that's an entirely different story. Perhaps I will tell you about it later. Drake nodded. I would like to hear more about you, but I agree, let's save that for another time. Right now, I am going to use the restroom. Drake got up and left. Meanwhile, little Shido was wide awake, moving his arms and legs about, cooing and trying to get his mother's attention. Rain turned to Shido and gently stroked his head, showing him affection. She then kissed his forehead and decided to feed him some milk. As she took out the milk bottle, Shido grabbed it with both hands and started drinking eagerly. At the next table, a married couple admired Shido's cuteness. The wife said, Isn't that adorable? It reminds you of our son, right, darling? The husband chuckled, Yes. It definitely reminds me of our son when he was little. Rain overheard them and decided to engage in a friendly conversation. Hello. I noticed you were looking at my son. Isn't he cute? The wife smiled, Yes. Very cute. We were just about to leave when we noticed him. He reminds me of my own son when he was a child, so we felt nostalgic. The husband added, Same here. But guess what? My wife and I recently found out we're expecting another. We just returned home to prepare for our next child. Rain exclaimed, Really? Congratulations. I'm sure your son will love having a younger sibling. The wife beamed, Thank you. It's a girl, by the way. I'm sure my son will spoil her. The husband introduced himself. How rude of me. I'm Hideout, and this is my wife, Miki. We live in Kuo Town, just down the highway. Rain replied, Nice to meet you. I'm Rain Murasame, and this is my son, Shido. My husband and I live here in Tengu City. We got married a year ago and decided to have children. The husband said, That's lovely. I would love to chat more, but we need to get home quickly. We want to surprise our son. The wife added, It was nice talking to you, Mrs. Murasame. I hope we meet again one day, with our children. I'm sure they'll get along splendidly. The couple waved goodbye to Rain before leaving. After they had gone, Drake returned from the restroom and saw Rain cuddling Shido. Shido is awake? I see he really likes you. Can I carry him? Drake asked. Of course, how can I deny the father the right to love his own son? Rain replied. Come here, son. Papa wants a hug. Drake said with enthusiasm. Those were nostalgic memories for David, who couldn't help but smile warmly at the earliest moments with his wife and son. He had spent centuries as a dragon before being sealed in a sacred gear and eventually inhabiting a human body. Initially, he hoped to regain his former powers but became dedicated to being a good father to Shido. David turned back to see his wife and son in a playful argument. Alright, that's enough. I'll help you make the bentos, son. After all, you want to impress your girlfriend, right? Dad! Shido exclaimed, embarrassed. David laughed. I'm just kidding, son. Let's get started. The Murasame family spent the evening preparing bento boxes for the next day. Rain cooked the salmon, David prepared the eggs and rice, and Shido steamed the tofu. It felt like a wholesome family moment with everyone involved in the process. However, unbeknownst to them, several suspicious individuals lurked around the house, a group of 3 men in black suits peering through the window, observing the family closely. 1. You sure this is the one? 2. Definitely. Our detectors and radars can positively identify the 17-year-old boy named Shido Murasame living in that house as an individual associated with the supernatural. There is definitely a strange power within him. That power meets the minimum amount of power that Mr. Westcott needs for his plan. 3. Barnes, you have said that many times over the course of 4 years. Maybe it's not the boy. Every time you say we're going to approach him, you tell us to retreat because he doesn't seem that unusual and might just be a regular boy, before we spend another few months observing him and end up repeating this. 1. Donovan, it's all about trial and error. We've experienced this many times. There's no denying it. 3. Whatever you say, Campbell. I just don't want that serious Lady Jessica to be upset with us for getting an innocent boy involved in Dim Industries' plans. 2. Hey, calm down. Ms. Bailey might be a little intense about her work, but she would understand if we made a mistake. After all, who can truly identify someone associated with the supernatural? It's not our fault if we miscalculate, since the existence of the supernatural is still debated. The men retreated away from the house, unaware that Shido's parents had sensed their presence from the start. The only reason his parents weren't suspected was that David and Rain had concealed their auras for years to protect Shido from powerful entities who might harm him. As Shido monitored the tofu being steamed, David and Rain exchanged concerned looks and decided to communicate telepathically about the suspicious individuals outside. Rain, darling, did you feel that? David, I did. What do you think? Rain, those were the energy signatures of regular humans, but I don't detect any powerful magic within them. It could have been a group planning to rob our home but noticed us inside and left. You have enhanced hearing since you retained some dragon properties after the soul transfer procedure in Milan, right? David, correct. I heard what those men said. It could be trouble if we react too late. Tell Shido to sleep in his room tonight. Do you have any powers to protect him while we hunt those men? Rain, I do. I can manipulate reality and create a protective layer around Shido. Anyone but us who enters its radius will be repelled. David, great. That will certainly help. We'll stay up until midnight and wait for those men. If they don't show, I'm tracking their auras and they're currently far from us. If they don't appear, we'll chase after them and eliminate the threat. Rain, got it. I'll send Shido to bed early. We need to ensure he doesn't learn about the supernatural until he turns 18. We agreed he would live as a normal boy before we reveal his past life. David, yeah, but if things go awry, we might have to tell him sooner. Right now, those men don't seem like much of a threat, but I want to deal with them quickly. They finished their conversation and returned to preparing bentos for the next day's lunch. The evening went smoothly for the family, but David and Rain remained alert, knowing their son was in potential danger. From 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., everyone did their own thing until it was time for Shido to go to bed. Rain, son, you can sleep in your own room tonight. Your father and I have important business to attend to. Shido, huh? Why so sudden? And you have things to do this late? David, well, yes. So, be a good boy and stay in bed until morning. We'll be back shortly. Shido's parents left without further explanation. He felt confused but relieved to have his own space for the night. He turned off the lights and headed to his room. Once inside, Shido decided to stay up a little longer to chat with Toka, who also wanted to talk with him. Scene break. Toka's home, 10:10 p.m. Toka was trying to muster the courage to chat with Shido. She could only type a message but hesitated to press send. Her heart raced, not from excitement, but from fear that Shido might dislike her, even for a simple message. Toka, that I don't want Shido to hate me. I know I'm just asking to talk, but my past experiences of being bullied hold me back. I don't want to lose my first friend. Suddenly, she remembered what Shido had told her earlier that day, that she could come to him if she needed help or someone to listen. She felt grateful and happy that she had a friend who was willing to support her no matter what. Toka regained her courage, typed her message, and sent it without hesitation. Hey Shido, are you still online? I would like to chat some more if that's fine with you. Sure. In fact, I was actually wanting to talk to you. Can't sleep? No, it's just that I couldn't stop thinking about today. You enjoyed hanging out? Yeah. But hey, listen, I wanted to talk to you because I want to tell you about my past. I've had nobody to talk to for a long time. You promised me, right? That I could come to you when I need help with my problems? Of course, I never break a promise. So, what did you want to tell me? Well, let me start by telling you everything that happened in my life before I quit my previous high school. I grew up in a normal family as a normal girl. My parents loved me and I loved them back. Since my family were kendo practitioners, I naturally learned it too and became quite fond of it. I joined kendo clubs throughout my school years. I became the best and eventually I was the club president. I took part in tournaments and never lost a single one. But all that changed on the day of my school's cultural festival. Flashback 10 months ago. It was supposed to be a jubilant day for Makibara High School, where Toka used to study. The different clubs had prepared exhibitions for the students to view and become convinced to join. Members of the public were allowed entry since it was an open house session. The Kendo Club, led by their club president and 5-time champion, Toka Yatagami, had been rehearsing for months to put on a spectacular performance for a massive audience. This performance consisted of the Kendo Club members standing in formation and showcasing their skills. The final part of the performance was Toka herself facing every member in her club and sparring them. There was no choreography involved for the final act, just pure skill and strategy to capture the hearts of the audience. Because of Toka's winning streak in tournaments, Makibara High School became quite famous, and all the students and teachers were proud of her. Thus, large crowds of students, parents, and teachers gathered for her club's performance at the sports hall during the school's cultural festival. Even local reporters were there to see the performance. The first few stages of the performance, which involved executing different katas to showcase various striking techniques, went smoothly. All the members had perfectly coordinated their movements. The months of practice and rehearsal paid off. Now it was time for the final act. The audience was on the edge of their seats, the teachers and parents watched with pride, and reporters took pictures of Toka. Toka stood in the center of the stage, waiting for each of her members to come forward. As each member approached, they mentally prepared themselves to face their club president, who possessed remarkable prowess in kendo. But even with determination and skill, they were no match for Toka as she defeated each member one by one. In the end, she was the last one standing. Toka instructed all her members to reform into formation and bowed to the audience. The Kendo Club received a huge round of applause that lasted for almost 3 minutes. Toka saw her parents in the audience, their faces beaming with pride and respect. She felt as if she had reached a high point in her life and that things were going to get even better. However, her happiness was short-lived. After the performance, the entire Kendo Club, including Toka, went out to the food stalls set up by students. Everyone was having a good time, and Toka was enjoying the food. But then, someone approached her from behind. "Hey you!" Toka turned around to find 2 women standing behind her. They were towering over her, and Toka felt nervous. "Yes? May I help you? You think you're some kind of big shot who thinks nothing can get in their way?" Toka was stunned by this question. All she had done was put on a performance for everyone to watch. "What's your problem? We just put on a performance to promote our club. I don't think—" "Shut up. You're pathetic. You have no skill, and you can't survive in this world if you keep swinging that sword so poorly." At this point, many were watching the woman shouting at Toka. They were concerned since this woman was making a scene for no reason. "Hey now, don't you think that you're being a little harsh?" "What? It's the truth. Look at this short stack. She's so puny that anybody could defeat her without breaking a sweat. Besides, her entire club of mediocre losers who wave swords like tree twigs are much worse. They have no hope whatsoever." Toka was getting annoyed, especially when the woman insulted her fellow club members. She bluntly replied, "Listen, you don't know anything about kendo. My club members and I have practiced and refined our skills for months. So if you think we're bad, then I guess you're much worse. After all, that large chest of yours will cause you so much back pain that you won't be able to hold a sword. You'll fall forward and look like a total idiot," Toka said, eliciting laughter from the crowd. She rolled her eyes at the woman before turning back to her food. Suddenly, the first woman punched Toka in the face. The crowd fell silent, shocked by the unexpected aggression. Toka felt pain in her cheek and, angered, demanded to know what the woman's problem was. "Hey, what's your problem?" Toka shouted. "My problem? No, you're the one with issues. I challenge you to a sparring match," the woman retorted. "You wanna go? I'll teach you not to insult my friends. Prepare yourself," Toka exclaimed, tossing a bamboo sword to the woman and gesturing to an empty spot. The woman followed, while her accomplice and the curious onlookers watched closely. Toka assumed a fighting stance, ready to give it her all. The woman mirrored her stance, and they began to spar. Toka charged, swinging her sword, but the woman blocked the strike effortlessly. Toka quickly created distance, observing her opponent's movements. This woman is actually quite good. But I'm better. I'll lure her in and take her out when she has her guard down," Toka thought. She moved forward, launching a series of strikes, but the woman dodged them with ease. The woman then charged at Toka, who prepared to strike again. As the woman closed in, Toka thrust her sword, hitting the woman in the stomach. The woman stumbled back but quickly recovered. "Enough of this nonsense. You're nothing. Take this," the woman shouted, charging again. This time, she was faster, landing a strike on Toka's shoulder and a kick to her shin. Toka fell to the ground, feeling the pain intensify. The woman took advantage, delivering multiple blows to Toka's back, pinning her down. Each time Toka tried to rise, the woman stomped on her hands and legs. Finally, the woman grabbed Toka's hair and slammed her face into the ground before kicking her head. Toka felt overwhelmed by pain and humiliation. She had sustained serious injuries and felt ashamed for not protecting her club's reputation. As she lay there, she overheard the two women arguing. "Pathetic. You're nothing. You have no talent. Just quit already," the first woman taunted. "Hey, that's enough. Can't you at least show some mercy?" "What has gotten into you?" the second woman replied. Toka couldn't hear more as she succumbed to unconsciousness from her injuries. When she awoke, she found herself in the school's sick bay, bandaged and in pain. She managed to sit up but needed crutches to walk. After a couple of hours, feeling slightly better, she slowly exited the sick bay to find the entire kendo club waiting outside. "Hey, what happened? Where did those women go?" Toka asked. "After you passed out, they left still arguing. We noticed you weren't moving after a while," a student explained. "Is that so?" Toka replied, her mind racing with thoughts of the confrontation. "Well, thanks guys. I couldn't have." Student 2 interrupted, "Hold on a moment. We weren't finished. You tried to play the hero and teach that lady a lesson, but in the end, you were defeated by someone who just talked a big game. We heard the murmurs of the crowd. They said you were a disappointment, that maybe you weren't as great as people thought. Many people left the festival after that. Now, it's just a few students, teachers and parents left. Reporters captured your defeat with their cameras. I don't think you're going to last long. Some students were even planning to punish you for messing up." Student 3 added, "So do us all a favor and never show your face around us again. Don't try talking to the teachers, they're on board with us." Toka exclaimed, "Echa? What are you talking about? Guys, we're friends, right? After everything we've been through and me being your leader for so long, this is how you—" Suddenly, one of Toka's fellow kendo club members delivered an uppercut to her stomach, causing her to fall to the ground in pain. Student 1 shouted, "Didn't you hear us? We're done with you. If you stick around, we'll have to share in your humiliation. Leave and don't approach us again." With that, the entire kendo club walked away, leaving Toka groaning on the floor. She felt abandoned, watching her club members walk further away without a single one turning back. Heartbroken, she began to cry, feeling utterly alone. After 10 minutes, all she wanted was to go home. With her remaining strength, she managed to pull herself up and started walking toward the exit. The journey home was tough, but Toka somehow made it back without falling. She knocked on her door, and her parents opened it just enough to speak to her. Toka's dad said, "Get lost, Toka. You are a disgrace to our family. How could you let yourself get beaten? You were a champion. And now you disappoint us like this. You're no daughter of mine. You're no longer welcome in this house until you make up for this nonsense." Toka's mom added, "He's right, sweetie. I thought I raised you to be better. But it seems I've failed as your mother. Please don't call me mom again. I'm ashamed." Every word felt like a javelin to Toka's heart. She thought her parents would be more understanding, but they had just kicked her out. When they closed the door, she couldn't believe it. Not only had her friends turned their backs on her, but now her parents didn't care either. She was all alone. For the next few weeks, Toka drifted on the streets, struggling with insufficient food and water, and lacking shelter. Although she continued going to school, it didn't last long as her classmates bullied her both physically and mentally. Her desk was vandalized, bugs were placed in her locker, and she faced cyberbullying online. Once, a group of students brutally beat her, dunked her in cold water, and locked her in a sports closet for the entire school day. The bullying took a massive toll on her well-being, and Toka eventually stopped attending school. One day, she sat against a wall in a filthy alley, sunlight pouring down to illuminate the heaps of trash and swarms of rodents. Toka thought to herself, "Maybe I should have thought this through. If I hadn't tried to be a hero, none of this would have happened. I feel so stupid. I truly am the worst." Regret washed over her as she wished she could turn back time to undo her mistakes. Suddenly, someone called out to her from the sidewalk. She turned to see two girls standing at the entrance of the alley, looking at her. They approached and stood in front of her. Girl 1 asked, "You all right there? You look pretty messed up. Need some help?" Girl 2 added, "Are you okay?" Toka, unsure of who they were, replied, "Who are you? Why did you come here?" Girl 1 smiled and said, "Oh, my bad. I'm Kagaya Yamai, the leader of the Tengu City Sanctuary for Girls. Pleased to meet you." Kagaya bowed after introducing herself. Girl 2 introduced herself, "I'm Yuzuru Yamai, also the leader of the Tengu City Home for Girls." Apologies, Kagaya tends to exaggerate, so I'll be her translator if you don't understand anything. Toka replied, "Hi, I'm Toka Yatagami. I've recently dropped out of school and was kicked out of my house, so I have nowhere to go and am living on the streets." Kagaya responded, "Is that the case? Well then it's your lucky day. How would you like to be taken into our domain of tranquility and hospitality? We've got plenty of food and warm beds for you. Just say the word, and we'll gladly lead you out of your suffering and towards your salvation." Yuzuru added, "Translation, would you like to stay at our home? You will have your basic needs met. Do you accept?" Toka was shocked by their offer, but she was tired of starving and living on the streets without a roof over her head. So naturally, she immediately accepted. "Yes, please. Anything. I just want my life to be back to normal." The Yamai sisters exchanged glances and nodded. Yuzuru helped Toka walk towards their home, while Kagaya gestured for them to follow. "All right then. Follow my lead. We, the Yamai sisters, who are the gatekeepers of our beautiful sanctuary, shall lend you a helping hand to bring you out of this difficult situation to a much better place. Keep following me, and you shall eventually be free." Yuzuru reassured Toka, "Things will get better. It may take a while for you to adjust, but I think you will enjoy your stay." They walked for some time until they arrived at a 5-story building with Victorian designs. Inside, they found a receptionist, a woman in her mid-30s who looked quite stressed. Kagaya exclaimed, "Ms. Kiryu, we have another lost soul who seeks refuge. Please let her stay." The receptionist scrutinized Toka for a moment before retrieving a white keycard from the drawer and handing it to Kagaya. "This card is used to access the sanctuary and your own private room on the 4th floor. Without it, you won't be able to enter," Kagaya explained. Yuzuru added, "Here is your keycard. Don't lose it. Getting a replacement is a hassle. We'll show you to your room first. After that, take a shower on the 2nd floor and meet us on the 4th floor at 6 p.m. for dinner." The sisters led Toka to the elevator and up to her room. They walked through the hallway to the last room at the end. Toka used her keycard to open the door and found a small room with a desk, bed, and a window, filled with dust particles. Kagaya exclaimed, "Looks like this room needs a good cleaning. Yuzuru, bring out the vacuum cleaner." Yuzuru agreed, "Got it. I'll get the cleaning supplies. You two wait here." After half an hour of cleaning, Toka's room was finally tidy. She opened the window and took a deep breath of fresh air. This feels great. Thank you for taking me in. Kaguya replied, don't mention it. My sister and I were once in a tough situation too, and we were lucky to find this place. Yuzuru added, we're just happy to help. Here are some spare clothes. Take a shower and meet us at the dining hall. We'll introduce you to the other girls, though they might be a little hard to get along with. Toka smiled, I'll see you there. I really want to take a shower now. She felt grateful for the help from the sisters she had just met. Now, she could relax for a bit before deciding what to do next with her future. Shido said, Toka, I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. I never imagined your life before coming to Raisin High School was so difficult. Toka replied, it's fine, Shido. That was almost a year ago now. I've met the other girls at the home, but none of them seem to want to include me. Kaguya and Yuzuru have been my only friends. They are always busy talking with each other, and I only get to speak with them during lunch or if I bump into them. Shido asked, are you happy with your life as it is right now? Toka smiled and nodded. I'm glad that I've met you. My life has gotten happier after I met you. Shido replied, no problem. As a friend, I'm just doing my best to look out for you. Let's talk more tomorrow at school, okay? Alright, let's talk tomorrow. Shido felt happy talking to Toka. It seemed like he was genuinely important to someone, and every word he said mattered. He wanted to improve his friendship with Toka, as she truly enjoyed being around him and appreciated his company. Meanwhile, his parents were out in the city trying to track down the men who had loitered around their house earlier. Scene break. Tengu City Commercial District, 11:30 p.m. David pointed towards a mall across a busy road junction. Those 3 men are in that mall over there. 3rd floor, sitting by the window. I can positively identify them as the loiterers from earlier. Rain followed his gaze and spotted 3 men with a woman sitting at a table by the window on the 3rd floor. She gestured for David to follow her as they dashed towards the mall. Inside, they found very few people, as it was a weekday, and most were at home resting. They took the opportunity to rush up the escalators and close in on the mysterious men's location. They arrived in front of a cafe with no customers except for a table where 4 people were seated. The group, consisting of 3 men and 1 woman, were all wearing formal attire and were deeply engaged in conversation. David and Rain pretended to be customers and sat at a nearby table to listen in. The group didn't notice them as they were absorbed in their discussion. David and Rain took note of their appearances. All were foreigners. The woman, who seemed to be speaking the most, was clearly frustrated. What do you mean, you weren't sure? Barnes, I'm under pressure from my superiors because you haven't done your job for 4 years. Care to explain why you hesitated this time? Barnes responded, well, Ms. Bailey, perhaps I should have been honest from the beginning. Frankly, we think this mission is pointless. The existence of supernatural entities is still debated. I joined DIM Industries because we thought we were supposed to be saving the world, not hunting down some random boy you see as supernatural. Jessica shot back. You think your mission is pointless? Then get out of my sight. You 3 are fired. I'll handle Shido Murase myself. She stood up, pointing towards the exit, demanding they leave at once. Chapter End. Raisin High School, Tuesday, 12:20 p.m. It was lunchtime for the students. Shido and Toka decided to eat on the top floor, an open-air rooftop where students could relax without the awkward stares from classmates who might gossip about them. Shido brought all the bentos and split them between himself and Toka. He also brought a thermal flask of miso soup for them to share. Toka, eager to eat, immediately opened the first bento when Shido said, "Let's eat." She exclaimed, "Wow. This tastes super good. Tell your mom I said thank you. I've never tasted something so great before." Shido smiled, "Sure. I'll make more bentos for us tomorrow. My mom worked in a local restaurant for a few years and became a master at cooking before moving on to another job." Toka nodded. "No wonder the food is great. Your mom must have lots of experience." As they enjoyed their meal, Origami watched them from a neighboring building's window, recording the entire scene on her phone. Toka Yatagami. I'll make sure you stay out of my way. Shido is mine, and you stole him from me. I'll show the entire class your little date on the roof. She fixated on Shido and Toka, unaware that several students and teachers were passing by, concerned about her outburst. Origami was determined to break up Shido and Toka, despite there being no romance between them. While filming, she also noticed Ms. Mathers, an undercover English teacher, looking out from a window towards the roof, making a call. Ms. Mathers? What's she doing? Origami wondered, confused about why her teacher was observing Shido and Toka. For some reason, Origami thought of the least probable reason for Ellen to be secretly watching Shido. Is Ms. Mathers in love with Shido as well? I need to turn her attention away from him. She stopped recording and dashed towards the window where Ellen was standing. As she approached, Origami turned left from a corner and caught a glimpse of Ellen by the window. This prompted her to quickly hide behind the corner to see what Ellen was up to. Like any other concerned girl, Origami assumed Ellen would be secretly filming Shido like she was doing, but what she heard shocked her. Ellen was on the phone. The target is completely vulnerable right now. There is currently no unwanted interference. Move now. Remember to lure them out, then eliminate the girl and capture the boy. This assignment is way overdue, and Mr. Westcott is very furious about it. She hung up and started walking away. Origami was left wondering what that could possibly mean, but she felt a surge of worry. She had a feeling that Shido was in danger, so she instinctively rushed towards the roof to protect him. As she ran through the halls, she kept an eye on Shido through the window to ensure he was all right. By the time she reached the door leading to the roof, she heard footsteps rushing up the stairs. She hid behind the railing, concealing her presence. The footsteps grew louder until she could feel the presence of several people right behind the railing. They stopped and began talking. So, you guys ready? Remember, Shido Murase must be captured alive and unharmed. Eliminate the girl and hide her body. Ready? On the count of 3. Origami peeked out and saw 5 men in bulletproof vests and combat uniforms leaning against the door. One of them gripped the door handle, ready to swing it open. Her heart raced as she realized what was about to happen. When the man turned the handle, Origami jumped out of hiding, lunging towards the men and performing a low sweeping kick to take down the first man. Arg! The first man fell backwards, hitting his head on the floor. Origami followed up with a slamming kick to his head, then quickly snatched his rifle and struck him again with the butt of it. The other 4 men turned around, shocked to see Origami holding one of their comrades' rifles. The second man aimed to neutralize her, but she roundhouse kicked his rifle aside and lunged at him, delivering a jab to his eye. He fell to his knees, covering his injured eye. The third and fourth men started shooting at her, but she pulled the second man's body in front of her for cover. The bulletproof vest saved her from getting shot. The 2 shooters hesitated when they realized they had hit their friend, giving Origami the chance to appear from the side and take them both down. Finally, the 5th man pulled out a pistol, pointing it at Origami, horrified that a schoolgirl had just taken out 4 of his men. His hand trembled as he questioned her. Wait. Stop. What are you? You're just a schoolgirl. How did you do all of that? Bang! Origami shot the man and threw aside the rifle. She looked around at the motionless bodies and the blood flowing from them. Just then, the roof doors opened. Hearing the sound, Origami rushed down the stairs and hid out of sight. What were those gunshots, eh? What happened here? Shido exclaimed, panic in his voice. Toka screamed in fear, nearly losing her composure. Shido quickly rushed to her, hugging her tightly and covering her eyes to shield her from the gruesome scene. They heard someone coming up the stairs and looked to see who it was, trying to pretend they didn't see the bodies. Origami appeared, looking tense. She gestured for Shido and Toka to stay still, then tiptoed around the bodies to reach them. She urged them to keep quiet and follow her outside onto the roof. They complied, hesitantly moving towards her. Once they were by a wall next to the roof door, Origami closed it tightly. Shido, frantic and scared, asked, Origami, what was? But she placed her hand on his mouth, shushing him. Then, in a serious tone, she explained, Shido, those men were sent to capture you by Ms. Mathers. I overheard her ordering for you to be kidnapped and for Toka to be eliminated. Shido's eyes widened in disbelief. Me? Getting kidnapped? Ms. Mathers? What the heck is? Origami quickly interjected. Shido, get it together. I just saved you. We need to get out of here right now before Ms. Mathers or anyone else sees those bodies. Shido gasped. Huff. Tell me, why should I believe you? How am I supposed to believe that you killed 5 men armed with guns? Origami replied, I'll explain once we're in a safer place. Right now, stay here and keep calm. I'll go check if there's anybody around. She tiptoed back to the door and peeked outside, spotting Ellen standing in the middle of the chaotic scene. Luckily, Ellen was facing the other way and didn't notice Origami. Origami quickly hid behind the wall and gestured for Shido and Toka to quietly come to her. They slowly approached and asked what was happening. She instructed them to peek outside. Shido and Toka gasped, No way. They were shocked to see their English teacher standing emotionlessly amidst the chaos, making them uneasy about her true nature. Toka stammered, What is going on? I just transferred here, and this kind of thing happens? She felt scared and questioned her decision to come to this school, but snapped out of her daze when she noticed Ellen about to turn towards them. She barely managed to pull herself behind the wall in time, avoiding detection. Meanwhile, Ellen analyzed the scene with concern, never expecting someone to disrupt the plan meant to be secret. She took out her phone to make a call. Ellen said, Hello? Yes, it's Mathers. I have some bad news. The plan to capture Shido Murasame was thwarted, and all personnel involved were killed. I don't see any footprints, so I doubt the culprit is still in the building. I want 30 troops to search within a 2-kilometer radius from the school. They couldn't have gotten far. As for Shido Murasame, gather 3 wizards for the job. I suspect the perpetrator might have planned to protect him, and I don't believe they can survive against 3 powerful individuals. Get going, no failures this time. With that, Ellen walked down the stairs, leaving the area. Origami felt a surge of panic. Wait, wizards? If she meant that kind of wizards, then we don't stand a chance against them. I need to convince Shido and Toka to join me for their safety. Origami turned to Shido. See? I told you I was right. Don't tell me you don't believe me after hearing all that. Shido and Toka were still processing everything. However, they couldn't deny what they saw and heard. They took deep breaths to calm down, and after a few minutes, they began discussing Ellen. Shido said, So this is happening. Toka is under threat, and I'm apparently ordered to be kidnapped. By our English teacher. Did I get that right? Origami confirmed, Correct. I used to work for a shady company that likely ordered those men. I know how they operate and how they might strike again. We should skip school early and come to my place where they won't suspect a thing. Without another word, Origami dashed towards the stairs. Shido and Toka wanted to ask her something, but she continued to run. They decided to follow her, carefully navigating around the bodies and quickly catching up after running down the stairs. Meanwhile, in the faculty room, Rain had just finished her 6th cup of coffee to stay awake. She was researching DM Industries to uncover what kind of business they were involved in. After a few quick searches, she learned that they specialized in analyzing environmental conditions worldwide. What struck her as odd was that anyone hired by DM Industries needed prior military experience, suggesting that their employees were trained fighters. Rain thought, different places around the world? That means they are an international company with many regional headquarters. According to online reviews, no one has ever quit the company. This implies they have millions of employees who could be secretly trained as foot soldiers. This is a massive force we're dealing with. If each employee is a soldier, then we are facing the largest army in history. And who knows what kind of technology they possess. If they can hide hundreds of legions worldwide, their equipment must be formidable. Ellen, we've been friends for 2 years since you came to teach at this school. I really hope you are not doing any shady business with this company. Suddenly, Rain heard loud noises from somewhere within the school. She got out of her chair and ran out of the faculty room to see what was happening. Students were emerging from their classrooms, Confusion and worry etched on their faces. The first thing she decided to do was look for her son. Rain hurried to Shido's classroom, calling out, "Son? Where are you? Are you all right?" She scanned the room but couldn't find him. One student, Tanamachi, approached her. "Ms. Murasame, you're looking for your son? What's his name?" Rain replied, "It's Shido. Shido Murasame. I'm his mother who teaches here." The revelation shocked the students, who had long suspected a connection between Ms. Murasame and Shido but never expected them to be mother and son. Whispers began to circulate. "Oh, that's Shido's mom? I didn't know she was a teacher here. Why didn't he tell us?" AI remarked. "Maybe he didn't want us to tease him," Mai suggested. "Or maybe he didn't want any boys hitting on her." "That is so lame," Mi added. Unable to tolerate the gossip, Rain shouted, "Excuse me? I'm looking for Shido. Where is he?" The class fell silent. Tanamachi finally spoke. "Well, he's on a little lunch date with his girlfriend on the roof. We overheard them planning to eat alone." Rain didn't respond and quickly left the classroom. As she rushed through the halls in her heels, she bumped into Origami, Toka, and Shido, who looked disturbed. "Son, there you are," she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. "Mom, we need to get out of here. Right now." Ms. Mathers is secretly part of a dangerous organization that plans to harm Toka and capture me. Rain's suspicions about her friend Ellen being involved in something sinister were confirmed. "Ellen, I can't believe it. Was our friendship just a way for you to get closer to Shido? We'll pay for hurting my son. Ms. Murasame, are you there? We need to get out of here ASAP." Toka shouted. "Right. So, where do we go now?" Rain asked. Origami replied, "My place. I used to work for DM Industries, and I know how to hide a secret base. We can't waste any time. A second attack is coming." With that, Origami started running, and Shido and Toka followed her. Rain decided to join them as well. Along the way, she contacted her husband to meet them at Origami's place. They managed to leave the school without alerting Ellen. After 20 minutes of running, they followed Origami into a dark alley. Shido hesitated but remembered he had to stay safe, so he entered the alley too. Eventually, they reached a dead end where Origami was waiting. She removed 2 bricks from the wall, revealing a retinal and fingerprint scanner. After scanning her eye and hand, a trapdoor opened, revealing a staircase. "Hurry up! It's down here," Origami urged, leading the way down the secret stairwell. Shido and Toka followed without hesitation into Origami's hidden base. As they entered, Origami pressed a button, and the trapdoor began to close. They felt a sense of relief being hidden from the public eye, making it harder for DM Industries to find them. The base consisted of 3 rooms, a combined kitchen and bedroom, a bathroom, and a room filled with computers and monitors. The dim lighting gave the place an underground laboratory feel. While Toka and Rain explored, Shido wasted no time in seeking answers from Origami. "Shido, all right, Origami. Tell me everything that is going on here. I want to know the truth." "Origami, that's fine. I was just about to tell you everything about DM and everything associated with it. But first, let me share my backstory. So, everybody listen up." "Rain, hold on, I called my husband to meet us here. Don't worry, we can trust him. He doesn't like dim industries either." "Origami, you sure?" "Rain, yes, in fact, we had a little skirmish with them last night. Speaking of them, do you happen to know a woman named Bailey? She was in charge of the soldiers tasked with capturing my son." "Origami? Oh, yes, Jessica Bailey was one of the most frustrating people I've ever worked with. I recall Ms. Mathers being the one calling for the attacks on Shido, so I think Ms. Bailey is no longer in charge of the operation. Typical Jessica, always messing up her tasks." As they discussed DM, Rain received a telepathic signal from David, who was nearby. "David, Ray-chan? I'm detecting your signature somewhere here, but I don't see you. Where are you?" "All I see is a dark alley with dirty brick walls, and I've reached a dead end. Did you see my text message?" "Rain, we're down below. I'll open the door now." Rain turned to Origami and asked her to open the door, but Origami was cautious and decided to ask a few questions first. Origami, how did he find this place? Rain, I texted him the location. I just got a message saying he's on the surface looking for us. Origami, how did you receive a text when the walls here block out network connections? Rain, I don't know. Maybe the walls aren't strong enough to block out internet connections. Look, even though the signal is weak, I'm still able to get service here. She showed her screen to Origami, which indicated some internet connection. Origami, I guess I better upgrade the walls. I can't have DM Industries tapping into this place and breaching my privacy. I already spent a lot of effort concealing this place in the urban environment. Anyway, I'll open the door now. She went into the monitor room and pressed a button, enabling the trapdoor to open and let David enter. He walked in and looked around. David, so, what's going on? You said it was urgent, so what's happening? Rain, well, Tim tried to kidnap our son and harm his girlfriend. Then they were saved by their classmate who used to work for DM Industries. That's basically the gist of it. David, what? Origami, pleased to meet you, Mr. Murasame. My name is Origami Tabichi, and I am Shido's rightful girlfriend. This girl, Toka Yatagami, is someone who got involved with him first. She hugged Shido's arm, shocking everyone. Toka, hey, get away from him. She hugged Shido's other arm and glared at Origami. The two girls exchanged looks of anger and jealousy. Origami, get back. I still haven't forgiven you for getting between us this morning. Besides, why are you hugging him like that? Aren't you just friends? Toka. That's. She blushed and struggled to respond. Origami, so you do like him. In that case, you cannot be his girlfriend since I confessed first. Toka. I like Shido more than you do. Toka was shocked, realizing she had revealed her feelings in front of Shido and his parents. Shido, what? You like me too? Even though we just met yesterday? While the three were arguing, David had uncomfortable flashbacks about his former battle partner. David, son, you have a harem. You're in trouble. That made everyone go silent, though Toka and Origami still clung to Shido. David marched up to them and separated the girls from his son. David, listen girls. Stay away from my son. No girlfriends until you're 18. The girls considered retorting but decided to heed David's words, knowing it could jeopardize their chances with Shido. Finally, everyone settled down. Origami decided to change the subject and inform everyone about the current situation. Origami, anyway, I think it's time to focus on the important things now. We've delayed too much. Everyone listen up, it's time I tell you my story and what I know about DM Industries. Flashback 5 years ago. June 7, 2035. My name is Origami Tabichi. Before I joined DM Industries, I was just an ordinary girl who lived a normal life with loving parents. I was much more expressive and emotional, and I actually had longer hair back then. As far as I can remember, all my life before DM was filled with happiness and joy. But all of that abruptly ended when I turned 12. My father was killed, and my mother died in a massive fire that engulfed all of Tengu City on the same day. At that time, I was an only child living with both of my parents in our house. But everything changed when we received a pair of visitors who tried to take me away. I still remember their names, Akino and Kaneko. It was a Sunday evening when the sun was setting. My mom was busy preparing dinner while my dad had just gotten home. I was sitting in the living room, taking a nap. As he opened the front door, a voice called out to him from outside, urging him to stop. That's when my life was turned upside down. The women who spoke to my father seemed very strange to me. One was tall with long dark hair tied into a ponytail, and she stood out with her confident demeanor. This was Akino. The other woman was shorter with short white hair and a black hairpin. This was Kaneko. They asked my father to stop closing the door because they wanted to talk with my parents about me. As I woke up to greet my dad, I overheard their conversation. Origami's dad, so, ladies, who are you and why have you come here? Akino, is that girl your daughter? Origami's mom. Yes, she is. Akino, I see. I think she's very cute. She reminds me of you in high school, right Kaneko? Kaneko, I guess. But anyway, Akino, let's focus on why we are here. We need to tell them about their daughter and why she's special. Akino, oh right. Silly me. Origami's dad. Huh? Special? What do you mean? Akino, to put it simply, your daughter possesses a powerful artifact that can perform supernatural abilities, and it is of great interest to us. Origami's mom. Excuse me? Are you serious? Does my daughter look strange to you? Kaneko, that's not what we meant. Your daughter is capable of things that normal people cannot do. She is part of the supernatural. Origami's dad. I have raised Origami since she was a baby. I don't think she is some kind of supernatural entity. Akino, I understand your confusion, but what we're saying is the truth. Here is some evidence. Akino conjured small sparks of lightning that flickered brightly. Origami's dad. What is happening? Who are you? What do you want with us? Kaneko, we have lived with the supernatural our whole lives. We want to teach your daughter how to use her power and become strong. This means we want to take care of her from now on. You'll still get to see her occasionally. Origami's mom. As if we'd agree to that. Origami is staying here. Get out of our house. Akino, we are not asking. Your daughter's power is significant to us. Either you give her to us or we take her by force. Suddenly, Origami's father grabbed his suitcase and swung it at Akino, hitting her jaw and causing her to stumble. Origami's dad. Quit your nonsense. Origami is not going anywhere. If you want her, then come at me. Kaneko, well, we gave you a choice. I guess we'll have to do things the hard way. Kaneko then delivered a powerful kick to his belly, sending him crashing into the kitchen wall. Origami's mother and I rushed to him, terrified by the sudden violence. As I shook my father to get him to stand, I saw Kaneko and Akino advancing into the house. Origami's dad, get out of here. Take Origami and go somewhere safe. I'll hold them off. Origami's mom, dear. Origami's dad, hurry. I'll be fine, so go. With no choice, my mother grabbed me, and we escaped through the back door. Akino and Kaneko noticed us fleeing and rushed toward us. But my dad grabbed Akino and slammed her against a corner. In a desperate act, he took a kitchen knife and confronted the threat. He wanted to stop Kaneko from reaching his family, but Akino had somehow survived the knife strikes to her back and sent a bolt of lightning toward him. Origami's father, being a normal human, didn't survive. He was instantly electrocuted. His lifeless body collapsed onto the floor. Akino smirked. Era, you've been a naughty one, haven't you? You will pay for striking my magnificent body. Take this. She conjured a massive fireball and sent it toward him. Meanwhile, Origami's mother was carrying her daughter out of the house, running for safety. But when she turned back, she saw Kaneko pursuing them. She quickened her pace, desperate to keep Origami safe. Despite her mother's efforts, Kaneko eventually caught up and delivered a flying side kick to her back. She fell onto the pavement, wailing in pain but managed to shield Origami from hitting the ground. Kaneko approached, demanding that Origami's mother give up her daughter or face more pain. Despite the excruciating pain from the kick, Origami's mother refused to yield. Just then Akino arrived. Sorry I took a while. That father was brave for someone dealing with the supernatural. Don't worry, I dealt with him. He's no longer our problem. Kaneko replied, that's great. I wonder how Asia and Irena are doing with their target. We need these two sacred gear users to replace the power loss after Issei died. It's been 12 years, and we haven't found anyone for Ria Senpai's peerage. This girl can manipulate light and perform powerful attacks, but the other girl who can heal with flames seems more useful. I hope Asia and Irena can convince their target to join. Origami's mother shook and cried, hearing the two women talk about her husband's death. Origami, traumatized, remained silent, processing the horror around her. Kaneko attempted to take Origami away, but her mother fought back, determined to keep her daughter safe. Akino decided there was no other choice but to eliminate Origami's mother. She approached, preparing to strike with lightning. Suddenly, an enormous explosion erupted from a neighboring house, sending everyone flying. A blazing fire spread rapidly through the city. Akino and Kaneko were blown away from Origami and her mother, crashing into another house. Seizing the opportunity, Origami's mother used all her strength to stand and run with her daughter, despite her pain. They struggled to escape the flames, but more deadly fire flares erupted from the explosion site, engulfing the city. As the flames drew closer, Origami's mother was running out of strength. The smoke made it hard to breathe, and she covered Origami's mouth and nose. "Don't worry, Origami. Cough, we will make it out of here." But despite her efforts, she collapsed, motionless. Origami, exhausted but unwilling to leave her mother, stayed by her side, desperately trying to wake her. "Mommy, get up. I don't want you to die. I don't want to lose you." Her cries were in vain as the fire crept closer. Then, her mother managed to open her eyes. Origami urged her to stand, but her mother simply placed a hand on her cheek, smiling one last time. "Run. Origami. I'm sorry I won't be able to make it out. Your dad and I have always loved you. I don't want you to grow up alone, but I also don't want your life to end so early. Please, promise me you will live an honest and fulfilling life." Those were the last words Origami heard from her mother. Even 5 years later, she remembered them vividly. The flames grew stronger, the heat intense. With tears in her eyes, Origami nodded, promising to fulfill her mother's wish. She looked at her mother's face one last time before getting up and running away, barely escaping the raging flames that engulfed Tengu City. This event was known as the Great Tengu City Fire of 2035. To this day, the citizens of the city can still feel the effects of the disaster despite the rapid reconstruction of destroyed infrastructure and the time that has passed since the fire. At the time of the fire, 12-year-old Shido and 12-year-old Toka were away with their families. Shido in Greece for a holiday and Toka visiting a relative in another city in Japan. They were relatively untouched by the disaster, although their houses were partially damaged, unlike many others that were completely destroyed. I made it to the outskirts of the city where the fire hadn't reached yet. I sat by a tree and cried continuously for the whole evening. Eventually, the fire department and the police found me and quickly got me patched up by the medics. I only learned much later that my parents had truly died. I couldn't believe it. I don't blame the fire for taking my parents. I blame those who wanted to take me away from my family. Mom, Dad, I will fulfill your promise, but first, I will seek justice for your loss. I promise I will live my life as you wished, but revenge comes first. I will avenge you both. I told the police that my family was murdered and gave them the names of the women responsible. But they told me they investigated and found no such people in any records. As a result, my parents died without those responsible facing any justice. After her loss, Origami never showed any emotion again. When she returned to school, she immersed herself in martial arts and gymnastics. Every day after school, she trained in the forest, becoming as skilled and swift as a ninja. She had no friends, which made her lonely, but Origami ignored her emotions, focusing solely on becoming strong enough to confront those who had harmed her family. Without a home, she lived in the forest and learned military-style survival tactics. One day, when she was 14, she was training alone in the forest when she encountered 3 women dressed in military uniforms. Origami hid behind a tree to observe them. She discovered that 2 of the women were around her age, while the third appeared to be their leader. However, their uniforms did not belong to any known military. "All right, girls, we are tasked with finding anomalies in Tengu City linked to the Great Tengu City Fire that happened 2 years ago. I believe the fire spread quickly due to the flammable houses and wind. Unfortunately, the higher-ups think it was something else and insisted we investigate right away. So we're not going to find anything. We might as well lie about the results." Origami emerged from behind the tree and shouted, "Hey! Who are you and what are you doing here?" The 3 women turned to her, and the 2 younger ones raised their rifles, but their commander ordered them to stand down. She approached Origami slowly and introduced herself. "Greetings, little girl. My name is Ryoko Kusakabe. These 2 are my subordinates, Mikey Okamine and Mildred F. Fujimura. We work for DEM Industries, a company that specializes in environmental studies, including dangerous places. Right now, we are investigating the causes of the Great Tenga City fire from 2 years ago. What's with the uniforms? Origami asked. To join this company, one must have prior military experience, regardless of the position. However, you can also join if someone with a high position, like me, writes a recommendation. Therefore, we are all military trained and wear these uniforms on missions. Say, can I join you? Origami asked. What? Why? Ryoko replied. The fact that an environmental company issues firearms to its workers is strange, and requiring military experience raises even more questions. I think this company isn't what it seems. I want in. I have my own reasons for joining. Ryoko considered Origami for a moment before responding. You know, kid, I've had my suspicions about DEM Industries. After spending 3 months here, I thought the same thing as you. You have good intuition, but there's a condition if you want to join. And what's that? Origami inquired. Flash Ryoko lifted her sleeve and tapped a few buttons on her watch. A strange light emerged, blinding everyone. When the light faded, Origami saw Ryoko in a mechanical battle suit that covered her entire body while revealing parts of her skin. Ryoko took the sword handle hanging at her hip and activated it into a laser sword. Last 5 minutes against me in a battle, and I will think about it, she declared, assuming a fighting stance and charging toward Origami. Origami prepared to fight, anticipating a strike from Ryoko. However, before Ryoko reached her, she pointed her mechanical arm and blasted several laser bullets toward Origami. Origami cartwheeled out of the way, and the bullets struck several trees behind her. As she stood up, Origami saw Ryoko about to swing her sword down on her. In response, she moved lower and attempted to sweep Ryoko's leg. Ryoko reacted quickly, leaping backward to avoid the kick. The two faced each other, waiting for the next move. Ryoko decided to fire several laser bullets again, this time standing still. Origami dodged to the side, skillfully evading each bullet, but the barrage continued. Ryoko thought that if she could keep Origami at bay, she might eventually surrender. However, Origami chose a different tactic, running deeper into the woods where there were more trees. Ryoko instinctively pursued her, preparing for a close-range fight. As Ryoko ventured further into the forest, she scanned for Origami. Suddenly, Origami emerged from behind a tree, throwing several rocks at her. Ryoko deflected the rocks with her sword and switched to her laser guns, firing at the tree Origami was hiding behind to draw her out. Unbeknownst to Ryoko, that tree had already been weakened by her earlier barrage. Origami crouched down to dodge the bullets and then pushed the tree toward Ryoko. Realizing the danger, Ryoko quickly sliced the tree into pieces to avoid being hit. Once the debris settled, she looked around for Origami but found no sign of her. Suddenly, Origami struck from behind, delivering a powerful kick to Ryoko's head. Caught off guard, Ryoko stumbled and hit a tree, struggling to regain her composure. Before she could recover, Origami grabbed her shoulders, pushing them down and kneeing her in the solar plexus. Ryoko's armor absorbed some of the impact, but Origami struck again, this time kneed her in the face. Following up with a downward elbow strike to the back of Ryoko's head and a hook to her jaw, Origami pressed her advantage. Ryoko managed to gather her strength and tackled Origami to the ground, attempting to pin her down. She threw several punches, but her vision was still blurry from the earlier hit, allowing Origami to block her attacks. In a swift move, Origami launched a knife hand strike to Ryoko's neck, causing her to recoil in pain and struggle to breathe. Finally, Origami pulled herself up and landed a powerful roundhouse kick to Ryoko's head, ending the fight. Panting, Origami tried to catch her breath while Ryoko lay on the ground, breathing heavily and enduring the pain. Mildred and Mikey rushed over to patch up Ryoko's injuries, as she had not managed to land a single hit on Origami, leaving her unharmed. After this duel, Commander Ryoko Kusakabe kept her word and let me join DEM Industries. She wrote a recommendation for me, and according to Mildred and Mikey, many details in it were exaggerated. That's how I gained a position in her unit as one of her subordinates. I want to talk about the secret technology that DEM Industries has been hiding for so long. The special battle suit that Commander Kuzukabe wore is issued to every foot soldier here. These soldiers, known as wizards, are equipped with various weapons, including laser swords and blasters. The suits also have the ability to fly, enabling airborne battles. The most impressive technology produced by the company is the Realizer, a device implanted in our brains that grants us enhanced abilities through science. This allows us to create a special area called a territory, which provides powers like super strength and endurance, but only while within that area. My time at DM Industries was spent as a wizard under Ryoko Kuzukabe's command, and I am not aware of any other technologies. What did I hope to achieve by joining DM Industries? From my observations during my battle with Commander Ryoko Kuzukabe, I noticed a lot of high-tech weapons being used, which left a strong impression on me about the capabilities of DM. Was not actually an environmental company, but a secret military organization filled with special mercenaries instructed to carry out covert missions to protect the company's interests. I wanted to join them to gain access to advanced technology that could potentially track down Akino and Kaneko. However, my mission was cut short when I uncovered something disturbing about DM Industries. My deduction about DM Industries was only partially correct. I knew they possessed super weapons that could grant supernatural abilities to humans and perform highly advanced attacks. What I misjudged was the true purpose of DM's existence, which I uncovered by piecing together several suspicious documents and intel that revealed a horrifying truth. One night, I was sent on a secret mission with my unit to eliminate a prominent journalist who regularly wrote negative articles about DM Industries. We weren't targeting him solely for his criticism. Our superiors informed us he had sensitive information that, if revealed, could lead to devastating consequences. 4 months later, Cadiz, Spain. October 17, 2035. 11 p.m. Commander Kuzukabe, Mildred, Mikey, and I waited in a hotel lobby. Our orders were to infiltrate and eliminate the journalist who was on holiday in Spain. We were also instructed to retrieve suspicious articles or papers from him and destroy them, with a strict prohibition against reading them. The operation was overseen not by Commander Kuzukabe but by a high-ranking wizard named Artemisia Bell Ashcroft, who commanded a massive legion of wizards in Western Europe. Despite having many wizards available, she specifically requested assistance from Japan, and we didn't question it, as my fellow wizards, including Commander Kuzukabe, were excited about visiting a foreign country. In the hotel lobby, Origami said, "So this journalist somehow got his hands on sensitive information about DM Industries. How do you think that happened?" Mildred replied, "According to the report by Ms. Ashcroft, this man is Luis Jimenez Alonso from Pamplona. He's an independent journalist who frequently criticizes DM Industries. The report states he allegedly infiltrated a DEM building in Barcelona by disguising himself as a client company member and secretly stole sensitive information." Ryoko interrupted. "Wait, our issued phone just received a message. Let's go. We won't kill him immediately, we'll interrogate him first." The girls stormed into the journalist's room, catching him off guard. Ryoko and Origami pinned him to the ground while Mildred and Mikey searched for documents or hard drives. Mildred exclaimed, "Here we are. The important information Ms. Ashcroft wanted us to destroy. Now, how should we destroy it?" Mikey suggested, "We could pack them into opaque bags and toss them into an incinerator, or maybe use a shredder?" Luis shouted, "Wait, read those documents. You're from DM Industries, right? Look at those documents and pictures. It's the truth behind this whole company." The girls exchanged uncertain glances but were curious. Mildred took out a few documents and began reading. Mildred gasped, "Yoshino." Ryoko asked, "What? What's wrong?" Mildred insisted, "Let Mr. Alonso go. I need him to explain what I'm looking at. Now." She rushed over to Luis and showed him the document. Luis explained, "This is a list of people, including media figures, politicians, military commanders, even heads of state, all on DM Industries' payroll. They're puppets acting on behalf of DM Industries, covering up the company's wrongdoings. For instance, There was a massive ecological disaster caused by radioactive chemicals in the Pacific Islands 2 years ago. The news claimed it was due to a chemical spill, but DM paid individuals to say that. The truth is they were using the island as a test subject for a nuclear battleship, knowing there were inhabitants. Ryoko exclaimed, "So you're saying this company has some dirty business going on?" "I always had my suspicions, but I never thought it was true." Luis confirmed, "It is all true. The Pacific Islands disaster is just one of many incidents covered up. I work for the Spanish government and was tasked with infiltrating the company to steal valuable information that could lead to its downfall. I was also a wizard like you three, but I managed to fry the realizer in my brain, preventing them from tracking me down quickly. I wonder how they found out I was here." Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and the room was plunged into darkness. The girls got onto the floor and avoided the glass shards. Origami exclaimed, "Commander Kuzukabe, are you all right?" Ryoko hushed her, pointing to a red dot moving along the walls. "There's a sniper outside observing us. We must make it out of here alive and get this intel out." The girls and Luis followed Ryoko's lead, moving to a concealed position to discuss their next steps. Luis said, "Right now, we are trapped. They probably bugged your clothes and heard me telling you the truth. If there's a sniper out there, reinforcements are likely on the way. My real name is Jorge Garcia Gutierrez from Zaragoza. It was nice knowing you four." "No, this isn't the end," Origami insisted. "We can still make it out. We just need to fight the hostiles and clear a path for an escape." "I agree," Ryoko added. "We can't just die without letting the world know the truth." "Jorge, weren't you sent on a mission to expose dim industries?" "You're right. I've come this far. Take these documents and hard drives with you. They include instructions on how to remove a realizer from your brain. Those act as trackers, so remove them as soon as possible. I will distract any forces from DM Industries and let you all get to safety. Get to the door and wait for my signal, then run. I will blind the sniper's vision so nobody gets hit. But first, what are your names?" "Ryoko Kuzukabe. This is Origami Tabichi, Mildred F. Fujimura, and Mikey Okamine." "Nice to meet you," Ryoko introduced. "Nice to meet you too. All right, get ready," Jorge shouted. The girls crawled to the door and waited for the signal. Jorge sneaked to his closet, taking out 3 grenades. He pulled the pins and rolled them toward the window area, shouting for the girls to start moving out. As the door swung open, the grenades exploded, obscuring the sniper's vision with smoke, allowing Jorge and the girls to escape. They burst out of the door, checked the corridor, and headed for the stairwell. Rushing down the stairs, they arrived in the hotel lobby, which was clear, and continued into the streets. "I plan to escape to Morocco by boat. I have a small motorboat prepared at the port. We will head there," Jorge instructed. The girls complied and set their sights on the port. They snuck through Cadiz, avoiding unwanted attention, and reached the port where Jorge took charge of their escape. "Place all the important information into these boxes and hand me the bags. I will act as a decoy while you four make it to Tangier and meet my contacts in the Spanish government. Tell them Jorge was captured and that you learned the truth about DM Industries and decided to defect. Stay alive. If you die, they will cover it up, and the world will remain in the dark. Go south until you reach Tangier. Go." Without another word, Jorge headed in a different direction. That was the last time the girls saw Jorge Gutierrez. They would remember him as the one who revealed the truth and sacrificed himself for their escape. Some believed he was killed, while others thought he was on the run. The girls arrived in Tangier and met Jorge's contacts, who quickly grasped the situation and decided to help. The girls' realizers were disabled, and the agents assisted them in getting back to Japan. To reduce the chances of being caught, the 4 girls split up. Origami ran back to Tengu City, unaware of her former comrades' whereabouts, determined to fight for survival and ensure the truth would come out. 2 years later, 2037, Raisin High School. After 2 years on the run, Origami believed she was in the clear. She found a secluded alley in the city and built a secret base, despite limited resources. Revealing the truth was a much bigger challenge, as many in powerful positions were paid by DM Industries and would not believe her. All she could do was hold onto the information and decide her next move. Origami returned to school, monitoring the city with her computers and cameras, finding no sign of DM Industries. Even Ellen and Jessica, who were sent to observe Shido, were unaware that a rogue wizard had escaped with highly sensitive information. The Spanish agents who assisted Origami and the other girls successfully deceived Artemisia Ashcroft into believing they were on the run in North Africa. This diversion caused the entire DM department of Western Europe to focus solely on searching for the rogue wizards. Artemisia had her own reasons for withholding this information from her superiors and other regional departments. She feared their anger over allowing someone to escape with confidential details. She even misled the Department of Japan, claiming she assigned them more missions because she valued their skills and teamwork. Consequently, Ellen remained unaware of Origami's defection, and neither realized the other's true identity. One day, as Origami returned as a first-year student at Raisin High School, she felt a profound loneliness. Having lost her parents and her fellow wizards, she felt empty inside. Despite the bustling crowds of students around her, no one could sense the pain she carried. However, a blue-haired student noticed her distress. "Hey, are you all right? You seem a little lost," Shido said. "Oh, thanks for your concern. I'm just a little lost," Origami replied. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, it's everyone's first day of school, so naturally, some of us won't find our classes right away. Which class are you in? Perhaps I can help you," Shido offered. "Class 1 to 4, Origami answered. "Oh really? That's my class too. Come on. We'll go to class together. We're classmates after all, right?" In that moment, Origami felt a warmth in her heart, filling the emptiness within her with compassion. From that day on, she couldn't help but think about Shido, developing feelings for him and often staring at him in class without him noticing. She felt as if she had found a new purpose in life, though she struggled to express her feelings in words. "I didn't realize that you had gone through so much. I'm really sorry if I didn't talk to you more, Origami," Shido said during a reflective moment. "No, it's fine. I have accepted what has happened and I intend to move forward with my plan to find those responsible for my pain," Origami replied. Meanwhile, David was grappling with his own turmoil. "Akino? Kaneko? They're still alive. I can't believe they harmed this girl's parents just because she possessed a sacred gear. They're no different from their master. If they want to play like that, I'll make sure they learn a lesson." He recalled the time when his partner discovered that his death had been staged and that he had been saved only for his power. Anger and vengeance surged within him. "Origami, you mentioned those women were Akino and Kaneko?" David asked. "Correct. Is something wrong?" Origami inquired. "You don't need to search for them anymore. I happen to know them personally," David revealed, shocking everyone in the room. Origami's heart raced as she demanded, "Wait. What? How? Tell me where they are right now. I understand your desire for revenge, but hear me out first. I have important information to share. Shido, remember when I told you about my best friend who lost his girlfriend and took his own life after discovering her betrayal?" "I remember. It was that day when I came home after hanging out with Toka." Shido responded. "That's right. The truth is, my best friend didn't just have one girlfriend. He had a harem, but the outcome was the same. They all betrayed him, leading to his tragic end. Akino and Kaneko were part of that harem," David explained. "What?" Shido exclaimed. "So that's how you know them? Tell me more." Origami urged. "I will. But first, I need to clarify something else. I wasn't entirely truthful when I said my best friend took his own life. In reality, my wife saved him," David continued. "So he's alive? How did Mom do it?" Shido asked. "That's the complicated part. I will explain, but first, I need to show everyone something." "Toka Yatagami, give me your hand," David instructed. Toka, curious about his request, extended her hand. David placed his hand on hers, and it began to glow with a bright red aura, leaving everyone in awe. As the glow faded, David released Toka's hand and said, "Yatagami, When I first saw you, I sensed a strange yet familiar power within you. I analyzed your energy signature and realized what was within you. A sacred gear. Origami, wait. Sacred gear? You mean the thing that those two women wanted from me? David, correct. I know this is hard to believe, but they do exist. To prove it, I want Toka to think of something she holds strong feelings for and pretend she is summoning a special magical weapon. I gave her sufficient power to help her conjure her sacred gear. Toka, okay, I'll try. She closed her eyes and thought about Shido, the boy she was deeply in love with. As she focused on the images of Shido and the memories they shared since the day they met, Toka followed David's instructions and envisioned calling forth her sacred gear. With David's assistance, she managed to materialize a great sword adorned with mystical designs. Shido and Origami, no way. Toka held the massive sword, feeling its weight but managing to carry it effortlessly. Toka, what's this? David, that is a sacred gear. All sacred gears have different appearances and abilities. The sword she is holding looks like a weapon, but it can do much more than just slice. It's up to Toka to discover the rest of its abilities. Shido, hold on, Dad. How do you know so much about this? First, you revealed that you knew the murderers of Origami's parents, and now you casually explain what a sacred gear is. What's going on? David, son, I know you are confused, and the explanation will take a long time. For now, I will share the important parts. Please bear with me. Shido remained silent, listening to his father, who seemed to hold the truth. David, all right, thank you. Tabichi, I can tell you possess a sacred gear. Would you like me to show you? Origami, at first, I didn't believe you. But now that I see Toka has one, I want to know the truth and see mine as well. David agreed and provided Origami with the power to conjure her sacred gear. She focused and successfully summoned it. Her sacred gear appeared as a set of white and golden cannons that levitated beside her. She examined them, curious about their capabilities. More importantly, she realized that the two women who murdered her family were indeed telling the truth, which only deepened her bitterness towards them and fueled her desire for vengeance. David, Tabichi, I can see you want to hunt them down immediately. But hear me out. I know those two women, and they have supernatural powers. If you go against them alone, you will lose. Origami, what? You mean I'm too weak? David, I'm afraid so. They have many allies with powers that could easily overpower us. I want to take them down too, but we lack the strength and skill for revenge. Please listen, you don't stand a chance against them. Origami, so what should I do then? Give up? David, no. My wife and I will train you, Toka, and Shido to use your powers effectively. But first, you need to lay low for a while. Remember, TM Industries is after my son and Toka. We need a plan to remove their influence from this city. Shido, hold on, Dad. You said I have powers? What are they? How did you know? David, your power is to copy any sacred gear and use it as effectively as the original user. As for how I know, it's a long story, but I promise to tell you the truth. For now, please trust me and let me train you to utilize this power. I know this is a lot to take in, but if you want to stay safe, just follow my instructions. Shido, fine. I'll trust you to. I just hope I get to live after all this. David, you will, and I will protect you every step of the way. Origami's Secret Base, Tuesday, 1:15 p.m., 2040. David, Tabichi, you said you have cameras all over the city? Origami, yes, why? David, does that include the school? Origami, well, I do have cameras watching the entire school's vicinity. She gestured towards a set of monitors in the surveillance room. David, excellent. We can see the enemy's next move and intercept them. But first, we need to train you in your sacred gear abilities. Toka, but how? We don't have time or space for that here. David, don't worry. Raychan, set up that pocket dimension for training. Rain, got it. Einsaf, Prisma Keter. Suddenly, a massive white light shone from behind Rain, spreading throughout the room. Then, The whole place transformed into a massive room of glass. Shido was shocked. Not only did his father have special powers, but his mother did as well. He stared in awe at the walls of the room, now sparkling panels of glass with swirling colors. Rain pushed her palm forward and the room expanded, growing to the size of a basketball court. The three students were stunned, questioning how much they truly knew about this world and its possibilities. David began to explain, "Okay, this is a pocket dimension where time is infinite, but my wife can't maintain it for long as it drains her power. This ability is meant to trap an enemy and overwhelm them with powerful rays of light, not just a private training space. However, we can use this place for a while to train as long as my wife can sustain it." Toka asked, "So, what do we do from here?" David replied, "Yatagami, you're training with my wife. Tabichi, you're training with me. Shido, sit down first and observe us. I want you to grasp their abilities." Shido responded, "So, I basically have to do nothing but watch?" "Yes," David confirmed. "But I want you to carefully note how your classmates unleash their powers. Since your ability is to copy others, understanding how their abilities work is crucial." "Alright, I understand. Can we start now?" Shido asked. David nodded and gestured for Origami to follow him to one section of the room. She complied, and they arrived at a part of the massive glass room. "Now, summon your sacred gear. Let me see how it works," David instructed. Origami focused and managed to conjure her sacred gear. Many white and golden cannons levitated behind her in a circular formation. David observed and suddenly had a vague flashback. It feels like I've seen this sacred gear before." "Never mind, I'll only know once I've seen what it can do." "Alright, these look like cannons. Try controlling one and firing it." Origami followed his instructions, controlling one of the cannons and floating it forward. She pretended to fire, and a powerful bullet of light shot out. David remembered the sacred gear from his past battles. When he was the Welsh dragon, Drake, he had fought powerful angels during the Great War. He recalled the names of the sacred gears, Metatron and Sandalphon, named after archangels because each one discovered the power of deceased angels. It was shocking for David to see the abilities of angels he had faced in the past now in the hands of humans. This also meant he understood how each sacred gear worked, making it easier for him to teach the girls. "I see. So it's a sacred gear capable of blasting bullets infused with destructive light. Tabichi, try controlling a few more and see if they can shoot simultaneously." David encouraged. Origami responded, "Got it." She stretched her arms and commanded the cannons to fire a barrage of light bullets. "Excellent. It seems the energy boost I gave you is helping you control this quite well." "I'll check on Toka's progress," David said. Origami asked, "Mr. Murasame, how do you instinctively know the functions of my sacred gear? Does it have a name? I'm thinking of giving it one." David remembered something important. "Oh wait, each sacred gear has a name. Yours is called Metatron, capable of firing continuous barrages of light-infused bullets. As for how I know this, I've seen it before in action." Origami was intrigued. "You mean you've seen this power before?" "Correct. Since I know this one well, would you like me to tell you its abilities?" David offered. "That would be great. Tell me," Origami replied. David proceeded to share all the abilities of Metatron that he remembered from his battles, informing her of techniques and how to execute them, including Shemesh and Kedur, along with other abilities from the Great War. Origami said, "This is very interesting. Leave it to me. I'll try to do what you told me." "Thank you, Mr. Murasame." David replied, "No problem. I believe you have potential, kid. Just don't be reckless and focus on discipline. That way, you'll be able to eventually master Metatron." He walked away to check on Toka. David thought that, like Origami, he should tell Toka the name of her sacred gear and its functions. Meanwhile, Rain was busy training Toka with her sacred gear. Ein Suf, Anaf. Rain summoned a tree behind her and ripped off a branch, transforming it into a sword for sparring. Toka gripped her sword tightly, recalling her kendo practice. When she felt ready, she charged at Rain and swung her sword. Rain easily blocked the strike and pushed Toka back, surprising her with her strength. Determined, Toka decided to go on the offensive. She charged again, and this time Rain met her with equal force. Their blades clashed as they exchanged a flurry of strikes, both offensive and defensive. David observed, taking notes on Toka's performance. Interesting. It seems that Toka has some knowledge of sword fighting. Perhaps I can tell her about Sandalphon's abilities right away. But I want to watch this first to evaluate her skills properly. After a few minutes of intense sparring, David noticed Toka's impressive balance of offense and defense. He decided to intervene. Hold on, you two. I need to say something important to Yatagami. Both fighters paused at his call. David approached Toka. Alright, this sacred gear is called Sandalphon. It's a sword-shaped sacred gear that can do more than just slash. Try sending some energy into Sandalphon and slash your target from a distance. Toka's eyes widened. What? It can do that? Eager to test her newfound ability, she faced the wall and slashed her sword in multiple directions, focusing on powering it with energy. She unleashed several energy slashes, causing cracks in the prism room, which quickly regenerated. Rain commented on the damage. Impressive. This is the first time I've seen someone cause damage to the prism room. I thought the walls could absorb any damage, so Sandalphon might be a powerful sacred gear capable of immense destruction. David agreed and advised Toka. Indeed. This sacred gear has the potential to become a powerful weapon. Yatagami, try improvising with your strikes. For example, incorporate acrobatics like backflips or side flips. Sandalphon can become a tool of mass destruction if used creatively. Toka nodded and resumed sparring with Rain. Meanwhile, Shido sat nearby, watching Origami and Toka utilize their sacred gears with impressive skill. He sighed, feeling envious of their abilities. Why do they get such cool powers? All I can do is copy what they can do. And I don't even know how. Just then, David approached him. Hey there, son. I wanted to check how you've been processing all this information. Shido replied, Well, I still have lots of questions, and even when I get an answer, it just creates more questions. David asked, What would you like to ask first? I'll try to answer as clearly as I can. Shido hesitated before asking, First of all, what are you and Mom? You both have strange powers and talk about the supernatural so casually. And what am I? David took a moment to gather his thoughts. He knew the answer was complex, but he realized Shido had already been exposed to the supernatural world. He decided to provide some context first. To make this easy to understand, I need to give you some background about myself. Firstly, my name isn't David Nurasame or David Griffith. My true name is Draig, and I am a dragon, the Welsh dragon, to be precise. As my name suggests, I am not human, but a dragon. As for your mother, nobody knows what she is, not even herself. But I can tell you that she is not a human. Shido was shocked. Throughout his life, he had believed his father was just an ordinary human, never imagining that he was secretly a dragon. This revelation made Shido question everything, prompting him to remain silent and let his father continue. David continued, I know, it is pretty unbelievable, but it is the truth. However, things weren't always like this. This body you are looking at right now isn't my original form. I once had the body of a gargantuan dragon. That was several hundred years ago when I was known as the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragons. My rival was the White Dragon Emperor, Albion. My life often involved battles with him to determine who was the strongest. But one day, everything changed when we got caught in a massive war between the angels, fallen angels, and the devils. Shido was astonished to learn that other mythological creatures existed in this world. He interrupted, Wait, angels? Devils? Aren't those mythological beings? David replied, Correct. But the truth is that they exist. And not just them. Every mythological creature and figure, including gods and goddesses, exists. Think of any mythology, and I can assure you they are real. Shido pondered, that means heaven and hell also exist. I hope I haven't done anything wrong in life. I wish to go to heaven. David chuckled, I understand what you mean. I have met actual angels before, and I can tell you they are beautiful, especially Archangel Gabriel. I've also been to hell and met their kings. Don't worry, they can be quite friendly once you get to know them. I knew a devil personally named Surzex Lucifer. Wow. You've been to heaven and hell? Shido exclaimed. That's right. But we're getting off topic. Back to my story. I was in the middle of a battle with Albion when we got caught up in a war involving 3 biblical factions who were all enemies. We fought back but we lost. In the end, our bodies were completely eradicated, and our souls were sealed in sacred gears. Mine was called the Boosted Gear, while Albion's was called Divine Dividing. Our fate was to be reborn alongside humans who would be our hosts and use us as weapons, continuing our rivalry. We would move on to another human when our current user died. Thus, I lived alongside many humans and created countless memories with them. If there was one person I could never forget, it would be my best friend, Issei Hideout. Wait, so your best friend was actually one of your hosts? Shido asked. Correct. His life story plays a huge role in many things you might find hard to grasp, but one thing he is directly connected to is your own existence, son. Shido felt a mix of emotions. His father had just revealed a truth that made him nervous. He wanted to understand why his normal life had suddenly spiraled into chaos. Son, I understand that you are scared. However, if you are determined to learn the truth, I must tell you Issei Hideout's backstory and the timeline of events that led to this point. David recounted all the memories he shared with Issei since the day he was born 34 years ago. He described Issei's childhood experiences, his transformation into a boy who often found himself in trouble, and the humorous moments that defined his early years. Shido giggled at the funny stories, and even David smiled nostalgically as he remembered every precious moment with Issei. However, the mood shifted as David began discussing Issei's high school life. He recounted the time Issei received a confession from a girl named Yuma Amano, who was secretly a fallen angel named Rainier, sent to eliminate him because he possessed the boosted gear. David's tone grew serious as he spoke about Issei's tragic fate in the park. After a moment of pause, he continued with Issei's story, detailing how he was saved by his second girlfriend, Rias Gremory, a devil who was the little sister of the Devil King and the ruler of the town where Issei was born. David explained the peerage system and how Issei played an important role in this new group. He talked about reincarnation as a devil and how it affected Issei's new life. David spent almost an hour sharing Issei's heroic feats. As Shido listened, he became more and more impressed by Issei. He was particularly amazed to learn that Issei had created a large group of close friends, often referred to as his harem. David mentioned notable figures within Issei's circle, describing them in detail, including Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Irena, Rosweiss, Kaneko, and Ravel. Shido listened to his father as he recounted the chaotic and challenging experiences the girls had with Issei, all while expressing his disdain for Issei's behavior. Eventually, they reached the part of the story where Issei faced a painful betrayal from those he loved. Shido could see the hurt in his father's eyes as he recalled those memories. David felt a mix of anger and sadness but knew he had to honor Issei's memory. David explained Florian Andromalius's involvement in Issei's betrayal, detailing how Florian and his family aimed to overthrow the underworld government, using Issei's harem as part of their plan. Then, David revealed the truth about Issei's death. Alright, son, we've reached the final chapter of Issei Hideout's life. Just hours before he died, Issei met your mother, who was working as a medic in Cheyenne, Wyoming. She was there with military personnel due to the devastation from a massive battle involving Rias Gremory's peerage and Issei's loyal friends. Issei discovered his reincarnation as a devil, which led him to lose his way and flee, ultimately crashing on a mountain. Just as he was about to perish, your mother saved him. You saw her supernatural abilities when she sparred with your friend. One of her powers was the ability to reincarnate someone, but it meant starting life anew as a baby. With my power and hers, she managed to reincarnate him into you. This revelation stunned Shido. He realized he was the reincarnation of his father's host, who had faced betrayal but was saved by his parents and reborn as the boy he was now. Processing this new reality, Shido took a moment before accepting it. Suddenly, Rain appeared, concerned for him. "Son? Are you all right?" Shido looked up to see Toka and Origami with his mother, all watching him with worry. He realized they had been there the entire time, learning about Issei's backstory and his connection to Shido. "Don't worry, everyone. This Issei fellow was my past life, and I just feel sorry for him," Shido reassured them. David then shared the final detail about Issei's death. "Your mother has kept Issei's memories stored in an orb that only you can open. We planned to reveal them to you when you turned 18, so you would understand that Florian and his family were still plotting against the underworld government. We wanted you to have a normal life first." Shido asked, "Is there still a need to reveal those memories now that you've told me Issei's story?" David replied, "While you know the story, you don't know Issei's experiences and feelings. We wanted to show you his memories so you could understand everything he went through and regain your motivation to stop Florian and teach Rias and her peerage a lesson." Shido pondered, "So, I've been incomplete this whole time? I just need his memories to become whole again." "Yes," David said, regret evident in his voice. "I'm truly sorry, son. We should have been honest from the start." He hugged Shido, followed by Rain, who embraced him as well. Shido remained silent, feeling unsure and uncomfortable with the truth. He sat quietly, contemplating everything he had learned. Rain decided to close the prism chamber and return everyone to the real world. The sparkling surfaces began to disintegrate, and the room shrank until it was the size of Origami's secret base. Everyone was shocked to see that the clock still read 1:15 p.m., realizing that no time had passed despite their lengthy stay in the prism room. The atmosphere felt heavy, as if a tremendous weight pressed down on them. As his parents continued to hug him, Shido suddenly stood up, prompting them to step back. He walked to the surveillance room and pressed the button to open the trapdoor. Confused and concerned, his father asked what was happening, but Shido remained silent and sped out of the place. Rain, shocked, chased after him, calling out, "Wait, Shido, where are you going?" Toka, Origami, and David followed suit, with Origami ensuring the trapdoors were closed to conceal her secret base. Shido's friends and family pursued him as he ran further away. Scene break. On the road toward Shido's home. 1:45 p.m. As Shido ran home, he reflected on every memory he had shared with his parents. Shido felt as if he had been living a lie and was overwhelmed with anger and frustration. He continued running up the slope of the road, drawing closer to his house. When he finally reached his destination, he quickly opened the door and stepped inside without hesitation. He shut the door behind him but didn't bother to lock it. All he wanted was some peace and privacy to settle down and try to forget everything. He dashed to his room, jumped onto his bed, and covered himself with a blanket, burying his face in a pillow. Thoughts raced through his mind, questioning the circumstances of his existence. Why did I have to be born like this? Was my whole life a lie? Did my parents even love me? What am I? Am I a monster? The unanswered questions left Shido feeling confused and frustrated. He began to question his purpose, feeling upset about his life. All he had wanted was to grow up and be a normal person, but he had been thrust into the supernatural world and felt trapped by it. His ordinary life seemed to have shattered into pieces. As he cried, lost in sadness and despair, he heard the sound of the front door opening. He didn't care who it was, he was too distraught to notice. It was his mother, Rain, who immediately sensed where her son would be if he was sad and wanted to be alone. She rushed up to his room, opened the door, and found him hiding under the blankets, crying. She knew she had to approach him carefully but felt uncertain about how to comfort him in this moment. Standing by his bed, she felt a deep sense of shame, believing she had failed as a mother. Soon, David, Toka, and Origami arrived. They saw Rain quietly standing by Shido's bed, unsure of what to say. David assessed the situation and realized that Shido was upset, and comforting him might not be effective. Though he didn't know how to console his son, he embraced Rain, offering her silent support. Toka decided to try comforting Shido as a friend. Origami stood at the door, watching as Toka approached the bed. "Shido, it's me, Toka said softly, moving her hand toward him. Hesitating at first, she knew that leaving him alone would only make things worse. Gathering her courage, she placed her hand on Shido's forearm, which was tense from gripping the pillow. Shido didn't respond, still buried in his pillow. Toka bent down and spoke words of support. "Shido, I'm here for you. You probably feel so alone right now, but I want you to know that my view of you hasn't changed." Shido replied in a sad voice, "No. I'm a monster. My birth was never formed from love between my parents. I'm just an empty puppet of a dead person missing his memories. I'm not Shido. I'm Issei Hideout without his mind and heart." "Shido, you're not a monster. You've been the kindest person I've ever met. When I transferred to Raisin High School, I felt all alone, but you talked to me and made me happy for the first time in so long. Your past life doesn't define you. You've created your own story by living as Shido. If there's nobody left to love you, I will be here by your side and give you my unconditional support. I mean it when I say I love you. It doesn't matter if you're human or not, I think you're the best person I've ever met. I love you, Shido, and nothing will change that." Shido calmed down for a moment and turned to look at Toka. His face was tense and red, tears still forming in his eyes. Do you mean that?" he asked, still distressed. Toka smiled and replied cheerfully, "I mean it." In that moment, Shido felt less isolated and lonely, comforted by the caring words of his friend. Shido was so touched that he went in for a hug. Toka reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him. After a few moments, they broke the hug, but Toka surprised Shido with a kiss on the lips before winking at him. Shido didn't expect the kiss, but he smiled, feeling a strange surge of energy within him. Despite this, he was still feeling a bit down. His parents watched, feeling ashamed, and did nothing. Surprisingly, Origami felt no jealousy. Instead, she was touched by their interaction. Hamamatsu, Japan. Wednesday, 3 p.m. Keed lay on the shores of Hamamatsu after drifting through the sewage system. She woke up, disoriented and unable to remember anything. Looking around, she found Keitase and Murayama lying motionless on the ground. As she shook them to wake them up, she struggled to recall the events that led her here. All she remembered was being sent on a mission to capture a boy, but the details were hazy. Suddenly, someone called out to her. "Keed, there you are. What are you doing all the way out here? You haven't answered my calls for the past day." It was Rias. Keed rushed over to explain her situation, expressing her confusion about her memory loss. Rias was puzzled, wondering how her pawn could forget everything from just yesterday. She began to suspect that something supernatural had tampered with Keed's memory. Rias thought to herself, Keed mentioned her mission was to capture a boy named Shido Murasame, who is suspected of having supernatural powers. Could he be involved in this? I'll figure that out later. Right now, I need to get Keed and these two back to Kuo Town. Keed Hayaru, 17 years old and in her second year of high school, felt overwhelmed by her life. Since her birth, her parents had grieved for her deceased older brother, whom she had never met. She couldn't understand why they focused so much on someone who was gone instead of acknowledging her existence. Neglected and isolated, she faced bullying because of her brother's reputation. Over time, resentment grew within her. She learned to fend for herself, feeling abandoned by those around her. She harbored deep anger towards Issei Hideout, her brother, blaming him for the turmoil in her life. She vowed that if he were alive, she would confront him without regret. One day, she met Rias Gremory, who claimed to know her brother personally. Rias revealed that he was not as bad as Keed believed and introduced her to the supernatural world, explaining the existence of devils, angels, and other mythical beings. Initially skeptical, Keed was stunned when Rias showed her the truth. Rias offered to train her in magic, and Keed eagerly accepted. Under the guidance of Rias and her friends, Keed trained in various forms of magic, quickly mastering fire, lightning, water, and ice. She also learned Norse magic from Rosweiss, a Valkyrie, and yokai magic from Kuroka, a Nikomata. The discovery of these magical abilities made her feel powerful and invincible. Additionally, she trained in swordsmanship and martial arts, honing her skills under the tutelage of Rias's friends. Kuroka's younger sister, Kaneko Tuju, was quite strict in her teaching and often insulted me, but I was accustomed to that from a young age, and eventually, I improved my fighting skills. When I became strong enough, Ms. Gremory wanted to make me part of her peerage. She gave me 4 pawn pieces, and I became a devil that day. My parents paid more attention to me when they learned I was spending time with Ms. Gremory. They were happy that I was making friends for the first time and constantly asked what I did with her. I had to create a cover story to keep the supernatural details from them. I enjoyed being a devil. I finally gained friends and attention from my parents. Most importantly, I developed self-confidence and boosted my self-esteem. Whenever someone tried to bully me, I would stand up for myself and teach them a lesson. Soon, everyone feared me, and nobody dared to approach me. I went on many missions assigned by Ms. Gremory, whom I began to call Master Rias. I dealt with many strays that lurked around town at night and collaborated with others from different mythologies, including heaven and the fallen angels. I started to truly enjoy life and looked forward to the exciting experiences awaiting me in the next 10,000 years. Currently, I was on a mission to infiltrate a company called Dim Industries and drive them out of my town. Although military experience was a requirement, Master Rias contacted 2 of my brother's old classmates who worked at Dim Industries to recommend me for a position. Their names were Katase and Murayama. They had attended school with my brother many years ago, and I heard that Ms. Murayama had liked him but never had the courage to ask him out. I easily impressed them when I fought them in close combat. I was then assigned as a wizard and tasked with covert operations to protect the company's interests. However, I was there on an assignment from Master Rias to eliminate Dim Industries from our town. She believed the company was involved in secret dealings with the supernatural and wanted them gone from Kuo town. I was sent to confirm her suspicions and take action. I later discovered that the allegations were true. I was tasked with capturing a boy named Shido Itsuka, who was believed to be associated with the supernatural, and we were instructed to obtain his powers. My teammates, Ms. Katase and Ms. Murayama, were skeptical about the boy's abilities but complied with the mission because they heard about the rewards for completing it. 17 years ago, at Kuo Academy, it was 10 a.m. One morning, Motohama and Matsuda were busy discussing Issei's strange disappearance. He had just returned after a long absence, and now he was missing again. As his 2 best friends, the perverted duo couldn't help but worry. They struggled to focus on their classes, consumed by doubts and concerns. Matsuda said, "Yo man, don't you think it's weird that Issei just vanished again without a word? It's like he left to get milk and never came back." Motohama replied, "I feel you. And it's not just Issei, the rest of the occult research club has disappeared too. Kiba just returned yesterday, but when I tried to ask him what happened, he ran away." "What's going on?" Matsuda added, "I don't know, but for once, I'm actually worried about something other than girls. There's something strange happening. I heard a rumor that the girls from the ORC came back recently. Maybe we should ask them?" Motohama hesitated. "I don't even have the courage to approach them. If we get too close, the other students might beat us up before we can say anything." Matsuda sighed. "That's a possibility. But we can't just sit here and do nothing. We need to report this to the police. We've waited too long for answers." As they shared their concerns about Issei, they considered reporting his disappearance. Just then, Sona Citri walked in to make an announcement. All the students turned their attention to her, wondering why the student council president had entered the classroom. The teacher paused his lesson to greet her, and after a brief conversation, Sona addressed the class in a serious tone. "Attention students, if I may have your attention, I would like to announce something regarding your classmate, Issei Hideout. As you all know, Issei has been absent from school for the past month due to personal family reasons. However, he recently returned home and started attending classes again. But now, Issei has been absent once more without explanation. As for why Issei has disappeared for the second time." Sona appeared very tense while she spoke to the class. The students became nervous and were eager to know why Issei had mysteriously vanished. But what shocked them was that Sona looked like she was about to cry when she was about to reveal the reason behind Issei's absence. This made them feel like they were at the edge of their seats and were scared about what was happening. Sona continued, Last night, Issei Hideout was found dead. His body was discovered somewhere in the forest near the outskirts of the town. Authorities have been alerted but so far have not managed to find any leads. The school is planning to hold a memorial for him in the hall later today at 12 o'clock noon. All classes are to stop for 3 days out of respect for Issei Hideout. All of you are invited to pay your respects at his home, although it is optional. I'm truly sorry, everybody. That announcement made the hearts of many sink. Matsuda and Motohama were the ones most affected by this. After so long of not seeing their friend, he had died unexpectedly and hadn't even told them where he went. The worst part of it all was that they thought Issei was most likely alone when he passed. It must have been frightening for him to experience such a terrible fate. Naturally, Matsuda and Motohama broke down in tears when they heard the news. The whole class, who were initially unsure of how to feel about Issei's passing, turned to them and felt awkward seeing the two boys grieving for their friend. The two boys hugged each other as they mourned together. The rest of the class felt it was best to try to ignore the boys crying since feeling somber in this situation was difficult, given Issei's reputation which made many dislike him. Keitase thought to herself, that I don't even know how I should feel in this situation. I just hope we find out why Hideout suddenly died. I wonder what Murayama thinks. She turned to see Murayama's reaction to this sudden revelation and was surprised to see her looking very shocked and distraught. Keitase looked at her and wondered why her friend was feeling this way even though she had expressed disdain for him. Suddenly, Murayama started crying, becoming the third person to do so upon hearing the news. The whole class turned to her, just as shocked as Keitase. Murayama was sobbing, but she managed to say some words that could still be heard. Why didn't I say anything? I shouldn't have waited so long to tell him. Keitase got out of her desk and came over to comfort her friend, asking her why she was feeling this way. Hey, it's all right. Just take a deep breath and tell me what's going on. Murayama turned to Keitase and while trying to wipe her tears, confessed, I liked him this whole time, but I never managed to convey my feelings to him. What do I do now? How am I going to recover from this? That response shocked the whole class, even Sona who was still standing silently at the front. Keitase didn't want to believe what her friend said, but seeing her reaction made her feel that she was being honest. Keitase decided to comfort her by placing her arm around her to show support. The rest of the class eventually felt a little sad about Issei's passing. They thought about all the times Issei had angered everyone with his antics, but instead of feeling relieved that he was gone, they felt solemn at his passing. Sona decided to give the class some space to process everything and left the classroom. She walked back to the hall to prepare for the memorial and recalled all the times she fought alongside Rias with Issei serving as her pawn. Although they hadn't spoken much since they were in different peerages, Sona felt like she was missing a piece of herself. She could feel an emptiness within her that was bothering her quite a lot. Meanwhile, at Issei's house, Rias and the other girls were grappling with their emotions. Rias still remembered what Kiba had said when they found Issei's body. Throughout the time she had been unfaithful, Rias felt a twisted joy whenever she acted against Issei. It almost felt like her actions brought her happiness. And it wasn't just her, all the other girls felt the same way, with no sense of regret when they betrayed Issei. Despite acknowledging their actions, Rias was still angry about Issei's death for the wrong reasons. She felt that his death meant she could no longer be the rating game champion since Issei's power played a vital role in her peerage's success. The loss of Issei meant that her peerage would decline without its most important member. Rias thought to herself, this is all just a bad dream, right? Issei can't be dead. He's still alive, right? How am I supposed to become the strongest now? Issei, why did you have to leave? Do you know how I feel right now? Rias felt as if the whole world was crashing down on her, and her dreams of being the rating game champion were crushed. But once again she felt stressed out and frustrated for the wrong reasons. Suddenly, she thought it would be a good idea to call her boyfriend, Florian, unaware that he was only using her for his own gain. Rias wanted some company and thought the girls would feel better if their boyfriends came to comfort them. So, she called Florian via Magic Circle, asking him to come over because she needed support now that Issei was gone. He agreed to show up with his brothers, but only because he felt Rias was no longer useful to him and wanted to end their relationship. In the living room at 10:45 a.m., all the girls gathered on the couches, awaiting their boyfriends. Eventually, a magic circle appeared and Florian, Werner, Severino, Moritz, and Gustav stepped through. The girls rushed to their boyfriends, hugging them tightly. The boys pretended to comfort them, holding back their true feelings. However, Asia and Irina were confused when they didn't see Nikolaus or Alexander among the boys. Irina asked Florian, "Where's Nick? He didn't come with you guys?" Florian, still grappling with his brother's death, replied, "Nick is gone, and so is Alex. Ask your friends Yuto Kiba and Sudi Genshu why they are no longer here." Asia and Irina were in disbelief, feeling as if they were dreaming. Irina recalled Kiba's confession in Wyoming about Nick's fate and realized he had been telling the truth. Asia initially denied Alex's death, but the absence of him among the boys forced her to confront the harsh reality. The two girls broke down in tears, devastated by the loss of their boyfriends. The other girls were equally shocked, having seen Alex and Nick just a day ago. Irina struggled to accept the news, recalling her denial during her fight with Kiba in Wyoming. Both girls remembered Kiba's words about their actions and felt a wave of regret wash over them. They questioned how they had ended up in this situation, recalling the day Issei was hospitalized when they first met Florian and his brothers. Flashback, 2 months ago. Kuo Town, Japan. After Surzex Lucifer and other leaders sealed themselves inside the isolation barrier field to fight the Trihexa, Issei Hive fell into a coma due to battle exhaustion and was rushed to a hospital set up by Rias. All his friends gathered around him, heartbroken and inconsolable. Asia, Kaneko, and Ravel clung to his arms, begging him to wake up. Irina, Zenobia, Aquino, and Gasper shed tears, hoping for their friend's recovery. Kiba looked at Issei with great concern, wishing for his best friend to regain consciousness. Rias sat beside Issei, crying uncontrollably. The war had just ended, and while many celebrated, Rias faced her own battle to maintain her sanity without Issei by her side. As the group stood quietly, hoping for Issei to wake, Ajuka Beelzebub entered the room. Seeing their distress, he decided to speak calmly. "May the members of Rias Gremmery's peerage please follow me for a briefing on what will happen next? It's about how life is going to be like for maybe the next few months." Everyone except Rias stood up and slowly walked towards the door. Aquino, the last person about to leave, turned back and saw Rias still sitting by Issei's bed. Aquino asked curiously, "Rias? You're not coming?" Rias sighed and replied, "I just can't leave his side. Issei-kun has done so much for me. It would be wrong as his girlfriend to just leave him, even if the Devil King orders me to." Aquino pondered for a moment before responding, "I understand. We'll relay Lord Beelzebub's message to you when we get back, okay?" After saying that, Aquino left to join the others. Once most of Rias's peerage had left with Ajuka, it was just Issei and Rias left in the room. However, they weren't alone. Outside, a group of doctors stood talking amongst themselves. Florian, one of the doctors, thought to himself, "All right, I just have to disguise myself as the Red Dragon Emperor, take advantage of Rias Gremmery's mental state, and extract information from her while pretending to be her boyfriend. Brothers, you will do the same for each of the girls in the peerage. I'll try to convince Rias to send away the Valkyrie, since she's proven to be too loyal to Issei Hideout and would pose a problem for us." As Florian outlined his plan, his brothers nodded in agreement, placing their trust in him. He walked into the room thinking, "What will you do now, Surzex Lucifer, now that I will get your little sister to stray?" The door opened, and Rias saw a doctor walk in. For a moment, her heart stopped as she noticed the doctor resembled Issei. She quickly reminded herself that the real Issei was in a coma. The doctor approached the bed and looked at Issei before addressing Rias. "Miss Gremmery, my name is Dr. Fokeler. I'll be conducting some tests on the Red Dragon Emperor to ensure he's stable. Don't worry, the procedure won't hurt him." Rias felt that the doctor looked similar to Issei, but initially dismissed it as a trick of her eyes. However, as both the doctor and Issei were now close to each other, she could make a comparison. Rias was shocked by the uncanny resemblance. It felt like a coincidence, but she couldn't help but think the doctor was a more handsome version of Issei. Rias felt it was wrong to be attracted to another man while her boyfriend was unconscious. Yet, her heart raced as she imagined herself on a date with the doctor, causing her to blush. She knew Issei would be heartbroken if he found out, so she tried to hide her feelings. Florian noticed her blush and asked, "Miss Gremory? Are you all right? Your face is all red." Despite her efforts to conceal it, Rias couldn't come up with an excuse. Instead, she nervously said, "Well, it's just that you look a lot like my boyfriend Issei Hideout. I thought for a moment that you were him and, well." The doctor interrupted, "Oh, is that so? I get that a lot. You should see how my brothers and I look. It's almost like an army of Issei Hideouts." Rias blushed even more at the thought. Florian, maintaining a deadpan expression, felt a mix of joy and malice. "You're probably thinking of me as a more attractive man than this little guy, right? Now, how would you describe your relationship with him? Many in the underworld are curious about your love life with Issei Hideout, including myself." Rias snapped out of her thoughts and looked at the doctor before answering, "Well, I would describe our relationship as complicated. Issei-kun seems happy and excited to have me as his girlfriend. He has done so much for me and only cares about protecting me and making me happy. But deep down, I wish he would focus less on certain aspects and be more considerate. Issei may think our relationship is going smoothly, but I feel like it's crumbling, and it's my fault for not having the courage to bring it up." Florian paused for a moment before responding, "Why don't you practice expressing your true feelings? You can use me as a stand-in since I resemble your boyfriend." Rias was taken aback by the suggestion but found herself contemplating it. As their conversation progressed, she began to see Florian as more than just Dr. Fauquelier and started to feel comfortable talking with him. Although she knew it was wrong, Rias convinced herself that she hadn't done anything wrong, believing that Issei would have acted similarly if given the chance. Eventually, Aquino and Asia returned to the room. They noticed Rias and Florian chatting cheerfully and questioned her about the man. Rias decided to share the truth but framed it in a way that would make her actions seem justifiable. The two girls were initially shocked but, after considering her reasoning about gaining experience, they began to see the merit in her approach. As Florian observed the girls slowly shifting their loyalties, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Everything was going according to his plan to win over the ORC girls, and he intended to involve his brothers in the scheme. One by one, the other girls, except Rosweiss, were informed about Rias's plan to grow closer to Issei by exploring relationships with other men. Although hesitant at first, Rias eventually convinced them all without alerting Gasper, Kiba, or Rosweiss. The girls had to return to school but lied to the student council about visiting Issei in the hospital while secretly meeting Florian and his brothers. As they spent more time with their new companions, they began to view them as more appealing and capable than Issei, who they now regarded as a useless pervert. Unbeknownst to them, their new boyfriends had ulterior motives, planning to overthrow the underworld government and seize power. Florian and his brothers aimed to manipulate the girls into turning against Issei, believing it would increase their chances of stealing the boosted gear. Their affairs went unnoticed until Issei awoke from his coma 2 months later. He eventually discovered the truth with his friends Kiba and Saji, but they were ambushed by Florian's sister, Priscilla. Kiba and Saji were defeated by Rias and her peerage and were forced to remain silent about the situation, fearing for their girlfriend's safety. Tragically, Issei mysteriously died under unusual circumstances. When the higher-ups learned of his death, they launched an investigation, but their efforts yielded no results. The only clue was that Drake could no longer be detected by Albion, suggesting that Issei may have been attacked by a powerful creature capable of devastating consequences. The underworld was put on high alert, but despite extensive searches, no leads emerged. Eventually, the devils decided to inform the fallen angels and heaven about Issei's death. Governor Shemhazai was shocked by the news, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding Issei's demise placed immense pressure on him. He and his subordinates formed an investigation team, but like the devils, they soon faced a dead end due to a lack of evidence. Gabriel was heartbroken when she learned of Issei's death. The other angels in heaven were also saddened by the news of the Red Dragon Emperor's passing. Soon, the news spread to the rest of the underworld, shaking many factions. It was decided that Issei would receive a funeral in the human world, where there would be a wake for people to pay their respects before he was sent off to the underworld, where a special mausoleum would be constructed in gratitude for his heroic actions during the Evil Dragon War and beyond. Back in the present, the girls were shaken by the news from Florian. Asia and Irina were still crying as they mourned the loss of their boyfriends. Irina, trying to acknowledge reality, whispered to herself, "So Kiba was telling the truth. He did kill Nick." Rias overheard and asked, "Wait, Kiba? He did this?" Florian replied, "Correct. Your knight and your best friend's pawn killed my brothers. You're lucky they aren't here right now, otherwise we would have killed them on the spot." Severino gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his anger over wanting to avenge his fallen brothers by targeting Kiba. However, he knew that doing so would jeopardize their plan to overthrow the government in the underworld, which required a low profile and careful actions. Florian, feeling frustrated, decided he had enough of being around Rias. His main objective had been to use her to get closer to Issei and ultimately steal the boosted gear. Now, he felt he had lost that opportunity and was left with diminished power. Florian addressed Rias, "Listen, Rias, let's break up. I don't think I can do this anymore. We only started dating because you wanted to gain more experience in relationships to become a better girlfriend for Issei. But Issei is dead now, I don't see any point in staying together. Goodbye." Rias was shocked, watching him leave in disbelief and despair. She wanted to call him back but felt guilty, remembering that she had only dated Florian to improve herself for Issei. The other girls shared similar feelings of guilt, realizing the consequences of their actions for the first time. They felt remorse for their choices, particularly since it took them a day after Issei's death to truly reflect on their behavior. If they had genuinely loved him, they would have mourned immediately rather than feeling conflicted and seeking comfort elsewhere. The girls stayed in their rooms, grappling with their guilt until the afternoon. Although they acknowledged their wrongdoing, they feared facing consequences that might be harsher than death. So, Rias and the others decided to erase Kiba and Saji's memories of what they had witnessed in America, feeling foolish for not considering this sooner. Time skip. Issei's house, 3 p.m. On their way to Issei's house, Matsuda and Motohama were still shaken by the morning's news. They had just attended the memorial service at the school hall and were heading to Issei's home to pay their respects. "You know, this road seems very familiar, don't you think?" Matsuda remarked. "Yeah. We always went to Issei's place to look at his collection of magazines and discs. We felt excited walking home together, talking about our preferences for women. But now that Issei is gone, I feel completely different," Motohama replied. The two boys reminisced about their time with Issei, feeling nostalgic about every memory. They recalled moments of anger towards Issei for dating a girl from the ORC, but now they regretted their past actions. Matsuda shared, "Hey man, I know the three of us got together because we were all perverts, but I wanted to know Issei as more than just that. I wanted to know him as a regular person. You feel me?" "Yeah, I feel the same. I wanted to understand Issei's personal tastes and preferences. He was more than just a fellow pervert at school. But we wasted our chances to get to know him better," Motohama replied. As they continued to walk to the wake, they discussed how Issei had impacted their lives. Eventually, they reached Issei's home, finding the entrance crowded with people. Upon closer inspection, they noticed many unfamiliar faces as if they were not from Kuo town. One of the people at the entrance saw the two boys looking at the house and approached them. "Greetings, boys. May I help you?" The man who greeted them was Betrayal, the vice-governor of the fallen angels. He had been informed by Shimhazai about Issei's passing and had come to pay his respects and check on his daughter, Akino. The two boys were curious about who he was, so they introduced themselves first. "Hello, sir. My name is Matsuda. This is my friend, Motohama. We are friends of Issei Hideout from school. We came to pay our respects." "Who are you, sir?" "Nice to meet you too. My name is Betrayal, and I am Akino Himajima's father. She is one of Issei Hayadu's girlfriends. I also came here to pay my respects and to check on my daughter. I'm worried that this devastating news will impact her greatly." The boys were shocked to learn that Issei was truly dating Akino. They had thought it was just a rumor, but seeing her father at the funeral confirmed it. They felt no jealousy, understanding that they needed to remain respectful in light of Issei's passing. Betrayal then led them into the house and to a room where a wooden coffin sat in the middle, surrounded by flowers. They saw others standing by the coffin weeping. As they approached, they noticed a picture of Issei placed on the surface. It was heartbreaking for them to see their friend like this. They had just seen him after a long absence, and now he was gone. Motohama, wanting to understand how Issei had died, asked Betrayal, "Mr. Betrayal, do you know how Issei died? He disappeared for so long, and then suddenly, he's gone? Could you tell me what happened?" Betrayal paused, considering how to respond. He remembered Shemhazai's words about Issei being murdered, but they didn't know the details. So, he decided to share a partial truth. Issei was murdered. His body was discovered in a forest just outside of town. Authorities are searching for the culprit, but they haven't found any leads. The boys' hearts sank. They had hoped for a natural explanation, never expecting murder. A sense of vengeance began to brew within them as they wanted to find the person responsible for their friend's death. They looked around the room and saw Kiba leaning against the wall, next to Saji, Gasper, and Rosweiss. Kiba appeared stressed, and the boys decided to give him space to sort out his thoughts. Deep down, Kiba felt conflicted about Rias's situation. He knew he should act, but he feared for Tsubaki's safety and what Rias might do. He felt trapped, unable to speak out without risking more loss. Saji shared Kiba's concerns, worried that Rias might have already concocted a cover story that would undermine their own. He hesitated to speak out, knowing Rias had significant influence and would likely find out if they tried to reveal the truth. Gasper was in tears, unable to believe Issei was gone. He regretted spending time in the hospital with Valerie instead of with Issei, feeling he might have prevented this tragedy. Rosweiss was heartbroken, wishing she had stayed by Issei's side instead of returning to Asgard to visit relatives. Unfortunately, neither Gasper nor Rosweiss would uncover the truth behind Issei's death, as the culprits had already covered their tracks. Matsuda and Motohama remained at Issei's home throughout the day, planning to return the next day to continue paying their respects. 6:30 p.m. Among the people gathered around the coffin, Riser Phoenix felt somber yet nostalgic as he recalled the memories Issei had given him. He felt humbled when Issei had defeated him at the engagement party, and now he was grateful for the growth that came from that experience. Riser never expected to miss Issei, but there he was, standing quietly and reminiscing about their interactions. He had come to pay his respects along with his family and to meet Revel, who was currently at Issei's house. They spent the afternoon honoring Issei, but Revel had not appeared until now. When Revel finally descended the stairs, Riser rushed over to her, wanting to express his sympathy for her loss. "Revel, I'm so sorry for your loss. I know you loved Issei very much, and it must have been hard for you recently," he said gently. Revel felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she remembered the hurtful things she had said about Issei. Overwhelmed, she broke down in tears as Riser embraced her to console her. Soon after, the rest of the girls came down, looking distraught. Betrayal hurried to Akino, embracing her with fatherly concern. Oh dear. Gorgeous," he said softly, trying to comfort her. Akino felt regret for her actions while Issei was in a coma and feared her father discovering her unfaithfulness. Irena spotted Gabriel approaching with a sad expression and panicked, worried about the consequences of her own actions. However, Gabriel surprised her by simply embracing her and gently stroking her head. "It's all right, Irena. It's all right to be sad. I know you liked Issei since childhood, and losing someone you love is painful. My sincerest condolences," Gabriel said, offering comfort. Irena felt relieved but still hoped that Kiba and Saji would remain silent about their actions. Gabriel then turned to comfort Asia and Zenobia, who also felt regret for their dishonesty while Issei was unconscious. Asia recalled Kiba's scolding and realized the potential repercussions of their actions. She tried to reassure herself that Issei didn't know, unaware that he had already been aware of everything. Team Valley and Ophis arrived at the wake, and Kuroka rushed to comfort her little sister, Kaneko. Kaneko reflected on how Issei had helped her overcome her past trauma, realizing he was more than just a pervert. He was someone who had helped her embrace her true self. Valley observed the girls' behavior, noting their devastation over Issei's death. He sensed a mix of regret and shame among them but decided not to dwell on it, thinking it might be a trivial matter. Finally, the most important figures arrived at the wake. Graphia Lucifuge, along with Ajuka Beelzebub, rushed in after hearing the news of Issei's passing. Initially, Graphia had been unaware of Issei's death, focusing on her son while others investigated the cause. When she learned the truth, she refused to believe it until she saw the body herself. Upon arriving at Issei's house and seeing the coffin, she was struck with disbelief, surrounded by important figures from the three factions, all bearing sad expressions. She walked towards the coffin and removed the picture from the cover. Slowly, she opened it to see if Ajuka was telling the truth. Nobody tried to stop her. They needed Graphia to see the truth for herself. As she lifted the coffin, she was met with a sight that left her in shock. Graphia covered her mouth and shut the coffin, falling to her knees as tears streamed down her face. The reality of Issei's death hit her hard, and those around her felt a wave of sympathy. In the corner of the room, Ria stood quietly, anxious that her secret affair with Florian would be discovered. To avoid drawing attention to herself, she approached Graphia and hugged her from behind, pretending to comfort her. Rias thought, "Don't worry, I'll make sure nobody finds out about what I did." Later, everyone gathered in front of the coffin, waiting for the first eulogy. Valle, visibly stressed by the recent events, stepped forward. He had lost a rival and felt a burning desire to find Issei's killer. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the crowd. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Valle Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. I was a rival to Issei Hideout. When I first met him, I underestimated him, but after he defeated me at the Peace Summit, my perspective changed. I realized he was not just a rival but a friend, someone I respected deeply. I never imagined I would see the day when Issei would be gone. What pains me most is knowing he faced his final moments alone, worried about his loved ones. Issei, I promise to find your murderer, no matter how long it takes. For now, rest in peace, I will miss you." Valle finished his eulogy and bowed to the crowd before stepping away. Other heartfelt tributes followed, with Barakiel expressing gratitude for Issei's role in bringing him closer to his daughter, and Ajuka reflecting on the significant impact Issei had on the underworld. Sona spoke of Issei's contributions to Kuo Academy, while Ophis shared how he had left a lasting impression on her. As the evening wore on, many attendees began to feel tired and decided to return home, promising to come back another day. In the following days, more people came to pay their respects. Zeoticus and Venelana, Rias and Surzek's parents, arrived tearfully. Sarorg and his peerage, along with Sikvera Agars, came to protect those attending the wake. Governor Shemhazai and fellow fallen angels also paid their respects, as did Gabriel with Dulio Gesualdo and Griselda Corda. Issei's classmates and teachers from Kuo Town joined the mourners, along with figures like Tanin in human form and Shiva. On the third day, Issei's parents returned home, eager to surprise him with news of a new sibling only to be devastated by the news of his murder. Goru and Miki blamed themselves for not being there for their son, and the pain of his loss lingered, haunting them even as they welcomed a daughter, Kid Hayadu, into their lives. Everybody blamed themselves for neglecting Issei and focusing on their own personal affairs. But the one thing that nobody knew was that the real threats to Issei were living right next to them the whole time. Saturday, 10:30 p.m. Kuo Town, Japan. Kiba was walking with Saji in the park late at night. Both boys wanted to share how they had been feeling these past few days. Saji asked solemnly, "So, what now? We have the information and evidence we need to prove Rias and the girls are guilty, yet we are staying silent. We are dishonoring Issei and insulting his legacy. What do we do now?" Kiba paused before responding, "You know what Rias said back in Wyoming. Tsubaki, your siblings, Momo, and Ruruko will all be harmed if we speak up. Not to mention we are being watched right now. If we are to protect ourselves and our loved ones, I think we need to stay quiet. Saji protested. Are you serious? We are being bad friends to Issei if we stay silent. I think we should. Kiba interrupted. We already lost Issei. I don't want to lose anyone else. Listen, Rias has us surrounded, and we can't do anything. Saji wanted to respond but realized Kiba was right. Every action they took was being monitored. One wrong move could lead to dire consequences. Saji sighed in defeat, and they continued walking in silence, feeling awkward about their exchange. After a few minutes, they encountered something in the shadows under several trees. The boys sensed that the figure was not human and prepared for a fight. But the figure turned and walked further into the shadows. Kiba called out, Che, Kiba, where do you think you're going? He rushed after it with Saji following closely behind. They sprinted through the woods but were suddenly stopped as ice materialized on the ground, freezing their upper bodies and legs. Saji exclaimed, What the heck is this? Why are we frozen? They struggled to thaw themselves out, but they were stuck. Kiba caught a glimpse of the mysterious figure approaching them. He shouted to Saji, Look forward. The figure is coming towards us. As the figure got closer, they realized it was Rias, emerging from the shadows. Kiba and Saji recoiled in shock, worried they had upset her somehow. Saji angrily confronted Rias. We kept our promise of being quiet. What do you want this time? Rias approached with a stern expression and the other ORC girls emerged from the shadows. The boys understood they had been set up, likely by Akino, who had used ice magic to trap them. When Rias was close enough, she spoke in a cold voice, I know you've kept your promise, but I don't think I can trust you to stay quiet. That's why I'm wiping your memories of everything that's happened this past week. Saji shouted, You what? Are you insane? What are you trying to accomplish? Rias replied, They'll kill me if they find out. I must make sure nobody discovers this. Forgive me, Kiba. Forgive me, Saji. Without another word, Rias used her powers to erase the boys' memories of the past week leading up to Issei's death. Kiba and Saji struggled to resist but eventually lost all recollection of the events. They fell unconscious, and Akino unfroze the ice, causing them to collapse to the ground. Rias sighed in relief and said, Phew, that's the last of them. We are safe, girls. Nobody knows about what happened. I don't think Florian or any of his brothers would be foolish enough to snitch on us, as they would also face consequences. Let's bring the boys to their homes and figure out what to do from there. Asia asked anxiously, Are you sure we really covered it up? We need to make sure there are no more witnesses. Zenobia reassured her, Don't worry, Asia. I'm sure Kiba and Saji were the only ones aware of what we did. I think we're good. Then, Zenobia turned to Rias, asking what they should do to fill the power gap left by Issei's absence. Rias, what do we do now? Issei is gone, and he was the most powerful person in the peerage. We need to find someone to replace him, right? Rias responded, Correct. However, Issei is simply irreplaceable. When we found Issei's body, Albion said he could not detect Drake anywhere. There may be a possibility that the boosted gear is truly gone. Akino added nervously, Then that means finding a replacement for Issei is going to be extra tough, right? Rias confirmed, Yes, but not to worry. I have 8 pawn pieces with me right now. We can find 8 potential candidates for a pawn position in the peerage. However, recruiting them will be a challenge. That's why I want you all to find people with strong sacred gears and do whatever it takes to get them to join us. Irena asked with curiosity, Do whatever it takes? What does that mean? Rias replied, I don't care if you have to use extreme measures to recruit them. We will do whatever it takes to become the strongest peerage in the underworld. Just don't let the people you are recruiting know that you are using harsh methods to gain their allegiance. The girls nodded in agreement, ready to search for sacred gear users and recruit them by any means necessary. They were determined to help Rias become the raiding game champion and achieve their goal of being the strongest peerage in the underworld. Unbeknownst to Rias, Issei had captured all the evidence. He overheard her entire conversation with Kiba and Saji in the medic tent in Wyoming. Right now, footage of the evidence was stored in a memory orb created by Rain Murasame, which recorded all of Issei's memories. Rias and her friends may think they are safe. They believe they have gotten away with everything they did to me. But justice will eventually catch up to them, and they will face the consequences of their actions. No one can escape punishment, no matter how hard they try. So enjoy your happy times, Rias. It won't be long before I get my revenge. End of Chapter 10. Chapter End. Tenga City, 3 weeks after Ellen's failed attempt to capture Shido. Shido had come to terms with his existence and reconciled with his parents, though he never saw them the same way again. He felt particularly nervous around his mother, as her true nature remained a mystery. However, Shido loved her as she had always cared for him. He grew much closer to his father, who shared the details of his life as the Welsh dragon. Shido often sought out his father's stories, which were exciting and intriguing. David also helped Shido develop a special sense to detect supernatural energies and communicate telepathically with his family. Toka regained her motivation to practice kendo again. Remembering the joy it once brought her, she picked up her bamboo sword, encouraged by Shido, and began to train her skills once more. She joined the kendo club at Raisin High School, quickly rising through the ranks and impressing her peers, unaware of her past as a kendo champion. The club leaders recognized her talent and offered her a senior position to teach others. 3 weeks had passed since Ellen's failed attempt to capture Shido, and he felt safe enough to return to school. He accepted Toka's confession, and they began dating, enjoying their time together. However, Origami, feeling jealous, continued to act as Shido's girlfriend, leading to frequent arguments between her and Toka. Despite their safety, Shido knew they needed to prepare for potential threats, especially from Rias Gremory and her peerage, who had a history of disrupting innocent lives. On a Sunday evening at 9 p.m., Shido sat alone at the dinner table, reflecting on recent events. He recalled Origami's backstory and the chaos that ensued when Akino and Kaneko tried to take her away from her parents. He also remembered David mentioning that Issei's death had been staged, and he was resurrected due to his powerful sacred gear. Turning to the counter, he saw his mother finishing his bento for lunch, while his father sat in the living room, scrolling through his phone. Shido called out, "Dad, could we talk for a moment?" David looked up and asked, "What is it, son?" Shido replied, "It's about Toka and Origami. I want to know how I can protect them from external threats like Rias Gremory and her peerage, who disrupt innocent lives just because someone has a sacred gear. I don't want anyone to ruin Toka or Origami's lives." This prompted David to stand and walk over to the table, with Rain also paying attention to the conversation. David sat down and asked, "Well, what would you like to do for them?" "I haven't thought about that either. Remember when we faced Kid Hyudu in the alleyway? We threw her down the drain, which probably led her to somewhere else in Japan. But she has pawn pieces that Rias Gremory can use to track her location." Kid also revealed that she was instructed by Rias to infiltrate Dim Industries for some reason, but the important thing is that Kid most likely notified Rias of whatever mission she was doing while undercover. This means Rias would likely search Tenga City for you since it was the location of Kid's most recent mission and might coincidentally discover other sacred gear users who are unaware of her methods to recruit people into her peerage. Shido thought quietly for a while. Although he wanted to protect his girlfriend and classmate, he hadn't thought of a proper way to guarantee their safety. He stayed silent and couldn't answer the question. Rain suddenly spoke up with her own suggestion, "Why don't we let them stay here?" Shido snapped out of his train of thought and turned to his mother, asking, "That's not a bad idea, but Toka lives in a girl's home where she's not allowed to leave. I'm fine with Origami staying here, but I think she will be fine in her secret base." Rain then said, "Both of them have no parents, right? Then the solution is simple, we just adopt them." David was taken aback by this solution and responded, "Adopt them? Are you sure the two of us can support 3 people? We will need to spend more money to feed everybody in this house." Rain reassured him, "Don't worry, darling. I'll help you find employment. I'll speak with you about it later. But anyway, what do you think of this suggestion?" Shido considered everything and said, I don't mind letting them stay here. In fact, I think I will appreciate their company. And this proposal also means we will not be separated since we will come home together on the same path. Alright. I've made up my mind. Shido responded to Rain. Okay, I think we will let them live here. David added, I thought about it for a while and realized that this is probably the best option. Since all the sacred gear users will be in one house, it will be easier to protect each other from enemies. I guess it's settled then, we will adopt them. Rain nodded at their responses and proceeded to think of the next steps. After she finished Shido's bento, Rain and David discussed the adoption process. Since Origami lived alone without any support, it would be easy to adopt her without much paperwork. However, Toka was living in a girl's home and would require discussions with management about adoption. But Shido's family was determined to protect both Origami and Toka, so they were committed to seeing this plan through. Monday, 8:30 a.m. Raisin High School. Shido and Toka were walking together hand in hand. As a couple now, it was natural for them to be close and intimate. Other students stared at them in shock and disbelief, not expecting the plainest guy in the school to suddenly get a girlfriend. The couple didn't mind the gazes from their schoolmates. What bothered them was that Origami was following closely behind, glaring at them with jealousy. Shido thought about his family's decision to adopt both Toka and Origami and decided to keep it a secret until he could surprise them. As they entered the classroom, many of his classmates rushed to him in confusion and surprise. What? Shido? What's the meaning of this? Why are you holding hands with Toka? Are you dating or something? One male classmate exclaimed. Yeah man, the two of you look awfully close. Not only do you have a cool mom, but now you're dating the transfer student. How is your luck with the ladies so high? Another added. Tanamachi chimed in, dude, you told me you weren't interested in girls. Did you reject AI Yamabuki the other day not because you weren't interested, but simply because you hated her? AI protested, that's right. Did you just reject me because you hate me? What part of me is not likable to you? Shido and Toka were caught off guard by the barrage of comments and questions. Shido felt increasingly awkward, but Toka suddenly hugged his arm and responded confidently, that's right. We're dating. So, listen up, you can cry and beg all you want, but this girl is already taken. And just for your information, we already kissed. Huh? Everyone was shocked at this revelation. But one classmate asked, but wait, what about that time when Origami also confessed to you? Did you reject her too? Shido stammered, well, that's... Suddenly, before he could say anything, Origami came from behind and hugged Shido's other arm, much to Toka's shock. Everyone recoiled in surprise, but before anyone could speak, Origami made a bold statement. Shido didn't reject me. He accepted my confession, and now I am part of his harem. Huh? Shido exclaimed. Toka gasped, what? Get away, Origami. Shido never said anything about accepting your confession. He accepted mine and mine only. Then I will be his mistress, Origami replied defiantly. Huh? It doesn't work like that. Get away from him. Toka shouted back. The two girls continued to argue, their jealousy palpable, while Shido sighed, tired of the commotion. The rest of the class watched in shock, many rendered speechless. Tanamachi felt a twinge of jealousy himself, seeing Shido surrounded by two girls who had confessed to him while he was still single. Just then, Ms. Okamine walked into the classroom, noticing the students clustered around one spot. Why are all of you surrounding that area? She asked, approaching to see what was happening. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Shido being hugged by both girls. What? Two girls already? How does a high school boy have much better luck than I do? She exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she ran out of the classroom. The students exchanged glances, realizing she might not return anytime soon. Well, I don't think she's coming back, Tanamachi said. Don't worry, this isn't the first time we've seen this. She'll eventually come back. In the meantime, let's just return to our desks, AI reassured. Class started a bit later than usual, as Ms. Okamine spent some time in the restroom. Eventually, she returned and began teaching. The school day continued. Normally, except that Ellen was no longer teaching at Raisin High School, and a substitute teacher had been assigned. At 10 a.m., the students eagerly awaited their new English teacher. When he arrived, the girls squealed in excitement at his handsome appearance, while the boys were equally stunned. However, Shido's shock was far greater when he realized the new teacher was his father, David. "Dad!" Shido exclaimed, his eyes wide. David turned and waved cheerfully. "Oh, hey there, your papa is here. Isn't that great? Your mom managed to get me a job here. How does that sound?" The class fell silent, jaws dropping in shock. Dad?" they chorused. Tanamachi turned to Shido, bewildered. "Wait, Shido, that's your dad. Why is he here? First your mom and now your dad. What the heck is going on? Dad, is this what you meant when you—" "Alright, that's enough. Class is about to begin, so quiet down," David interrupted, commanding attention. The boys nodded sheepishly and settled into their seats. David began teaching and surprisingly did well, despite having no prior teaching experience. Shido found himself impressed by his father's methods, realizing that David's past experience with the boosted gears techniques had likely honed his skills. Class continued until lunch, and before dismissing the students, David called Shido, Toka, and Origami to his office. The rest of the class watched with mischievous expressions, speculating about the trio's relationship. After lunch, they followed David through the hallways, but instead of heading to the faculty room, he led them to the back of the school, leaving them puzzled. "That? Is something wrong?" Shido asked. David turned to them. "Now that the three of you have sacred gears, I want you to meet my wife and me every weekend at this location just outside of Tenga City." He showed them a map, pointing to a red X in a forested area. "I would guess that it will be where we will be training, right?" Origami asked. "Correct. I understand it will take time to find and recruit a sacred gear user, which is why if DM Industries or Stray Devils attack us, I need to train you three to use your abilities properly," David explained. Toka nodded. "So it will be just the three of us with you and your wife, Mr. Murasame?" "Yes, but I want you to train amongst yourselves during the weekdays. Every day after school, I want you three to come to this other location." He pointed to another spot on the map, located in the industrial outskirts of the city. "Alright, so I guess we have a plan. But Dad, I don't know where to find the other sacred gear users. I've spent the past 3 weeks searching the city, but they seem to be pretty evasive. Since you can also detect their signatures, did you have any luck finding them?" David replied, "No, son. I also tried searching with your mother, but we had no luck finding them either. It seems like whenever we lock onto their energy signature, they get stronger as we get closer, but eventually disappear when it gets too strong. I think this might be a defense mechanism for the sacred gear to prevent any external threats from tracking them down. I bet you and the other archangels made this modification to prevent the devils or fallen angels from obtaining your fellow angels' powers." Origami interjected, "A defense mechanism to conceal its presence? If that's the case, then how come Akino and Kaneko were able to track me down? They're devils, so shouldn't I have been hidden this whole time?" David explained, "I think it has something to do with the angel who is friends with them, Irena Shido, the ace of Archangel Michael. My hypothesis is that the angels specifically designed a device or developed an ability that allowed only angels to track down those sacred gears. Being a subordinate of Michael, Irena might have gained access to that ability, which helped her and her friends track you down. But then again, that's just a hypothesis." Origami's determination grew. "If that's the case, then I have an additional target I need to hunt down besides Akino and Kaneko. Do you know what she looks like? I'll show you a picture of all of them, but promise me you won't go off on your own to fight them, because your current power isn't enough to beat even one of them." David placed his palms together, and a bright red glowing energy began to form between them. He faced the wall and projected an image with the red energy, revealing a picture of Rias Gremory's peerage from 17 years ago. David named each member and explained their roles in the peerage. Shido looked at Issei and thought, "So this is how I looked 17 years ago in my past life. He pondered what kind of life Issei Hideout had lived. Origami clenched her fist, remembering Akino and Kaneko, vowing to never forget the two girls who had destroyed her childhood. She also glanced at Irena, vowing to hunt her down for revealing her location to the devils. Toka gasped in fear as she recognized two girls in the picture. She stumbled backward, struggling to breathe. Shido noticed and asked, "Toka? Are you all right? What's wrong?" Toka pointed at the picture. "Shido, do you remember those two mean ladies who ruined my reputation at my high school's festival? It's those two over there, the orange-haired one with twin tails and the blue-haired one with the green strip of hair. They were the ones who humiliated me in front of the whole school." Shido and David gasped in shock as Toka revealed the identities of the girls who had hurt her. David felt anger rise within him, cursing them for ruining another person's life. Shido clenched his fist, vowing to bring them down. David spoke in a soft but firm voice, "Zenobia Corda, Irena Shido. I guess all of us here have something against you. The day will come when you will pay for your actions." The trio could feel David's rage radiating strongly, making it clear that he held a grudge against the ORC girls. After a moment, David calmed down and continued, "Toka, I understand that you live in a girl's home and are not allowed outside after 5 p.m. That's why my wife and I are adopting you and Origami into our family. We spoke with Shido about it, and he fully supports this decision." Toka and Origami's eyes widened in surprise. They exchanged glances, unsure if what David said was true. When he confirmed it, they turned to Shido, who smiled back at them. Toka stammered, "But why?" David replied, "I don't want to see anyone else get hurt by the ORC simply because they have a sacred gear. My family will take you in, and I promise we will protect you." Origami asked, "I can't believe this. Do you really want us to be part of your family?" David smiled warmly and nodded. Toka ran to Shido, embracing him tightly and giving him a kiss on the lips. Origami fell to her knees, touched by David's decision. David chuckled and picked up Origami, hugging her. Shido and Toka soon joined in, and Toka cried tears of joy, feeling no longer alone. Origami smiled, appreciating the heartwarming gesture from Shido's family. Toka hugged Shido and said happily, "Thank you, Shido. You're the best. I just hope there's enough for me to eat." Shido chuckled and assured her that there was plenty of food for everyone. After breaking the hug, they turned their attention to David, who continued, "Shido, don't worry about not finding another sacred gear user in Tengu City. Although I couldn't locate any, I did narrow it down to a hospital on the other side of the city. It's Tengu City General Hospital. The energy signature of a sacred gear gets very strong as we approach the building, but it disappears when we enter. I suspect one of the other sacred gear users is inside." Shido asked, "Tengu City General Hospital, huh? But how would I know who it is? You said the energy signature disappears when you get too close." David replied, "Maybe you need to get right next to the person with the sacred gear. I could sense it when I was near Toka and Origami, but it vanished when they walked away. So, the method of identification might be getting close to someone and checking if they have it." "Alright, I guess I'll have to approach everyone in the hospital then," Shido said. David nodded, "I guess so. Toka, I need to speak with the management of your home about adoption since there's a process involved." "Sure. I'll take you there tomorrow after school. I have kendo practice first," Toka replied. David said, "Okay then. Origami, you can come right away. We're always happy to welcome you." Origami responded, "Understood. I'll pack my things and get ready to move. I would still like to use my secret base to monitor Tengu City for any external threats." "That makes sense. We'll discuss your secret base later. For now, head back to class and have lunch. We'll sort everything out later," David instructed. At 3:20 p.m., outside Tengu City General Hospital, school went smoothly for everyone, and Shido immediately set off to search for the sacred gear user David had located. He walked through the city, using the supernatural signature identification skills David taught him. As he approached the hospital, the energy signature grew stronger, but it vanished upon entering. "Alright, time to search this place," Shido thought. He began with the hospital staff, receptionists, janitors, nurses, and doctors, but none were the person he sought. After several rounds through the hallways, Shido confirmed that none of the staff had the sacred gear, meaning the user was likely a patient. Starting from the ground floor, he made his way up, passing through patient rooms. Eventually, he sensed a faint energy signature nearby. As he walked down the hallway, the signature grew stronger. After pinpointing the room with the strongest signature, he found himself in front of a door labeled Himkawa. Confirming this was the sacred gear user's location, he knocked gently before entering. Inside, he saw a girl lying on the bed, wide awake and looking in his direction. The knock had caught her attention. She appeared confused and struggled to stand, staggering toward Shido. In a soft, nervous voice, she asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" The girl had a white rabbit puppet on her left hand and long, curly blue hair that fell past her shoulders. She looked unwell, with pale skin and distinct dark circles under her eyes. Slightly shorter than Shido, she reached only to his chin. Unsure how to respond, Shido decided to introduce himself to reassure her. Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Shido Murasame. I was told I could find a patient named Himkawa here. Would that be you? Yes, that's me. My name is Yoshino Himkawa. Do I know you? She replied. I come from a community support group that organizes events to visit sick people in hospitals and cheer them up. Shido explained. Why, are you serious right now? As if anyone would believe that. But Yoshino responded, Oh, is that so? Well, I appreciate your help, and since I'm pretty bored, I guess I could talk a bit. Mommy hasn't come to visit me for almost 2 weeks now. I wonder if she's okay. She staggered back to her hospital bed and sat upright, waiting for their conversation to start. Shido calmed down when Yoshino didn't seem upset, so he walked over to her bed and began. Nice to meet you, Himkawa-san. My name is Shido Murasame, and I'm currently a student at Raisin High School. I'm in my 2nd year. How about you? Yoshino replied, My name is Yoshino Himkawa, but please call me Yoshino. I'm 16 years old, so I'm supposed to be in my 1st year of high school. But I suddenly came down with an unknown illness when I was 13 and have been bedridden since. My mommy has always taken care of me. She visits almost every day to make sure I'm all right. But she hasn't come for 2 weeks now, and I'm really scared and lonely. Shido said, Oh, I see. I'm truly sorry for you, Yoshino. I can't imagine how painful this has been for you. Your mother reminds me of my own when I was ill. She would spend the whole day by my side. I think your mommy is a great person. Yoshino smiled at his comments and agreed, My mommy is amazing. Shido noticed the white rabbit puppet on her hand and asked, By the way, who's this little fella? Suddenly, the puppet spoke in a different voice, startling Shido. Well, look who finally noticed me. Nice to meet you, Shido. My name is Yoshino. Shido took a moment to process what the puppet said, then calmed down. Oh, nice to meet you, Yoshino. Sorry if I was a little rude just now. I just didn't expect you to start talking. Yoshino replied, Hee. The doctors who check on Yoshino have had similar reactions, so you shouldn't be ashamed. It's not every day you see someone like me talking out of the blue. Shido asked, So, Yoshino, who is Yoshino to you? What kind of relationship do you have? Yoshino explained, Yoshino is who I want to be. Yoshino is strong and brave, unlike me, who feels weak and scared. Yoshino is like a hero to me, always protecting me. Whenever I get scared, Yoshino tells me I'm not alone. Shido responded, Oh, so that's how it is. Honestly, I think you're pretty strong yourself, Yoshino. You've managed to endure this illness for over 3 years. I'm impressed, and I believe you will recover. Many people, like your mommy and Yoshino, support you. Yoshino's eyes widened at his words. For most of her life, her memories were limited to the small, dull hospital room. The only bright moments were when her mother visited, always putting on a cheerful display to lift her spirits. Yoshino felt immense gratitude for her mother and hoped to recover soon to repay her kindness. However, she often felt hopeless during her darkest moments. Shido's encouraging words touched her heart, and she couldn't help but cry, despite her poor health. Shido smiled, knowing his words had brought her a moment of comfort. He let her cry as long as she needed, understanding that she hadn't felt this happy and thankful for a long time. After a few minutes, Yoshino calmed down and took deep breaths. Shido then offered, "Hey Yoshino, do you want me to go find your mommy? I'll make sure she's alright. I know you're worried and I want to help you feel better." Yoshino's eyes lit up with excitement and hope as she nodded eagerly. Shido waved goodbye, promising to return with good news. As he left, he accidentally bumped into a doctor entering Yoshino's room. Both were startled, but Shido assured the doctor he was fine. The doctor entered and was shocked to see Yoshino smiling, as she usually appeared gloomy during his checkups. The doctor assumed that Shido was a friend who came to cheer Yoshino up and felt proud of whatever he did to make her happy. However, he felt nervous because he wasn't there for a checkup. He had some bad news to deliver. "Good afternoon, Yoshino. Sorry if I barged in while you were talking with your friend, but I have some news for you," the doctor said. "No, it's okay. What is it about?" Yoshino replied. "There are two pieces of news I have. The first is about your condition, and the second is about your mother." "My mommy? What happened to her? I'm really sorry, but she's..." At 3:50 p.m., on the ground floor of Tengu City General Hospital, Shido approached the reception desk. He informed the staff that he was a friend of Yoshino's and wanted to call her mother to find out about her whereabouts. He learned that Yoshino's mother, Nagisa Himkawa, was a single mother working multiple jobs to pay for over 3 years' worth of medical bills. The staff provided him with her phone number and the numbers of her workplaces, just in case her personal phone number did not reach her. Later that evening at Shido's house, he and Origami watched as Yoshino attempted to activate her sacred gear. David had given her the power needed to perform a simple skill. Yoshino focused intently and managed to summon a medium-sized ice shard that flew through the wall. She also turned the floor around her into ice. "Oh, so you have ice powers, huh? That's amazing!" Shido exclaimed. Origami analyzed Yoshino's power. From the looks of it, the ice shard Yoshino summoned was formidable and sturdy since it broke through a tough concrete wall. Perhaps her sacred gear is meant for defense. "Oh, look, Yoshino! That was amazing! Again!" Yoshino cheered. Yoshino was still speechless, staring at her hands and wondering how she conjured such powerful ice shards. She felt happy about her abilities but was scared about whether she could control them or become stronger. Rain walked up to her and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. It's fine. That was amazing and we all liked it. Keep it up. I believe you can do so much more. Just focus and you'll master your power eventually." Yoshino looked up at Rain, who smiled gently at her. After listening to her encouragement, Yoshino nodded and prepared to try again. Meanwhile, David spoke to the group while watching Yoshino attempt another attack with her sacred gear. "Okay, I have identified Yoshino's sacred gear as Tsadkiel. It can freely control ice and manipulate it in many different ways. In contrast, Sandalphon takes the form of a great sword, and Metatron takes the form of several floating cannons. Tsadkiel, however, takes the form of a massive rabbit-like puppet that can turn water and water vapor into ice. Keep in mind that Tsadkiel only controls ice, not water or vapor, but can transform those states into ice." As they listened to David's explanation, Origami noted Yoshino and said, "You said Tsadkiel looks like a massive rabbit puppet, right? Isn't it a coincidence that Yoshino resembles that puppet?" David looked at Yoshino before replying, "You're right. It really looks like the puppet she's supposed to conjure when she uses Tsadkiel. However, I think she can only use her own hands to summon and control ice for now since this is her first time using her sacred gear. Shido, Origami, why don't you two meet up with Toka and Yoshino tomorrow and head to that industrial building where my wife and I will train you for to improve your powers? We'll meet you there after school tomorrow. I'll contact Toka and tell her everything that happened," Shido replied. "That's fine. We'll see you tomorrow. By the way, we've already applied for Yoshino to attend the same school as you. She'll start tomorrow as a first-year student, so make sure to look for her during lunch break and get acquainted with her." David added. That's great to hear. I'm glad she's finally able to live like a normal girl. But should we tell her now about the supernatural and everything? Shido asked. I suppose so. The sooner she knows, the better, David said, walking towards Yoshino and gathering everyone together. Is something wrong, Mr. Murasame? Yoshino asked. It's about your power, David replied. Yoshino looked confused. My power? Is something wrong with the way I'm using it? No, you're doing fine. The thing is, your power is actually called a sacred gear, and its name is Tsadkiel. Tsadkiel? Sacred gear? What are you talking about? Yoshino asked. David sat next to her with Rain and revealed the truth about the supernatural. Okay, humans and animals aren't the only living beings on this planet. There are also supernatural beings such as gods and dragons who exist in different realms but occasionally visit our world. G-gods exist? Yoshino exclaimed. Oh, looks like things are getting intense. Yashinon added. Tell me more. The suspense is killing me. David replied. Alright. Your sacred gear, along with many others, was created by the God of the Bible, allowing humans to possess them. You can only have a sacred gear if you were born with it. No exceptions. Each one has a unique ability and its own name. Yours is called Tsadkiel, named after an archangel of heaven who recovered the remnants of a deceased angel's power and transferred it into a sacred gear. Right now, Origami here possesses a sacred gear named Metatron. Origami summoned several floating cannons in a circular formation around her. Yoshino was amazed by everything she was witnessing and had a million questions, but decided to ask one at a time. Does Shido have any powers? She inquired. Shido responded, well, I have the ability to receive other people's sacred gears, but I haven't figured out how to use it yet. He felt embarrassed, still unable to summon Sandalphon or Metatron. David added, if I'm being honest, that ability you have was once a unique ability of the boosted gear. It was all that remained after most of its energy was used to give you a strong body. There's no exact way to perform this power without help from the boosted gear. However, it is possible to use your ability to access other sacred gears. You'll have to figure it out on your own. Shido shrugged, it's fine. Those dim people say I have supernatural energy within me, so it can't be that hard to figure out. Yoshino, looking confused, asked, wait, what is this all about? I'm really lost. The group took the time to explain the events of the past 17 years and how they affected the present. It took a while to cover all the important details and answer Yoshino's questions. Eventually, Shido's family helped her understand everything significant. By the end, Yoshino felt disturbed by the truth of everything that had happened leading up to this point. She couldn't believe the supernatural was real and that many things she thought were myths were actually true. Feeling tired from processing so much information, she yawned as her eyes began to close, nearly falling to the floor. Rain rushed to her side and hugged her gently, saying, "Hey there. Why don't we go to bed now? You must be very tired, and sleep is important. Come on, let's go to bed." She carried Yoshino to her room and tucked her in before heading to her own room. The rest of the family followed suit, realizing it was getting late and they had an early morning ahead. Time skip. Tuesday, 12:10 p.m. Raisin High School. Toka asked, "So, the new girl is our junior?" "Yup. Her name is Yoshino, and she possesses the sacred gear Tsadkiel. She might be a little shy, so make sure not to be too loud," Shido replied. Shido, Toka, and Origami were sitting together at lunch, waiting for Yoshino to join them. Meanwhile, Tanamachi was chatting with AI and her friends about Shido eating with two girls. "Hey, don't you think Shido might be getting a little too carried away? I mean, he practically has a harem now. It will only be a matter of time before he gets another girl," Tanamachi remarked. AI responded, "I don't care if it was a fake confession. I will get my revenge on Shido for rejecting me." Mai added, "Shido's the worst. We'll make him know what it's like to be rejected." Mi chimed in, "That is so lame." The girls were too busy plotting their revenge on Shido for AI's rejection to pay attention to Tanamachi. Trying to redirect their focus, Tanamachi suggested, Girls, Why don't you try improving yourselves to become the ideal girl for Shido? AI turned to him, curious. Improve ourselves? How? Tanamachi explained, well, maybe Shido had his reasons for rejecting you. Why not befriend Toka and Origami to find out what Shido's preferences are? That way, you can become his ideal girl, and when he starts liking you and confesses, you can reject him like he did to you. AI considered this. That's not a bad plan. But why are you helping us? You sound pretty enthusiastic about it. Tanamachi looked down, slamming his hands on the table. Because that guy suddenly has a harem now, even though he told me since childhood that he has no interest in girls. I want to see him go down. AI nodded. I guess you have a reasonable motive for that. Me interjected. That is so lame. Suddenly, David entered the classroom, looking furious as he approached Tanamachi. His anger was evident, and he leaned in, demanding, Did you just call my wife a bad name? Tanamachi freaked out, leaning back in surprise. AI and her friends anxiously watched as David confronted their classmate, Tanamachi. The tension in the air was palpable, and the girls felt a shiver of fear at David's intensity. Finally, Tanamachi found the courage to speak up. No, Mr. Murasame. I didn't say anything. David pressed on. Are you sure, punk? Tanamachi insisted. Yeah. I swear I didn't say anything about your wife. I mean it. David stepped back, exhaling a loud sigh. Before leaving, he warned, because if you had actually said that, I was going to make your spine as flexible as a skipping rope. I'm living in your walls, boy. You better sleep with one eye open tonight, because I'm listening to every word you say. With one last ominous glare, he stormed out of the classroom. Tanamachi was left trying to catch his breath, stunned by the unexpected confrontation. Meanwhile, Shido and his friends were at their table, laughing at the scene. They found it amusing that David, a devoted husband, would go to such lengths to protect his family. After the laughter died down, Toka spoke up. Oh, right. I forgot to mention that I invited one of my juniors from the Kendo Club to join us for lunch. Is that all right? Shido replied, Sure. The more, the merrier. We should make some space for Yoshino and your junior. Origami noticed Yoshino entering the classroom and pointed her out. Speaking of whom, look who has arrived. Yoshino waved as she walked in, and Shido gestured for her to sit with him. Hey there, Yoshino. How are you feeling today? How was your first day of school? I'm feeling great. High school is a bit strange for me since I've been absent for almost 3 years now. But I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Shido-senpai. Yoshino replied, hugging Shido from the side. This surprised him and made Toka and Origami a bit jealous. Hey, stop that. He's my boyfriend. Toka exclaimed, trying to pull Yoshino away. Origami added, That's right. Back off. You have no right to approach Shido like that. Yoshino looked confused. Wait, what are you doing? Shido-senpai is my friend. Toka insisted, No. You're getting a little too close for a friend. Shido intervened, All right. That's enough. Toka, this is Yoshino. Yoshino, this is Toka. Since the two of you will be living together with us, please just get along. Toka backed off, apologizing. Sorry, Shido. I shouldn't have done that. Yoshino, feeling overwhelmed, began to tear up. Shido consoled her with gentle head pats, which made Toka feel left out. She leaned in closer, subtly indicating she wanted some attention too. To be fair, Shido gave Toka head pats as well, which made her happy and eased her jealousy. The rest of the class watched in shock, the boys envious of Shido's attention from the girls, while the girls admired Toka's boldness. Just when the atmosphere couldn't get more intense, another girl entered the classroom. She spotted Shido's group and cheerfully called out, Hey, Toka-senpai. I'm here, Aicha. What are you doing? Why is that boy head-patting you? Toka recognized her junior from the Kendo Club and replied, Oh, hey there, Kotori. Don't mind me, we're just messing around. Origami reassured Kotori, Don't worry, it's fine. Please come in and have lunch with us. Kotori walked in, noticing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces. She approached Toka, glancing at Shido, who was smiling awkwardly. Kotori hesitated for a moment but then sat next to Toka, still stealing glances at Shido. Toka introduced her. "Everyone, please meet my junior from the kendo club, Kotori Itsuka. She's becoming pretty good at kendo and is almost as good as me." Yoshino shyly extended her hand. "Hi Kotori, nice to meet you." Kotori shook her hand, smiling back. Origami waved and said, "Nice to meet you, Kotori. My name is Origami Tabichi." Shido introduced himself. "Hi. Nice to meet you. My name is Shido Murasame. Thank you for always being friends with my girlfriend, Toka." Kotori's eyes widened. "What? Boyfriend? Toka-senpai, you have a boyfriend?" Toka smiled proudly. That's right. What do you think? Doesn't Shido look a little cute?" She confidently showcased her boyfriend to Kotori. Kotori glanced awkwardly at Shido before turning back to Toka. "I guess. He is a little cute." Shido blushed, surprised by the compliment. Hey, please don't say that. It's kinda embarrassing, you know." Meanwhile, Tanamachi and the boys glared at Shido, muttering under their breaths, "Did she just call him cute? Shido Murasame. We're so gonna get you." Shido's classmates tried to ignore the tension. Suddenly he felt an unusual sense of danger, a strong feeling growing within him. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked around, trying to identify the source. As time passed, he recognized this sensation. It was similar to what he felt around sacred gear users. Another one. In this classroom. Who could it be? I've known everyone here for a long time, and I've memorized Toka, Origami, and Yoshino's energy signatures. The only other person who could have a sacred gear is. He turned to the front and looked at Kotori, realizing she had a sacred gear like the others. Since he was the only one who could detect these energies, Toka and the other girls were unaware. He decided to pass a secret message to Origami. While the girls chatted, Shido took out a piece of paper and scribbled a note. He tapped Origami's arm and handed her the paper. Seeing his serious expression, Origami became alert. She read the note. "Kotori is one of us. She has a sacred gear. Get her to meet with us and my parents behind the school so we can recruit her into our team. I'll tell Yoshino and Toka later." Origami's eyes widened. She nodded in acknowledgement. Shido then texted his parents about his discovery. Rain and David agreed to meet them after school to recruit Kotori. Shido decided it was a good idea to get to know Kotori better to see if she was aware of her sacred gear. "Hey Kotori, how did you and Toka become friends?" Kotori replied, "Well, since you are Toka-senpai's boyfriend, you know she lives in a girl's home, right? I actually live there too and go to Raisin High School under the same condition that we must return home by 5 p.m. We never really spoke because we weren't that close. But when Toka-senpai joined the kendo club, I recognized her from the home, and we started talking. That's how we became friends." Toka added, "Kotori is actually a very nice person. She may seem cold at first, but once you get to know her, she warms up." Shido asked, "I see. What happened to your parents, Kotori?" Kotori hesitated but finally said, "You won't believe me." This response confused Shido and his friends. He turned to Toka for help, but she shook her head. Toka encouraged Kotori, "Hey, it's all right. You can tell us. We've seen many crazy things together. We won't laugh or make fun of you." Yoshino chimed in, "Yeah. We're friends, right?" Kotori still seemed hesitant but eventually relented. "Well, my parents didn't die or anything. They just suddenly forgot about me one day. I thought they were playing a prank when they said they didn't have a daughter, but when they became nervous and threatened to call the police, I realized something was wrong." Shido felt a wave of concern. Her parents forgot about her? Wait, I remember a time when Mom made Kid Hideout forget about meeting us. But I don't think she would do something like that. I need to find out more. He asked, "When did this happen, Kotori?" Kotori replied, 5 years ago, on the same day as the Great Tengu City fire." Origami suddenly feared the worst, thinking, "Wait, that's the same day my parents died." If Kotori's parents suddenly forgot about their daughter without any clear explanation on the same day my family was killed by 2 devils, then there might be a possibility that there were even more devils affiliated with Resurface also seeking out other sacred gear users. Could it be that it was the devils who wiped out her parents' memories of her? Shido continued asking, "Is it alright for us to know what exactly happened on that day? We're worried for you and would like to understand your problems." Kotori replied that it wasn't just my parents. Besides the 3 of us, I actually had an older brother. His name was Kaito, and at that time, when I found out my parents had lost their memories of me, I quickly rushed out of the house to my brother's high school to see if he still remembered me. Could we talk about it outside? I don't like talking about it near so many people. Shido said, "It's fine. Let's go to the rooftop, the place where all of us share our worries. I'm sure you'll feel much more comfortable sharing your story up there." They all proceeded to leave their seats and headed out to the roof. As they were walking there, Shido decided to break the news to Toka and Yoshino, who were walking behind Kotori and Origami. Shido whispered to them, "Hey girls, I have to tell you this right now. Kotori is a sacred gear user. One of the remaining 7 we have to find." Toka and Yoshino gasped in shock at the revelation. They assumed that Shido started asking Kotori about her past because he wanted to find out how much she knew about the sacred gear. Shido continued, "I've already told Origami and my parents about it. We've agreed to tell Kotori about everything after school. For now, don't say anything to her." The 2 girls nodded and continued walking towards the rooftop. Once everyone arrived, they waited for Kotori to start telling her story. Kotori began, "Thanks, I will start telling my story now. Flashback 5 years ago. I was frantic when I found out that my parents suddenly forgot about me. It's as if I never existed in their lives. But they said goodbye to my brother and me when we left for school earlier that morning, which means they still remembered me that day. I don't know how they suddenly forgot about me. I'll say that my brother looked like Shido-senpai, but his hair was red just like mine. That's why when I first saw Shido-senpai, I was shocked because I thought I saw my brother even though. Well, I guess I have to tell the story first. 6:30 p.m. outside of Kotori's house. I rushed out to look for my brother since this time of the evening meant that he was most likely nearing our home, and I needed his help to figure out what was going on. As the sun was setting, Kotori Itsuka rushed along the road to search for her brother, Kaito Itsuka. She was scared because she didn't know why her parents suddenly forgot her and was hurriedly searching for Kaito, who was the only one who could help her in this situation. It didn't take long for Kotori to find Kaito on his way back home, so she ran towards him and hugged him tightly, feeling afraid in this scary situation where she was all alone. "Kaito! Help! Mom and Dad have forgotten about me." "Huh? Kotori! What happened? Is everything alright?" He quickly wanted to make sure that his little sister was okay since she looked really scared. "Mom and Dad are acting as if I don't exist. It's not funny. I need your help. I don't know what to do." She was crying as she desperately tried to relay the situation as fast as she could. "Hey, it's alright. I'm here for you. Take me to them, I need to know what's going on." Kotori grabbed his hand and ran back to their house. Kaito was increasingly worried since his sister sounded very concerned about something serious. When the siblings reached home, Kaito rushed inside to see what happened. As he approached the kitchen, Kaito saw his father, Tatsuo, sitting at the table on his computer, then turned to the living room to see his mother, Haruko, leaning against the wall on a phone call. Kotori was secretly hiding behind a pillar to avoid being spotted. They greeted him warmly. "Welcome home, Kaito. How was school? Did you enjoy club activities?" Tatsuo asked. "Welcome back, son. I'm pretty sure you must be tired, so why don't you go take a shower first before coming down for dinner? The food is already prepared for the 3 of us." Haruko added. Kaito recoiled in shock and said, "Wait, 3 of us? Is something wrong?" Haruko replied. "What about Kotori? Isn't she eating as well?" His parents exchanged confused glances, not saying anything but simply raising their eyebrows. Then, his father turned to him and spoke. "Listen, Kaito, I don't know if you're finding this funny, but we've had enough. For the last time, we don't have a daughter named Kotori. This prank isn't funny and it's really beginning to creep me out. Tell that coterie girl's parents that I want to speak with them. She shouldn't just barge into someone's house and claim that they live here simply because they are allegedly our family. Haruko nodded in agreement. I'd be very disappointed to find out if someone such as you were to do something like that. Kaito widened his eyes in disbelief as he listened to everything his parents said. In a moment of desperation, he pleaded with them to stop this madness. What are you talking about? Kotori is my little sister. She is part of our family. Why are you both acting as if she doesn't exist? He rushed to the kitchen counter, grabbed a family photo, and showed it to his mother. Look, this is Kotori. If she isn't your daughter, then why is she even in this picture? Haruko replied, like I said, I don't know who this girl is. How did you manage to get a photo of us with her? It looks so real that it's giving me the creeps. Kaito stumbled backward, trying to catch his breath, unable to believe what he was hearing. Before he could respond, Kotori rushed out from behind a pillar and ran toward her mother, hugging her tightly. Mom, please stop. How could you be like this? I'm your daughter. How can you forget me? She cried, begging for her mother to acknowledge her existence. However, Haruko angrily pushed Kotori away and yelled, Listen, kid, I'm getting very tired of this. You enter my house without permission and claim that you're my daughter. Get out. You're really testing my patience. Kotori fell to the floor, shocked and confused by her mother's words. As Haruko finished, Kotori started shedding tears again, too startled to make a sound. Instead, she got up and ran out of the house, prompting Kaito to quickly chase after her. His parents called for him to come back, but it was futile as he continued to run after Kotori, determined to keep her safe. Kaito spent the next 10 minutes chasing after his little sister, wanting to understand this mysterious situation that had shaken him. Eventually, he caught up to her on the other side of the neighborhood, the sun descending past the horizon. Hey, Kotori! Wait up, he called out, grabbing the back of her uniform to stop her from running further. Kotori fell to her knees, crying, feeling as if she had been kicked out of the house for no reason. Kaito hugged her, reassuring her that she wasn't alone and that he would help her find out why their parents were acting so strangely. Don't worry, Kotori. Your big brother is here for you. I'll make sure that our family will be back together again, he comforted her as she continued to weep. After a few minutes, Kotori stopped crying and turned to Kaito, asking, Oni-ai-chun, do you promise to fix our family? I don't want to be alone. Kaito reassured her, everything will get better in time. I'll make sure that our parents remember you, no matter what it takes. I just need to find a starting point for my investigation. Before Kaito could formulate a plan, two women approached them. Good evening, children. My name is Irena Shido, and this is my friend, Asia. You both seem quite distressed. Is everything all right? Kaito explained, well, my parents somehow forgot that my little sister exists but only remember me. I want to find out why this happened. Irena responded, that sounds pretty heartbreaking. It is really sad for a parent to suddenly lose their memories of their children, am I right? So why don't we lend you a helping hand? Kaito asked, a helping hand? What do you mean? Asia explained, your parents didn't lose their memories of your little sister for no reason. All their memories that included her were wiped out by a devil. Kaito interrupted, Look, I don't know what kind of crazy situation you two are trying to introduce me to, but I simply have no time for that. Devils? Are you kidding me? Just stop it already. Irena insisted, but we're telling the truth. Asia is a devil herself and can show you her wings. Asia then revealed a pair of bat-like wings. Kaito and Kotori were shocked, and Kaito was breathing heavily, questioning everything that had happened. Kotori, scared, closed her eyes and hugged Kaito for protection. Kaito demanded, leave. Now. I'm not going to repeat myself. Irena pleaded, come on. Don't be so mean. Just give us a chance to help you, and you'll eventually understand everything. If you want this problem solved, let us speak with your little sister. Kaito shouted, I'm not letting you near my little sister. Get lost. His outburst startled the two women, and their cheerful demeanor shifted to impatience. Irena spoke again, this time with a hint of impatience. Now hold on right there. It's really rude for you to talk like that to your elders. We're trying to help. You need to keep quiet and let us do the talking. Do you understand? Kaito replied, I don't care what kind of help you are offering. I've already made up my mind that we are not going to speak with you anymore. Come on, Kotori, let's go. The siblings stood up and began to walk away, clearly indicating their disinterest in the two girls. However, Irena stepped forward and grabbed Kaito's shoulder, stopping him. Where do you think you're going? I told you we have a solution for your problems, so stay right where you are and just listen, okay? Asia chimed in, that's right. Just give us a chance to explain ourselves. Kaito snapped back, get away from me. Suddenly, he threw his elbow backward, hitting Irena in the nose, causing her to stumble back, injured. Irena, hold still. I'm coming to help. Asia exclaimed as she rushed to Irena's side. Kaito warned, I practice martial arts in school. If you try to hurt my sister, I won't hold back. He then executed a swift kick, causing Irena to fall to her knees in pain. As Asia attempted to heal Irena, Kaito charged forward and struck Asia, knocking her to the ground. I'm not done yet, take this, he shouted, grabbing Asia and forcefully ramming her head against a lamp post. Breathing heavily, Kaito turned to face Irena, but it was too late. In a flash, Irena used her sword to slice Kaito's body, leaving him gravely injured. Blood poured from his wounds as he collapsed. Kotori's eyes widened in horror. Oanai-chan. Ano, she screamed, her legs giving way beneath her. She fell to the ground, unable to rise, her heart racing as she witnessed her brother's suffering. Overwhelmed, Kotori crawled toward Kaito, struggling against the dizziness and fear. Just as she was about to reach him, Irena blocked her path. Don't worry about your brother, just let us help you. You will be all right if you come with us. Irena said, smiling despite the chaos around them. Kotori felt her heart race with anger. The muscles in her face tensed as she glared at Irena. I didn't know what happened next. All I know is that I flew into a rage and then fell unconscious. When I woke up, I learned that a fire had swept through Tengu City. I somehow managed to survive the blaze, but when I looked around, everything was in ruins. I spotted my brother's body, burned beyond recognition. I rushed to him, knowing it was too late. Kneeling before his charred remains, I noticed something intact beside him. It was the family photo my brother had shown our mom earlier that evening, a desperate attempt to make them remember me. My parents survived the fire along with most of the city's population, thanks to the efforts of the fire department and hospitals. I watched from across the street as my parents held a funeral for my brother. Unable to bear it, I ran away, feeling utterly alone. I found the girls' home where Toka-senpai would eventually move in, and I became an orphan. Years passed, and I grew up alone. It was only at the beginning of this semester that I started attending school. I'm only 16, but so much has happened already. I don't know why this has to happen to me. Kotori was tearing up as she recounted her past, where she had lost everything. Yoshino was also crying and hugged Kotori as a sign of sympathy and support. Yoshino, we're here for you, Kotori. You're not alone. I'm your friend, and I'll be there for you no matter how dangerous things get. Toka, same here. You can count on us for anything. That's what friends are for. She joined in the hug. Shido felt sorry for Kotori after hearing her story. Just as he was about to speak, Origami took out her phone and pressed the hang-up button after making a call. Shido, what? Origami? Were you making a call this whole time? Who did you call? Origami, our mom and dad. I think they should hear this too and give their thoughts about it. I figured we should tell them as soon as possible. Origami had secretly called Rain and David, placing her phone behind her back so they could hear Kotori's backstory. Then, David and Rain opened the door and arrived on the rooftop. David, we've heard everything. So don't worry, leave the explanation to us. Rain walked forward and hugged Kotori, saying, It's all right, Kotori. You can stay with us if you like. Kotori was shocked but, remembering the years of feeling alone, decided to accept Rain's offer and hugged her back. Kotori, I would love that. I don't want to be alone anymore. David then explained the truth of the supernatural world, revealing the mysterious and secretive layers that showed Kotori a whole new dimension of bizarre existences. He also explained who his family really was and how their pasts impacted the present. Later, he described the sacred gear system and how Kotori had possessed one since she was young. Rain created a protective barrier so nobody could see them. David gave Kotori some energy to activate her own sacred gear. Like all the previous users Shido's family had recruited, Kotori managed to summon hers, and a massive halberd formed in her hands. Despite its size, Kotori swung it around effortlessly. David, I know this one quite well. The angel I battled who possessed this power was pretty irritating. This is the sacred gear, Camel. It has the power to regenerate any injury in the form of healing flames. For example, let me demonstrate. He took out a Swiss Army knife and made a small cut on his forearm, then reached out his injured arm to Kotori. David instructed her to swing the halberd at him so the flames would heal the injury. Kotori was confused but decided to trust David. She swung the halberd downwards, and flames flew directly at David. The flames landed on his arm, and soon the cut was gone, leaving his skin perfectly fine. Shido, whoa. Look at your arm. It looks completely fine. David, yes. Camel has the best healing ability among all the sacred gears I know. Toka and Yoshino were amazed by Camel's superb healing ability, trying to spot any marks on David's arm but finding none. Kotori, I never knew this kind of thing existed. I always thought we were just humans who could do nothing like this. Could I see your sacred gears? Toka, sure. Come on everyone. Let's show our newest team member what we can do. Toka summoned Sandalphon and swung it around, creating powerful slashes that fractured the barrier's walls before they quickly fixed themselves. Origami summoned Metatron, materializing exquisite cannons and firing a volley of light-infused projectiles at the barrier. Yoshino conjured several ice shards using Tsatkeel, and everyone was surprised to see the fractures caused by her ice were almost as big as those made by Sandalphon. Shido, unsure how to summon a sacred gear, focused hard and unexpectedly materialized Sandalphon in his hands, but it quickly faded away. Toka, whoa. Was that my sacred gear? Did Shido manage to copy mine? Origami and Yoshino were shocked, impressed by how quickly Shido had developed his skills. Rain and David were equally impressed, noting that even though Shido hadn't fully discovered how to copy a sacred gear, he had managed to conjure it, even if only for a few seconds. Both of them thought that perhaps Shido needed some training before he could improve on making the sacred gears he summons last much longer. Kotori asked, Shido's power is the same as Toka-senpai's? David corrected her, no, Shido's power is to copy others' sacred gears. So far, he hasn't been able to successfully materialize one until just now. I don't know how he managed to do it, but I'm impressed. Shido thought, I did it. I did it. Although it was just a few seconds, I still managed to summon Sandalphon. Now let's see if I can do the same for the rest. He proceeded to try and conjure Metatron and Tsatkeel, but no matter how hard he focused, those two sacred gears would not form, which slightly disappointed him. Rain came over to him and said, It's all right, son. This is your first time using your powers, so it's only natural that you won't get it immediately. Everyone was once a beginner, so don't feel so discouraged. Shido replied, Thanks, Mom. We'll meet you and Dad after school for training. How did I manage to only summon Sandalphon? No, how did I even manage to do that when I have no clue how my power works? I guess I have no choice but to keep trying my best to find the method to copy other people's sacred gears. After this, Rain unlocked the protective barrier, and everyone walked back to class. Kotori was holding Rain's hand and was continuously asking questions about the supernatural. Shido, on the other hand, felt somewhat satisfied with the progress he made. The other girls were happy that there would soon be a new member in their team. However, David felt a little suspicious. After witnessing the flames of Camel and recalling the details of Kotori's backstory, which he and his wife overheard, David concluded that the Great Tengu City fire was caused by Kotori, who had reached a volatile emotional state that led her to conjure her sacred gear but was unable to control the flames it produced, resulting in uncontrollable fires spreading across the city. This created a dilemma for him. David didn't know whether it was good to reveal to Kotori that she was the cause of the fire that engulfed the city 5 years ago. At first, he felt he should tell her the truth so she could come to terms with it and accept the reality of the events before moving on. But he also worried that revealing the truth might horrify her and lead her to enter the same emotional state she experienced 5 years ago, which had caused the devastating fire. After much deliberation, David decided not to tell Kotori just yet and felt he should consult his wife first before taking any action. For now, David could relax and teach everyone how to properly use their sacred gears, but deep down he knew he couldn't avoid the truth forever. Kotori would have to face it one day. The group headed back inside the school as they left the roof one by one. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been watching from a distance. From a secluded area filled with trees, a woman working for Dim Industries closely observed the group on the rooftop, using high-quality radio equipment to listen to their conversation. Jessica thought, "You brats. I've finally got you now." After failing to complete her assignment of kidnapping Shido Itsuka, her boss, Isaac Westcott, was furious and demoted her, promising to reinstate her rank if she could provide valuable information. Having uncovered useful details from the students' conversation, Jessica felt it was time to report to Westcott. However, a thought struck her. Wait, those kids are pretty weak. Although I couldn't see them from the barrier created by their mother, I can tell they are no match for my company's superior technology. What if I personally captured the boy and his family? Westcott will definitely recognize me as someone worthy. I better get to work quick. Jessica managed to capture several pictures of the group using a powerful camera and obtained clear audio recordings of their conversation about the supernatural and sacred gears. She was scheming about how to capture the group while heading deeper into the forest where she had set up her own camp. As the clock struck 3:30 p.m., school ended, and the group, except for Toka and Kotori, went to the industrial building where they were going to train. David and Rain took Kotori to her girl's home to sign adoption papers. The couple would finish the paperwork with the home's management while the other children trained on their own. Shido, Origami, and Yoshino decided to train by themselves until David and Rain returned. The training area was an abandoned warehouse with ample space and a viewing deck on the second floor under a metallic roof. The trio entered the building and looked around. Origami said, "According to Mom, she set up some personalized devices and machinery that can adapt to our training pace. It's got to be around here somewhere." They all looked around, with Origami scouting the ground floor for any usable machinery. Shido and Yoshino climbed the stairs to the viewing deck, beginning their search. Shido stood by the railing, scanning the expansive room below for any peculiar objects that matched the machinery described in Rain's instructions. Eventually, Yoshino spotted the specified devices on the railing and called for Shido and Origami to join her. They hurried over to see the machinery she had discovered, a modern gray console adorned with various buttons of different colors and sizes. Origami noticed a paper booklet labeled Training Instructions attached to the console and took it off to read. "Press the big red button with the power symbol to activate the training ground," she read aloud. "Hold on. Let me try turning this thing on," Origami said, pressing the red button. A metallic clank echoed through the air, causing the trio to exchange confused glances. Suddenly, the console began to glow, emitting bright streaks of light that forced them to shield their eyes. When the light finally dimmed, they opened their eyes to find themselves in a room identical in size to the warehouse, but the walls were designed with a vibrant virtual theme, reminiscent of a video game. "Oh, is this the training grounds? It looks amazing!" Yoshino exclaimed, marveling at the design. Origami continued reading from the booklet. "Hello kids, it's your mother. I've created this training ground with your father over the past 3 weeks after Ellen left the city. We thought it was crucial to enhance your abilities before another attack. The training ground is designed like a virtual reality game because I thought you would enjoy it. The console controls the training grounds and is divided into 3 sections: Dummy Practice, Beast Sparring, and Infiltration. Dummy Practice is a mode where you fight moving virtual monsters that mimic human actions like walking or running. Some have special abilities like flying or digging. You must work together to defeat 3 waves of monsters from any direction, so stay aware of your surroundings. There's a time limit, and the monsters grow tougher with each wave, culminating in a boss fight against a gigantic creature. You can choose from 3 difficulty levels: easy, moderate, and difficult. I recommend starting with easy mode, similar to your previous battle with Hideout and her team. You can also select different terrains for the fight. Beast sparring is like the boss fight in dummy practice, but you'll face 5 rounds against mythical beasts from the supernatural world. This training tests your adaptability, quick thinking, and ability to change fighting styles after each round. The final training type is infiltration, where you attempt to raid a stronghold filled with monsters to obtain 3 essential items. After collecting the items, you must fend off the remaining monsters while finding the exit portal. Use the items to activate the portal. There are various maps for infiltration, including a medieval fortress, a narrow mountain pass, and a skyscraper in a bustling city. More updates will come as we recruit more sacred gear users. In the meantime, work hard and get stronger. We believe in you. Shido looked impressed. Wow. They built this for us in just 3 weeks? Let's start with the first training mode to see how we perform. Sounds good. Let's do it, Origami agreed, following the manual to activate dummy practice on easy mode. An automated voice instructed them to type their names using the console's keyboard. After entering their names, the voice directed them to descend to the first floor to see what awaited them. Then, the entire interior of the warehouse began to transform dramatically, shifting into an outdoor setting that featured a vast mountain range, consistent with the metaverse theme. The trio looked around, amazed by the ingenuity and detail that had gone into creating the training grounds. Yoshino exclaimed, "This is amazing. I never knew your family was capable of such things, Shido." Shido replied, "Same here. I never realized my parents were so dedicated and talented at creating training simulations to help us develop our skills. Anyway, let's see what happens next." An automated voice announced, "Welcome, Shido, Origami, and Yoshino. This is dummy practice easy mode. The maps chosen for your training are randomized, so you must quickly adapt to your surroundings and defeat all the monsters. Before we begin, the training requires the 3 of you to do warm-ups to ensure your bodies can withstand the harsh conditions of the training. Please complete 80 push-ups per person in 1.5 minutes. Begin." Shido exclaimed, "What? Push-ups? 5? I guess there's no complaining then." He looked around, shocked to see Origami already performing her set of 80 push-ups in rapid succession without any slacking. Yoshino felt worried. After spending an extended time in the hospital without any opportunity to exercise, even a single push-up seemed daunting. Nevertheless, Shido and Yoshino decided to give it their best shot. Unfortunately, both Shido and Yoshino struggled, with Shido managing only 7 push-ups and Yoshino just 5 within the time limit. They found it exhausting, immediately tiring after each attempt. Origami, despite her prior training, completed 52 push-ups but still fell short of the required number. Origami sighed, "Still not strong enough. 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes is only possible for me if I can maintain a rapid pace without stopping. But repeating an action requires force and strength, which gets depleted. Why don't we start conditioning our bodies to become fit enough for the different workouts needed in the training program?" Shido replied, "You know what? I think that's a good idea." Yoshino added, "I agree. Let's take a rest now. I'm so tired." The trio decided to take a water break before starting simple workouts to increase their strength, power, and stamina. Origami took on the role of fitness trainer to help Shido and Yoshino get physically fit. Meanwhile, at Tengu City Girl's home, David and Rain were finishing up the last bits of paperwork with the manager. Toka and Kodori watched from the side of the room, eagerly waiting for the good news. David asked, "All right. I assume this is the last of the papers, Ms. Kiryu?" Kiryu confirmed, We're finished. Toka, Kodori, you may head home with your new adoptive parents." Toka exclaimed, "Wait, so that means I can call you Mom and Dad now?" Rain smiled, "We're your new parents now, so let's all get along." Toka and Kotori happily hugged their mother, feeling extremely grateful for everything she and her husband had done for them. David watched with a gentle smile, finding the sight wholesome. He then turned to the manager and asked, "Miss Kiryu, is Ike your first name by any chance?" Kiryu recoiled in shock. "Weiss? How did you know that?" David stammered. "Well, I need to make up a lie right now. Maybe this will work. My wife used to go to Kuo Academy and was a student in a neighboring class. She heard about you through a student named Issei Hideout. She always found the stories about him pretty entertaining yet a bit much. It was through these stories that she learned of you but never got the chance to speak with you." Kiryu replied, "I see. So you were a student at Kuo Academy too, Mrs. Murasame?" Rain hesitated but said, "Weiss, I guess I have no choice but to play along." "You're correct, Miss Kiryu. I was a student from Kuo Academy." Kiryu smiled. "Well then, it's nice to meet you." She shook hands with Rain. David continued, "So anyway, I would like to ask about what happened after Hyudu died." Kiryu reflected. Everybody was stunned by his sudden death. It was particularly eerie since Issei was murdered, and his body was found in the forest just outside of town. The murderer still hasn't been caught even after 17 years. When he was alive, I teased Issei and his friends for being perverts. But I guess that was hypocritical since I was one of the biggest offenders among the girls back then. After Hyudu died, I actually felt sad. His friends were the most affected by his death. You won't believe it, but they actually stopped being perverts and began focusing on their studies to secure a better future for themselves. Today, they are philanthropists who have changed their ways and work together to help those in need. In fact, they inspired me to set up this home for girls and even funded my project to build and operate this place. So I think I should meet up with those two for a chat. It's been months since we last saw each other." David was speechless. He was shocked at how much had changed since Issei died 17 years ago. He felt a sense of satisfaction after hearing Kiryu's story. When he was still Draig and sealed inside the boosted gear, he remembered Kiryu as the teasing girl who constantly bothered Issei. Now she had matured and grown up. David decided to ask more questions to learn about Issei's friends and family after his passing. "David, I heard a rumor that there was a girl named Resurface who dated him. Is that true?" Kiryu, "Heh. It totally shocked me. No, everyone when we learned that those rumors were true. But guess what? Issei indeed had a harem. He had several girls in his harem, 3 of whom were actually my classmates. I couldn't believe my ears when I learned the truth. I found out they were real because I attended Issei's memorial service in our school hall, and those girls were all giving heartfelt eulogies about him while crying. It was so shocking that it almost seemed fake. But anyway, I don't know what happened to those girls. All I know is that they continued living with Issei's parents even now. From what I heard from former classmates, the girls always seemed melancholic. However, I know for a fact that his parents had a baby girl after Issei died. I met her a few times after visiting school for nostalgia and learned that Issei had a little sister named Keed who goes to Kuo Academy too. She seems beautiful on the outside, but her attitude and coarse language give her a different vibe. I don't think I can remember anymore. I guess that's it. I hope it helped." David felt an intense surge of anger. The thought of Rias and the girls living with the parents of the boy they had betrayed was infuriating. "Are you serious? Those girls are living with his parents, and they think they are entitled to that. I never knew you would stoop this low, Rias Gremory. When we get strong enough, we're going to teach you a lesson." Kiryu interrupted his thoughts. You seem pretty scary there, Mr. Murasame. Is something wrong?" "David, Echa? No. Nothing's wrong. I don't know what came over me just now." "Kiryu, I see. Well, I guess that's it then. You may leave now. I've got other matters to attend to." David, "Okay. Goodbye, Miss Kiryu. Let's go home, kids." The couple left her office with their new adopted children, while Kiryu decided to call Motohama and Matsuda to catch up again. As the phone rang, Kiryu thought to herself, why does this nostalgic feeling feel so good yet so painful? Even though 17 years have passed, I can't help but feel a great ache in my heart as I remember those days. I wish I had gotten to know Issei more while I had the chance. I hope he's doing well in heaven. I pray for him to find peace. David and Rain were bringing Toka and Kotori home to show them their new house before heading to the warehouse where the others were. David felt proud that his family managed to recruit 4 sacred gear users after only 3 weeks. 4:30 p.m., Shido's house. David, we're home, kids. This is where you'll be living from now on. I hope you'll get along with each other nicely. Toka replied, Yup. I think we can get along. Kotori cheerfully agreed, You bet. I promise that I will be good to all of you. Rain smiled with gratitude and said, That's great to hear. Now come on inside. We want to show you the place, and then when we're finished, please leave your bags here and follow us to where Shido and the others are. The 4 of them entered the house and immediately showed them the different rooms and their purposes. Toka and Kotori were especially excited to learn that they had their own rooms. They particularly liked the kitchen and dining room because of its architecture and design. They looked forward to having meals together with their new family in their new house. Once the house tour was finished, Toka and Kotori left their bags in their rooms as instructed and left the house with Rain and David, beginning their drive to the warehouse where Shido and the others were. Meanwhile, just an hour ago, Origami began teaching Shido and Yoshino different types of dynamic and static stretching to improve their flexibility and prevent any difficulties when they started their workouts. Both of them felt a lot of discomfort as they stretched their arms and legs in ways they didn't think were possible. Shido and Yoshino felt discouraged, but Origami encouraged them with motivational words to help them understand the importance and benefits of stretching and working out daily. Origami, don't worry. All of us were once weak. You're not trying to impress anyone, so just focus on your own progress. Rome wasn't built in a single day, so keep trying every day, and you will get better. Trust the process, and you'll eventually be the best. Never give up. Suddenly, Shido and Yoshino felt a surge of motivation that empowered them to keep working hard. They agreed to continue stretching with Origami before moving on to actual exercises that would improve their muscle strength and power. Despite the discomfort they felt while stretching, they realized that getting physically fit is a long-term process with many benefits. The trio committed to setting goals for themselves to achieve the ideal strength and power needed to use their sacred gears more effectively. After completing their stretching, Origami decided to teach them some simpler exercises, such as elevated, decline, and incline push-ups, which were easier than regular push-ups. This way, they could get used to the motion and engage different muscle groups. After a brief water break, they started again. Shido felt soreness in his chest and worried about the upcoming workouts. However, Origami had them do sit-ups to improve their abdominal muscles and increase core strength. Yoshino found it challenging to perform several sit-ups in succession, as it was her first time working out. Both of them felt exhausted after managing only 17 sit-ups. They took one last water break before their final exercise, squats, intended to increase leg strength and endurance. Although squats seemed easier, they proved to be more challenging than expected since they weren't used to exerting that much strength. By the end of their sets, Shido and Yoshino felt tired and wanted to lie down, while Origami still seemed energetic and ready for more. Origami reassured them, It's fine. Don't exert yourselves too much. It's important to take breaks and drink lots of water. I'll also consult with my parents about a healthy diet plan for you. Shido and Yoshino felt relieved but understood that this didn't mean they could slack off. They needed to rest well before resuming their workouts. A few minutes later, Origami began explaining the importance of different foods for body growth. Proteins are essential for muscles and bones. I prefer to eat salmon, chicken, eggs, and dairy products because they are high in protein, which is necessary for muscle growth. Carbohydrates are also important for energy, so make sure to eat foods rich in carbs, like rice, bread, potatoes, or pasta. Don't forget fruits and vegetables, as they help you stay healthy. Suddenly, she paused, noticing a car pulling up at the entrance of the warehouse. Shido and Yoshino turned around and confirmed it was their parents and friends. David and Rain emerged with Toka and Kotori, greeting the trio who had been working out together. Toka asked, Hi Shido. What's going on here? Shido replied, We activated the training grounds, but we needed to complete 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes for the training simulation to start. But I couldn't even do 10. What a bummer. Rain noted, I see you've managed to navigate the training system's controls. The training included is meant for those with supernatural capabilities. While you can perform skills that humans can't, there are many creatures with superior abilities. That's why we need to get everyone in shape before starting actual training. Origami interjected, isn't 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes impossible for anyone? It seems ridiculous. David responded, it is impossible for a human. However, you all possess supernatural capabilities that you haven't unlocked yet. To help you perform 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes, I'll teach you a skill that allows you to gain additional power from the energy within your body. This special energy combines the power of your sacred gears with your own body's energy. I call this skill dual cycle harness. It utilizes the flow of two different energies to make you stronger. Now let's go. David lined everyone up and instructed them to focus on conjuring their sacred gear without fully materializing it, just feeling the energy flowing through their bodies. They followed his guidance, concentrating on summoning their sacred gears and tuning into the energy flow. Initially, they only heard their breathing, then the sound of their hearts beating. As they attempted to perform dual cycle harness, David explained the technique further. It's also a technique I invented alongside your mother many years ago when Shido was still a toddler. We've never tested this out, meaning you're the first ones to try this technique. Don't worry, I'm sure you all can do it. We've done the math and everything. When sacred gear users attempt to summon their sacred gear, the energy flows through their bodies and will appear if they focus hard enough. However, your body's energy flows in the opposite direction to prevent the sacred gear's energy from damaging you, acting as a protective layer to help manage the summoning process. The movement and momentum of these two energies eventually equalize, creating a unique and powerful type of energy known as dual cycle energy. This energy can vary in intensity and gives sacred gear users an aura of fear and intimidation, allowing others to gauge their power by sensing their energy signature's influence on the environment. Supernatural beings without sacred gears, like dragons, angels, fallen angels, devils, and gods, use their natural aura and abilities to intimidate their opponents. Once you've mastered the flow of dual cycle energy, you're supposed to separate a portion of it and transfer it to any part of your body you wish to enhance. For instance, you can accumulate this energy in your legs to perform powerful kicks or store it in your muscles to avoid fatigue. Think of it as a tree that regrows fruit whenever it's picked. This fruit helps you gain supernatural abilities, so don't worry about your dual cycle energy draining quickly as it regenerates rapidly. Shido asked his father, I don't exactly have my own sacred gear, so what does that make me? David replied, technically, you classify as a supernatural creature with natural power since you have dragon blood, but you haven't matured yet to unlock your natural dragon aura and use your powers independently. For now, you're still like a normal human. I want you to learn dual cycle harness because we all saw you manifest Sandalphon, which is essentially the same as possessing a sacred gear. Your transferability from the original boosted gear acts as a storage unit for different types of sacred gears that you can absorb and copy. Therefore, Sandalphon must have its energy circulating around your body, making you eligible for dual cycle harness. Rain added, I know this is a lot of information, but it's the basis of this technique, which can drastically help you. Just give it a try, and we'll see how each of you fares. Toka was confused, unsure of what she was supposed to feel. She managed to focus for about 30 seconds before needing to relax her mind and try again. Kodori and Yoshino also struggled to maintain the specific state of materialization while summoning their sacred gears, unsure of what they should be feeling. Origami trusted the process and consistently maintained the desired state while conjuring her sacred gear, trying hard to sense the flow of her aura. However, all she felt was an echo of her heartbeat. Still, she persevered in trying to sense her own dual cycle energy. Shido focused on conjuring Sandalphon since he didn't have any other sacred gear to summon. He mimicked the girls but found it difficult to summon Sandalphon. Stretching his arms forward and gripping his hands as if holding a sword, he thought, come on. There must be a way to properly summon Sandalphon and make it last. What did Dad say about sacred gears? I think it was something about focusing on a strong emotion to activate it. Let me try. He recalled the wrongs done by Rias and her peerage against his family and friends, feeling a surge of anger and a strong desire for vengeance. Shido exclaimed, I think that's it. Now imagine Sandalphon in your hands. All right. The feeling is getting very powerful. But that's it. If I keep focusing on this feeling, Sandalphon will appear, and I will have to try again. Now let's try to feel that dual cycle energy like Dad mentioned. Shido made a final push to sense his dual cycle energy, hoping to harness it for supernatural abilities. But like the others, he found himself at an impasse. Frustrated, he thought, why is this so hard? Can't Dad be a little more specific? What if I try sensing it from my hands? If I'm materializing a sacred gear using my hands, shouldn't that flow of energy be strongest there since my body is working to create it? Okay, let's see if that works. Shido concentrated, trying to feel the energy surging within him as he attempted to materialize Sandalphon. He focused intently, eventually sensing a delicate, silk-like object that was invisible yet tangible to his fingertips. Fascinated by this surreal sensation, he traced the flow of energy, feeling it travel from his wrists up his forearms. This was it. All he needed to do was continue following the energy until it returned to his hands. Taking a deep breath, Shido concentrated with determination to master this skill. He traced the energy coursing through his body, feeling it from the top of his head to the tips of his toes, as if he had a powerful exoskeleton. Then he decided to improvise. Maintaining the sensation, he formed his hands into fists and focused the energy on his knuckles. When the sensation intensified, Shido stepped forward and ran toward a stack of barrels against the warehouse wall. His family and friends watched in confusion, curious about his intentions. Once he reached the barrels, Shido delivered a powerful punch, shattering one barrel into hundreds of pieces. Holy cow! Is this the power of dual cycle harness? He exclaimed in shock. His friends rushed over, eyes wide at the sight of the rusted steel fragments scattered on the floor. David, impressed, realized his son had unlocked the key to dual cycle harness and applied it successfully. Rain and the girls were equally surprised. They never expected Shido to harness his aura and destroy a barrel with his bare fist so quickly. They cheered him on, celebrating his success. Attaboy, Shido. You did it! David exclaimed. That was so awesome, Shido. How did you do it? Toka asked, excitement in her voice. What was that? That barrel looked tough, yet you broke it. Yoshino added, astonished. No way. You really smashed that barrel into rubble? Please teach me. Kotori urged. Origami, inspired, thought, if I can learn that power, maybe I can take down Rias Gremory and her peerage to avenge my parents. Rain smiled proudly. I'm proud of you, son. Why don't you share how you managed that? Feeling a sense of accomplishment, Shido explained the process of dual cycle harness and how he controlled the dual opposing forces. Toka and Origami ventured off to practice, while Kotori and Yoshino found another section of the warehouse to train. Origami followed Shido's instructions and, after a few attempts, successfully commanded her dual cycle energy. Focusing it around her leg, she executed a roundhouse kick that sent a barrel flying into the wall, leaving a dent. Toka faced some challenges but persevered, eventually learning the technique. She gathered energy in her fists and punched through the air, creating a powerful gust that smashed a stack of crates. David and Rain observed, offering tips to help them improve their use of dual cycle harness. Meanwhile, Shido leaned against the wall, reflecting on the silky sensation that enabled him to break sturdy objects. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Kotori and Yoshino looking confused as they attempted dual cycle harness. Shido approached them. Hey, Kotori, Yoshino, how are you both doing with dual cycle harness? You make it sound easy, but it feels really difficult. Kotori replied. Yeah. I'm worried I won't be able to get it. Yoshino added. Seeing their confusion, Shido offered advice. You both can conjure your sacred gears, so try to reach that neutral state of manifesting it, and I'll guide you from there. The girls exchanged glances, still puzzled but willing to trust Shido's guidance. Yoshino and Kotori managed to reach and maintain the materialization of their sacred gears and awaited Shido's instructions. "All right," Shido began. "Now that you've achieved the desired effect, think of something that makes you feel very emotional." "For me, I thought about Rias Gremory and her peerage's actions against us and vowed for revenge." "You can think of any emotion, it just needs to be strong." They proceeded to follow his guidance. Yoshino reflected on her memories, searching for strong emotions. "Throughout my life, I had always stayed in Tenga City without leaving. It was just my mommy and me. I never even met my daddy. Those days when I was well and mommy was still alive seemed so long ago. Then my illness started, and I was bedridden for over 3 years, missing out on so much. That hospital room is all I can clearly remember. My childhood memories feel erased, perhaps because the pain made me want to stop thinking and just sleep. When I was nearing the end of my life, I learned that my mommy had passed away while working. But then I met Shido-senpai, who brightened my days with his kindness. He continued to care for me, just like my mommy used to. Now that I'm healed, I want to repay his kindness and show my gratitude. All I feel when I think of Shido-senpai is respect and admiration, so I will go with those emotions." As Yoshino focused on Shido's generous actions, her respect for him grew. Her emotions intensified, bringing her closer to the materialization of her sacred gear. Once she reached that point, she stabilized her emotions and began to feel for the flow. Meanwhile, Kotori thought about her own strong emotions. "My life used to be simple. My parents loved me, and so did my big brother. But when I was 11, 2 wicked women came and ruined everything. My parents forgot about me, and my brother was killed in front of me. I spent years alone, thinking I would always be that way until I went to school and made friends. For the first time in a long time, I felt loved. Shido-senpai's family was willing to adopt me, even though we had just met. I think this longing for love and affection is the emotion I will choose." Kotori focused on those feelings, reaching the ideal state for her sacred gear. She, too, awaited Shido's next instruction. "Now that both of you are in the perfect state to feel the dual cycle energy, I want you to sense the flow of energy around your hands where the sacred gear will form. You should feel a smooth and silky sensation." Both girls followed his instructions, concentrating on the sensations around their hands. After a few moments, they felt the silky feeling Shido described and informed him of their discovery. He instructed them to trace the flow of energy from that sensation throughout their bodies. After several tries, Kotori and Yoshino grasped the basics of the technique. With the flow of dual cycle energy felt, Shido encouraged them to improvise. Yoshino chose not to release her energy in an attack. Instead, she stored up reserves within her body and began doing push-ups. Previously, she could only manage 5, but now she was able to perform many in quick succession without fatigue. She felt no discomfort, as if she were accustomed to the rapid motion. Shido and Kotori watched in awe, realizing how convenient and useful dual cycle harness could be if cultivated correctly. Then, Kotori decided to apply her own version of dual cycle harness. She stored energy in her legs and began stretching, then sprinted around the warehouse. Interior. As she ran, she noticed she was moving much faster than usual and wasn't tiring easily. After 5 minutes of dashing, she stopped to process what had just happened. Shido thought to himself, "I can't believe something as powerful as dual cycle harness was never discovered by those with strong sacred gears. We should keep it a secret. Why don't we make it our family's secret art?" Just as he pondered the technique's potential, he was interrupted by Yoshino and Kotori. They wanted to express their gratitude for teaching them. Kotori said, "Thanks, Shido-senpai. Thank you for teaching me how to properly do dual cycle harness. I really appreciate it." She was blushing and sounded quite shy. Yoshino added, "Thank you, Shido-senpai. I learned how to do dual cycle harness. And it's all thanks to you." Unexpectedly, Yoshino sounded more cheerful than Kotori, which was unusual since both girls typically had opposite personalities. Shido shyly looked away and replied, "No, don't thank me. I was just trying to help." It was nothing really special after all, since you're my friends. He tried to brush off their compliments, but it only made him more embarrassed, and he was blushing profusely. Then, Yoshino suddenly walked up to him and said, "You're such a nice person, you know. You did so much for me when we met in the hospital, and I really liked it when you made my day better. I can't help but feel happy when I'm around you." Shido was surprised by Yoshino's words, as she was usually very shy and timid. He wanted to keep her happy and said, "It's fine, Yoshino. It's what good friends do, right?" He looked up to see what his parents and the other girls were doing, only to see Toka looking at him with an intimidating gaze. "Shido, tell me, what do you think you're doing with Yoshino?" Shido shivered and didn't know how to respond. He recoiled in shock. Toka, wait, it's not what you think. I was just teaching Yoshino and Kotori how to— Toka interrupted. "Teaching? What part of teaching includes a guy messing around with other girls when he knows his girlfriend is right here?" She marched up to him angrily, clenching her fists. Yoshino, frightened by Toka's demeanor, instinctively clutched onto Shido for protection, which only escalated the situation. Kotori quickly stepped in between them, trying to calm things down. "Wait, Toka-senpai. It's really not like that. Yoshino admires Shido-senpai and wanted to repay him for teaching us. Why would Shido-senpai cheat on you when you're literally right here?" Toka was still fuming, but she processed what Kotori said and fell silent. Eventually, she exhaled sharply and walked up close to Shido, glaring into his eyes. "Alright, but you're sleeping with me tonight. I need to remind you who you're dating." She pouted in jealousy, and Shido nodded sheepishly. "Wives. Got it." Toka then said, "Now I want you to cuddle me too. And I also want more head pats." Shido replied, "Right now? Okay." He walked over to Toka, hugged her, and patted her head at the same time. He noticed her expression change from angry to happy in just a minute. He was relieved that she wasn't frowning anymore and promised to be mindful around other girls. While still hugging Shido, Toka turned to Yoshino and said in a slightly grumpy voice, "Now as for you, I know we're going to be living under one roof. But I want you to keep your distance from Shido because I'm his girlfriend. Got it?" Yoshino looked frightened and replied, "Okay." She seemed upset that she couldn't get close to Shido as much as she wanted. When everything had settled down, David broke the silence. "Alright, that's enough, everybody. Let me move on to the next section of the training. There's no time limit, and you can set your own goal because you can do this wherever and whenever you want. The truth is, dual cycle harness can be done without reaching that impartial state of materialization of your sacred gear. The only reason I wanted all of you to do that was to make it easier for you to detect the dual cycle energy. You can actually harness your dual cycle energy even when you are at rest. It's just much more difficult to feel it. So, I want all of you to train at your own pace and try your best to achieve control of your dual cycle energy without any help from your sacred gear." Rain asked, "Are there any questions? If not, let's all head home now. It's good to have a good meal and sufficient rest after training." They shook their heads, indicating everything was clear, and they were ready to head home. Everyone entered the car, and Rain started driving. On the way home, everyone felt tired and looked forward to reaching home. Rain was driving, and David sat in the passenger seat, pondering the future. Kotori and Yoshino sat in the middle row, chatting and becoming more friendly. Toka and Origami were in the back row, playfully arguing over Shido, who sat in the middle. Toka exclaimed, "Eche! Not you too! Get away from him, Origami!" Origami shot back, "Likewise. Get away from Shido." Toka insisted, "No. You get away. He's my boyfriend." Origami replied, "Then I'll be his mistress. We can all be equally happy like that." Toka exclaimed, "Excuse me? That's not how this works." Shido, feeling exhausted and stressed by their argument, decided to intervene before things escalated. "Alright, calm down. I'm really tired and I'm pretty sure you are too. At least wait until we get home." Both girls stopped fighting at Shido's raised voice. To further calm the situation, he patted Toka's head, and she eventually settled down, a smile returning to her face. However, Origami watched Toka with envy and decided to take a bold step. "Hey Shido, I'm sorry. Could you at least pat my head too? Just once. Please?" Toka's eyes darted toward Origami, filled with suspicion. Before Shido could respond, Toka declared, "Just one. That will be all." Shido was bewildered but wanted to avoid further awkwardness, so he stretched out his hand to pat Origami's head. But then, something unexpected happened. As Shido brought his hand closer, Origami suddenly pulled him in, leaning in and kissing him. In that moment, Shido felt a wave of panic wash over him. He sensed a threatening aura coming from Toka, and fear gripped him. Slowly turning to her, he saw an expression of fury on her face. "Wait, Toka, calm down. I didn't intend to do that. It wasn't intentional," he started, but Toka interrupted him in an angry, low voice. "I let my guard down. Origami Tabichi. I'm not going to let this go." She screamed angrily, trying to confront Origami, who smirked confidently while clinging to Shido. The others in the car noticed the tension and grew increasingly concerned, except for David, who was becoming more annoyed by the second. Finally, he had enough of the quarrel. "Hey, kids, if you keep going on like this, you're gonna be grounded, you know. Just behave yourselves and shut up, would?" The three in the back immediately ceased their fighting, trembling in fear. Toka and Origami backed away from Shido, leaning against the car doors and looking out the windows, filled with regret. Shido slumped back, relieved that the noise had stopped, but he couldn't shake the fact that Origami had been bold enough to kiss him right in front of Toka.